321 Big Eater Ami. The last person to arrive at this restaurant was Ami. At first, Ami held 3 plates in her hands, which were filled with chicken, grilled sausages, hot dogs, and so on. Kuro Nana Sakurako thought Ami brought these things for everyone to eat, but she was wrong. Kuro Nana Sakurako said, "Ami, these things on the table are enough for us to eat, don't give us more, just take your own." Xiao Qian laughed after hearing what Kuro Nana Sakurako said. "You don't know Ami's personality yet. These things are all food that Ami eats herself. Don't you think so, Ami?" Ami was a little shy, as if because Xiao Qian had exposed her secret, she said a little embarrassedly, "Well, yes, these things are indeed for me to eat alone." Everyone couldn't help but take a breath and looked at Ami in surprise. After explaining these events, Ami left her seat again. This time she reached out to stir-fried dishes, pizza, roast duck, and other foods. After bringing a large plate of food again, Ami turned around and looked at the dessert area. Ye Chen and everyone couldn't believe their eyes. This person eats too much, how can such a beautiful girl eat so much? Besides, she is so thin, and she doesn't look like a good eater looking at her weak body. But Ami once again overturned their thoughts with her actions, and easily finished the 9 plates of food, and even said that it was not enough. Ye Chen was full just by watching Ami eat, and Lele was the same. She only ate 9 skewers and then she was full. She was a typical big-eyed and small-bellied person. But when watching Ami's live performance of eating, for some reason, Lele suddenly felt that her stomach was about to explode. "Sorry, I'm going to the toilet." Lele retched and left, holding her stomach. She couldn't accept this scene of eating. "Ami, I think it's a very easy thing to finish this long plate of food." She went to get 9 more plates of food and a few trays of steamed dumplings. Soon he finished eating at lightning speed. When she finished eating, this round was about to start another round of food hunting. She found that everyone had stopped their chopsticks, and they didn't eat much of the food on the plate, and they were all looking at her. Ami felt a little embarrassed at this time. It seemed that only she was eating with relish. By the way, part of Lejing Restaurant belongs to the category of pet restaurant. After entering Lejing Restaurant, Ye Chen handed over their Pokémon. Except for Lugia's eggs that Guangxia had been looking after in the car before, the other elves were enjoying the food. Ami chewed the food in her mouth. She ate in a very elegant manner, but she ate really fast. After seeing that no one had moved their chopsticks, Ami felt a little embarrassed. She looked at everyone and smiled. "Why do you have to look at the food here? It's delicious. Besides, food needs to be enjoyed. It is different from food. Food is used to fill the stomach, and food makes people feel happy." After saying this, Ami smiled again. "I hope everyone can enjoy the happiness of being free. Enjoying food is really a wonderful thing." Ami smiled. Her smile was like a flower, like a breeze in this hot summer, sweeping across everyone's cheeks. Among them, many young people also noticed Ami. Those guys who didn't want to be trainers didn't know Ami very well. They only knew that she was a girl with a very cute smile, and they all came to Ami to ask for contact information. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe to the whole order, please subscribe by yourself, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please give me all kinds of requests. Please order all, order by yourself, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please order all, order by yourself, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 322 Competition between Big Stomach Kings. 322 Competition between Big Stomach Kings. Of course, compared with eating these sudden peach blossoms are nothing, and Ami declined them one by one. Claiming that she had no contact information, these young teenagers left disappointed. So Ami started a competition with food again. She seemed to have a stomach like a bottomless pit, and no matter how much food was fed, it could not be filled. Because the girl had a good face and was particularly good at eating. This quickly attracted the attention of the manager of the restaurant. The manager of this restaurant heard the waiter mention this girl, and he couldn't help but become curious about this girl. When the manager came to the table where Ye Chen was, he found that the girl in front of him was Ami, the gym leader of Asashai City. Ami is famous for eating 273. The manager knows Ami's father. When Ami was young, her father had been to Lejing Buffet restaurant several times. At that time, the manager was still wondering why the daughter of the gym leader was so good at eating. It is no exaggeration to say that if her father hadn't reminded her at that time, Ami would probably have eaten up the remaining food in the restaurant. However, for a long time, Ami didn't come to this restaurant to eat, although she could often see her shadow on the beach. Because Ami would be asked by her friends to help clean barnacles on the hull, she often appeared in the Asashai port area. She is a girl who loves to laugh, is gentle to others, and looks very pretty. Her gestures reveal elegance all the time. Sometimes the store manager looks at this gentle the girl gradually forgot what Ami had done before. It was not until Ami visited her shop again that the manager remembered the fear of being dominated in the past. Suddenly, she felt a sense of fear towards Ami. However, the manager soon came to her senses, looked at Ami, took the initiative to step forward, took a plate of freshly made and peeled lobster meat and said, "This is a lobster specializing in the Sino region, and this plate is specially for you." Ami came to her senses at this time. She raised her head, looked at the manager, and said with a smile, "I'm really sorry, manager, thank you for your hospitality. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for a long time." When the manager saw Ami paying attention to him, he smiled and said, "Yes, we are holding an event here recently. I wonder if Miss Ami is interested in participating." "What event?" Ami was a little curious. "This is an event about big eaters. The first place winner can get an evolution stone. Evolution stones are very rare here." The store manager first proposed the tempting conditions. His voice was not loud, but because of the extreme silence in the venue, most people present heard the news. "What evolution stone?" The customer under the sun was very interested in this matter and asked the store manager. "This is a secret." The store manager smiled mysteriously with everyone, as if no one could guess it. The under the sun did not ask any more questions. He raised his hand first and said, "If the competition is held, please take me with you. I'll come too." A passerby also raised his hand. "The competition must be lively and the more people there are, the better. Take me with you." Another person also raised his hand. As more and more people raised their hands, the atmosphere in the restaurant became lively. The store manager said with a smile, it's okay, take your time. If you want to compete, please go to the service desk to fill out the registration form. P.S. Author's words: ask for full orders, ask for custom orders, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Ask for full orders, ask for custom orders, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Ask for full orders, ask for custom orders, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 323 What kind of egg is this? 323 What kind of egg is this? Guangxia seemed very active, and his cheeks seemed to be flushed with excitement. He was the first person to participate in the re-registration, followed by Ami. It seems that because Ami is the focus of the gym in Asashai City, even the people outside the restaurant were attracted. The registration period lasted until 11:30 in the afternoon. Although the meal was interrupted, Ami did not seem angry and still had a smile on her face. After filling out the form, she returned to her seat and saw Ye Chen eating silently with his head down, so she asked, "Ye Chen, do you also want to participate in the competition or something?" While talking, Ami also looked at Lele and asked Lele by the way. Lele shook his head like a wave drum and waved his hand. No, no, I won't get involved in competitions like this. I can't eat that much. Lele felt full just by looking at it, let alone eating it. Ye Chen also refused and said, I won't participate in this competition. I will cheer you up from the stage. Okay. After receiving Ye Chen's affirmative answer, Ami no longer pestered him too much. Izumi ate with great relish before, stuffing almost anything into his mouth without stopping for a moment, and his eating momentum was no less than Ami. However, after deciding to compete, Izumi did not plan to eat, and sat there to conserve his energy. Ye Chen could not help but be amused by Izumi's appearance, patted his shoulder, and said, Why are you so nervous? It's just a small competition. Izumi said seriously. Brother Ye Chen, this is different. Fighting is fighting, and competition is competition. I have to live up to every battle. Ye Chen shook his head, thinking that he was worthy of being a well-deserved fighting maniac. However, Izumi's performance was actually quite good, and Ye Chen felt much more relaxed. Before that, Izumi had always been in a depressed state. He even slept in the car for a whole day and night. Although Izumi said that he was fine, everyone was actually very worried about him. Kuroshita Sakurako grinned and said, Guangxia looks really energetic today. Guangxia couldn't help but smile and said, Of course, the game is the most important thing. Even if I die, I will engrave this sentence on my tombstone. For safety reasons, Ye Chen carried the egg that Lujia gave him before with him, fearing that there was something unsafe. It would be great if this card drawing system could store things. Ye Chen thought so. Because it is indeed not very convenient to carry the incubator with you, but there is no other way, because there is no place to place the incubator. Ami didn't eat when she was with her honey, as if she didn't leave to welcome Ye Chen and his group of guests who came from afar. Seeing Ye Chen holding an incubator in his arms, Ami seemed to want to laugh. Because Ye Chen's actions were very different from his usual appearance. In Ami's eyes, Ye Chen was undoubtedly cold, and even a very thoughtful man. But when he picked up the incubator, I don't know why Ye Chen suddenly felt a kind of silly and cute childish feeling. What kind of egg is this? When Ami asked, she revealed that she didn't know much about the disaster in Yuanzi City. What's more, during the live broadcast, the drones sent by the paparazzi were all smashed by Lujia, so of course the scenes behind were not filmed. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. Enter. 324 Lugia's egg. 324 Lugia's egg. Well, this egg was given to me by a farmer I know. Ye Chen said. Although Kuroshina Sakurako knew the origin of this egg before. But she didn't tell Ami these words. After all, Ye Chen didn't seem to want Ami to know the truth. After hearing this, Ami couldn't help but exclaimed in envy. Ah, it's really enviable. Ye Chen, you are really lucky to get the 277 egg from the farm owner. I remember that Pokemon farm owners rarely give Pokemon eggs to others. This shows that you are a trustworthy person. Ye Chen smiled and thought that the matter was over. Unexpectedly, Ami suddenly said, Ye Chen, do you know that Pokemon eggs need to be checked regularly to ensure the health of the elves born? Well, I know a Pokemon doctor. If you want your Pokemon to have a full body checkup, I can introduce him to you. Let him check your Pokemon for free. In fact, I am also looking forward to this cute baby being born and growing up in Yuanzi City. Ye Chen nodded. He didn't know how to answer Ami's words. In theory, it takes 2.5 months for his Pokemon to hatch, plus the friendship diamonds to speed up the hatching speed. It will take at least 1.5 months for the elf to be born. If Ami is not ready to go to the next city with them, then she will not have the chance to see this elf. Okay, take me there next time. I also want to know how long it takes for the elf to hatch. But it's free, after all, it's the fruit of someone's labor, how can it be missed? Just take me there, thank you. Ye Chen said. Lei sat next to Ye Chen and played with his mobile phone. Because he was too bored, and Nia Huajun was a little uncomfortable with the system of the pet restaurant, he seemed to have gotten used to fighting side by side with Lei. The moment Lei went to the toilet, she took a detour to the second floor of the pet restaurant and took all her pets back. So now Nia Huajun squatted on the table in a daze, with the air sacs on both sides of his mouth surging, watching Lei playing with his mobile phone, not knowing what to do. Just at this moment, the bullfrog suddenly saw a small dot of yellow light flashing through its eyes. At first, it thought it was a mosquito. This was its first reaction. It subconsciously stretched out its tongue to wrap around the yellow light spot, and the yellow light spot was penetrated. The bullfrog was shocked by his own operation. Could it be that his strength was too strong and he penetrated the yellow light spot? Soon, the bullfrog denied his idea. Because after it retracted its tongue, the yellow light spot still existed. The bullfrog was frightened and quickly retracted his tongue. Lei noticed the condition of bullfrog, raised his head and asked, "What's wrong with bullfrog? Did something happen?" Bullfrog shuddered, pointed at the small yellow dot floating in the air and babbled for a long time, but Lei didn't understand. She turned her head to look at the place where Bullfrog pointed, and said, "Where is that thing? Why can't I see it?" Bullfrog danced in the air anxiously, trying to quickly explain the cause and effect of this matter, but he later found that all this was in vain. Because countless light spots slowly gathered here, and these light spots seemed to have a purpose, and they all got into Ye Chen's arms. In the incubator. Bullfrog didn't know how to express his fear. He also saw other Pokémon. Some Pokémon also noticed the abnormality here and became very nervous. PS Author's Words 1.6, Please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 325 big bowl of wide noodles. 325 big bowl of wide noodles. What's wrong? What happened? A mosquito-repellent frog seemed to have seen something very scary. It became very excited and kept screaming, and finally jumped into the bucket. The trainer of this Pokémon had no idea what was going on, and shouted anxiously, "Mosquito frog, are you okay?" The young man's voice was very loud, and it quickly attracted the attention of others. For a while, the attention of the whole audience was focused on him. On the contrary, Ye Chen was very quiet. Humans are extremely curious animals. Everyone gathered there to ask what happened to Mosquito Frog. Some people speculated that Mosquito Frog saw something not so good. Only Ye Chen knew the cause and result of the incident. Because the dream demon hiding in the Pokeball had told Ye Chen everything. Although it didn't know what was happening outside, and there was no third-person perspective. But it could understand the thoughts of Bullfrog, and judge the current situation through the thoughts of Bullfrog, and it told Ye Chen these current situations. Similarly, Ye Chen couldn't see the small light spots. According to the tone of Bullfrog, there were many small light spots. However, as Bullfrog's mood calmed down from the previous excitement, Ye Chen felt that these things were resolved. The mosquito-repellent frog matter was over. At this time, the store manager clapped his hands and said to everyone, "Dear contestants, our competition is about to begin. Please be ready." Now please line up one by one. Begin the competition by taking your seat according to the order number you received before. The first game we will play is the big bowl of wide noodles, which consists of 2 bowls of beef, 1 bowl of crab meat and crab roe, and 3 pounds of wide noodles. The competition time is 20 minutes. After the store manager finished speaking, everyone listened to him and quickly got their own cards and sat down one after another. Guangxia was the first person to sit in the seat, and the second person was Ami. After a long period of preparation, the store manager was very fast, and there were many participants in the first round. However, the advantage is that the floor area of the buffet restaurant is very large, and there is more than enough space for the participants to sit in. Everyone looked like they came prepared and looked expectant. Mozilla was the referee, holding a whistle. When the whistle blew, the countdown officially began. At first, everyone ate very quickly, as if they would not stop until they achieved their goal, but soon, they all overestimated their stomachs. Some people were 1/6 full before they had even eaten, which was definitely a waste of food, and they rubbed their stomachs. However, these people paid the price for this, paid the relevant fees and left in disgrace. Referee. A girl with a thick ponytail raised her hand and asked Mozilla, "Can I go to the toilet first? My stomach hurts a little." Mozilla nodded, and the store manager next to him added, "People have 3 urgent needs, and going to the toilet is also a normal thing. Go quickly, and you can come back to start the game yourself." After listening to the store manager's words, the girl felt relieved as if she had taken a reassurance pill. However, the girl was caught soon. It was said that she seemed to be urging and repeating the urging 3 or 4 times. 277 was finally found by another suction cup puppet. "Can't you trust me? I was a little uncomfortable, but you didn't say before that I couldn't urge. What is your rule?" P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 326 Chief Tasting Officer. 326 Chief Tasting Officer. However, the girl was kicked out before she finished speaking. Many people were defeated one after another. However, no one wanted to leave, and they all stayed to watch the fun. About 10 minutes later, Guangxia was eating vigorously, while Ami beside him was stirring the noodles on the chopsticks in an orderly manner, as if 1 chopstick was not enough. She even used 2 chopsticks to roll the noodles into a ball and stuffed it into her mouth. Everyone was a little surprised to see this girl open her huge mouth and eat lightly. After chewing it a few times, he swallowed it, as if it was easy, as if it was supposed to happen. "What happened just now?" one of the passers-by asked another passerby. Passerby also saw this amazing scene. He shook his head and said, "I don't know either." In this game, Ye Chen saw it clearly. No matter how hard Guangxia tried, he couldn't beat Ami, who was eating slowly. Finally, when the time came, Ami successfully finished the noodles in the bowl, and even started waiting there a few minutes in advance. Guangxia barely finished the bowl of noodles, and there was another person left, a little fat man who also finished the bowl of noodles. He ate the noodles no slower than Guangxia, but he was also sweating profusely, and said that he touched his stomach and sighed. "Ah, I finally finished it, I'm really full." If a little fat man can say that this noodle can fill him up, let alone ordinary people? Ye Chen seemed to have known Ami's strength through this little fat man. She was probably not only a magical gym owner, but also a gourmet with a huge appetite. Ami was the first to finish eating, but she said something surprising after finishing. I'm not full yet, can you give me another portion?" The store manager walked up with a smile and said, "Little girl, don't forget that we still have the next round of duels. Now there are only 3 of you left. You must get to know each other well first. Ami knew Guangxia, but the other person. She didn't know him well, and he looked a little unfamiliar, so she asked. Who are you? I just heard you talking to the store manager, and it seems that your accent is not a local accent. You are also a gym trainer from another place. The fat boy smiled kindly and said to Ami politely. I came to see you. I seem to have seen you on a live streamer before. Your live streamer once invited you as a guest, and you left an indelible impression on me at that time. This indelible impression was the scene when Ami finished a big bowl of noodles despite everyone's amazed eyes. And this moment seemed familiar. Although Ye Chen didn't like people who posted global terminals very much, it was the first time he saw Ami, a girl with an optimistic and cheerful personality and who could eat so much. In order to record the scene at this moment, he took a photo with his mobile phone and posted it on the global terminal, saying that today was really an unforgettable day. Soon after he finished posting, the store manager came over. Mr. Ye Chen, hello, I am the store manager here. I introduced myself to you just now. But this time I have a request for you. I would like to ask you to be the chief taster of our competition. Do you think it's okay? There will be generous rewards at that time. P.S. Author's words, ask for full subscription, ask for custom subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Ask for full subscription, ask for custom subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Ask for full subscription, ask for custom subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 327 abnormal spicy chicken wings. 327 abnormal spicy chicken wings. Ye Chen didn't care. Since there was a reward, why not do it? He ordered and said. Of course, but what is the chief taster? The store manager explained patiently. The chief taster is our image ambassador. Just take a bite of the chicken and introduce the characteristics of the chicken. Our next game is the abnormal spicy chicken wings. In fact, the main feature is the chicken wing root, but this is a new dish in our store and no one has tried it yet. I think this must be a delicious delicacy. I want you to taste it first, but if you are interested, you can also participate in this Big Stomach King competition. Ye Chen understood it. It turned out that he was taking advantage of the championship he got in the Quartz League to promote his new dishes. But it's not a big deal. It's all indifferent. However, compared with the chief taster, he wanted to participate in this game more. Okay, I agree. He said lightly. After receiving Ye Chen's message, the store manager seemed very happy. He immediately bowed and said to Ye Chen. Mr. Ye Chen, thank you for your cooperation. We will remind you of the relevant matters as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Ye Chen seemed to be frightened by the store manager's enthusiasm and waved his hand. Don't be like this, it's just a little effort. By the way, store manager, can I participate in this competition? The store manager seemed not to hear what Ye Chen said, and confirmed again. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said just now. Can you say it again? Can I participate in this competition? Ye Chen repeated. Of course. The store manager was stunned and smiled. The competition was held shortly after the meal. In fact, the amount of rice in this plate was very small, and there were only about 10 wings. But these 10 wings were stuffed with peppers. I don't know why did Ye Chen feel so hungry when he saw these red wings? In fact, he didn't eat much at noon. At the beginning, as the chief taster, he read the official speech given to him. Then the competition started without a time limit. Whoever finished first would have the leftovers first. Of course, Ye Chen also participated in the competition environment of Ajin and Ami, as well as Guangxia. It seems that Ye Chen is very familiar with the other 2 people except Ajin. Ami was so spicy when she ate the first one that she kept fanning her mouth with her hands. When Ye Chen took the first bite, bjbg, he felt a fresh and sweet breath bursting out in his mouth. The spiciness was moderate and did not feel very spicy. Although the color was red, similar to theirs, the chili smell was floating in the air. Ye Chen thought that the wings on their plates were a little different from his own wings. Ye Chen, I suspect the manager has replaced your wing root. He didn't let you eat the devil pepper. Meng Yao used telepathy to respond to Ye Chen. Eat first. Ye Chen thought the taste was not bad, the taste was delicious, and the moisture locked in the chicken was also fresh and tender. This was absolutely a top-notch product. Among all the audience, Lele was the most nervous at that moment. Everyone watched their performance as if they were watching a play. I thought Ye Chen would also eat like everyone else, but Ye Chen ate slowly, as if all this was not affected at all. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 328 Water Flow Battle. 328 Water Flow Battle. Come on, Ye Chen, come on, don't lose, I believe in you. Lulu is petite and has a small stomach, but he speaks powerfully and loudly. Some people around him were even frightened by Li's momentum, and they moved their feet involuntarily, choosing to stay away from Lulu. But Lulu didn't care about these, she only cared about Ye Chen. It would be even better if Ye Chen won, because she subconsciously thought that Ye Chen could not lose. Sure enough, Ye Chen won the game as Lulu expected. But what Lulu didn't know was that the level of this game was very high, and it was controlled by the store manager. Because the store manager thought that Ye Chen, as a member of the Quartz Alliance, must not be treated badly, he chose to find another way to let Ye Chen win the championship. At first, Ye Chen was still a little confused. When Ami showed envy and congratulations on her face, Ye Chen realized that he had won this award. Congratulations, Ye Chen! I didn't expect you to be so spicy. I underestimated you before. You are really an all-round talent. Thunderous applause rang out in the venue, and the store manager personally came forward to present the award to Ye Chen. The award was an ice stone and a bonus of 2 million alliance coins. It is estimated that the price of the ice stone is needless to say, not to mention the bonus of 2 million alliance coins. This boss is also generous, which surprised Ye Chen a little, but after the game, the store manager asked Ye Chen to stay and take a photo with them. Ye Chen knew this routine. Generally, after taking a photo with them, the store manager would post the photo on the wall. After all, Ye Chen is one of the most famous people now. When celebrities come to patronize, the popularity of this place will increase. Now it seems that the boss is losing money, but in the long run, it is a sure win. After doing all this, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. It was late at that time, so Ami pushed He Qingzi with her shoulder and asked, "Hey, are you going to take a boat to Shuliuhao?" He Qingzi nodded and asked, "Ami, are you really not going with us? I guess we won't be able to meet for a while after this." Ami shook her head. "No, I have to stay to help clean the barnacles on the hull, and I have to go to Guanghui Lighthouse to repair the cables." After listening to what Ami said, Ye Sheng suddenly felt that Ami could play various roles in life. Even all-round talents are rare in this world. But shouldn't gym trainers travel around like Xiao Qian? Why is Ami so busy and hard-working? Why are you so busy? It stands to reason that the people in the Alliance Committee will give a certain amount of Alliance money as living expenses every month. Please give me flowers. It stands to reason that this living expense is more than enough to live on. Why are you so busy? Ami shook her head and smiled bitterly. My grandpa is sick, I have to make money, I can't abandon him. My dad lost contact during the flood rescue 5 years ago, and now it's just me and grandpa who depend on each other, I can't lose him. After hearing this, Ye Chen fell silent. He handed a bank card with 2 million alliance coins in it to Ami and said, You can use this money for emergencies. If it is not enough in the future, you can find me and I can help you. PS author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. Enter. 329 musicians performing for sale. 329 musicians performing for sale. Ami was stunned. She looked at the card in her hand for a while. After a while, she didn't know what to say. After a while, she felt her nose sore. Soon, she looked at Ye Chen with tears in her eyes. Her mouth moved and she couldn't help but mumbled, "Ye Chen, thank you so much." Ami looked at Ye Chen pitifully, which made people feel that Ye Chen was bullying her. Ye Chen hurriedly declined, waved his hand, and said to Ami, "Goodbye, sister, crying like this will make people misunderstand." After listening to what Ye Chen said, Ami seemed to realize this problem, wiped her tears immediately, and smiled. "Okay, I remember it. By the way, Ye Chen, can I add your contact information on the global terminal?" Ami said, and she had taken out her mobile phone, ready to scan the code of the global terminal where Ye Chen was. "Oh, yes, let's add friends first." Ye Chen took out his mobile phone, and the two agreed to be friends with each other. Ami clapped her hands, and saw that she clapped her hands happily after adding Ye Chen as a friend. Her eyes were full of light, and she smiled. "Great, it's really great." Ye Chen also raised his mobile phone, shook it in his hand, and said, "It's getting late, let's contact each other later." Kuroshita Sakurako also said, "It's getting late, it's time to set off now." At this time, they were standing at the port, and people had started to board the Shulio Line 1. "Goodbye, see you at the gorgeous competition." Ami looked at the backs of the group of people going away, jumping and waving. At the same time, a young man in his 20s was standing at the entrance of the ferry in a suit. He was holding a black container in his hand, which contained his clothes. He stood there blankly, so that Lele didn't feel anything when he bumped into him. "Ah, I'm really sorry." Although Lele was usually arrogant and unreasonable, she still knew basic manners, just like she bumped into someone now. "Ah, it's okay." The young man only glanced at Lele lightly, as if he didn't care about this matter, and still looked into the distance. A closer look revealed that his eyes contained a lot of emotions, and the shadow of the city was reflected in his pupils. He looked like he was very eager for land. "Lele, come up quickly, let's arrange the room for tonight," Kuroshita Sakurako said. Although Lele was puzzled by the young man, he was curious about why he was standing here. However, this puzzlement only flashed by and soon disappeared. People were surging, coming and going. Just 10 minutes before the ship was about to leave the port, a little fat man ran over with a lot of snacks in his arms. He also had a big skull bag on his back. The little fat man was a Jin who participated in this big eater competition. Although a Jin knew that there were many delicious foods on the ferry, he also knew that there were various buffets on the ferry. But he was still afraid that he would not be used to it, so he bought a lot of food from a nearby convenience store. Similarly, he passed by the dazed young man. However, the young man who had been carrying the container stood like a petrified statue. "Sartre?" A Jin quickly noticed the boy he had ignored, and stepped back again. Sartre, whose name was called, quickly woke up as if someone had pressed his acupoints. PS author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give 1.6 price tickets, please ask for anything. 330 high-tech in the world of Pokemon. 330 high-tech in the world of Pokemon. Sartre's eyes were empty at first, but after seeing a Jin, his soul seemed to be awakened. He looked at Ajin in surprise, his eyes full of doubts. Ajin, why are you on this ship again? Ajin sighed, and his tone expressed Sartre's complaint that he didn't understand him. We are old acquaintances, don't you know me yet? I am a person who can't sit still, and traveling around is my character. Ajin sighed, he put the snacks on the other side, freed up a hand to push Sartre forward. The ship is about to leave, are you still in a daze? Sartre seemed to be waiting for something, he said, I just want to wait a little longer, I respect my inner the choice of the heart. Ajin looked at Sartre with some doubt. You haven't planned to leave this ship yet? Or haven't you made up your mind yet? Sartre shook his head and said, I don't know. Ajin sighed, if you don't know, think about it again. There is still the next stop, and you can get off the ship again at the next stop. Don't waste time, come on board with me first, and then we can talk together. By the way, I also brought a lot of delicious food from land, and then we will share it and eat it together. Sartre hesitated and still got on the ship with Ajin. After getting on the ship, He Qiangzi and others went to the service desk to wait for the waitress to arrange the room. After getting the room card number, Ye Chen entered his room and took a quick shower. The room was well set up. There was a place for poke balls on the table, and there was also a place for Pokemon incubators. These places are collectively called cabins, equivalent to one seat. These poke balls are placed in the booth. There is a potion pill at the bottom of the booth, similar to the mothballs placed in the cloakroom. The potion pill under the booth is a consumable item that can nourish the Pokemon inside through the Pokemon ball. When the potion is consumed, the staff who come to clean regularly will replace the potion pill inside. At the same time, there is a potion pill and a searchlight under the Pokemon incubator. The potion pill is placed in the injection, and the medicine in the injection will be sprayed into the injection by piercing the gelatinous protective layer at the bottom. The design of the incubator is also very exquisite. After the injection is pierced, it will not cause the maintenance fluid to flow out, and the incubator itself will not have any damage. And the searchlight can observe the status of the Pokemon inside at any time, and complete these things without disturbing the Pokemon. Ye Chen stood by the bed, looking at Logia inside. At this time, Logia had just developed little, and could only barely see the mung bean-sized eyes and small body. Its belly is wrapped with an umbilical cord, and the end of the umbilical cord for absorbing nutrients is the eggshell, and the treetop-like tissue at the end is tightly attached to the eggshell. Ye Chen stared at it for a while and found it a little funny, because the Logia inside twitched from time to time. And it changed its position, just like dancing in the water. Not only 283, if anyone wants the Pokemon incubator or Pokemon ball on the table, they must pass the fingerprint lock. And the fingerprint lock had been recorded by Ye Chen at the front desk before, so only Ye Chen could move the elves on the table. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 331 Jiraki appears. Speculations on the world. 331 Jiraki appears. Speculations on the world. After staying in the room for a while, Ye Chen prepared to rest. Before resting, he subconsciously opened his mobile phone and a news popped up. A mysterious air mass appeared in the Pokemon Superpower observation. Jiraki was found. It must be said that Ye Chen thought this title was very interesting, and even Ye Chen himself couldn't help but click in to see it. When he clicked in, he was still thinking whether it was a title party to increase the number of views or something, but when he saw the news, it turned out to be released by the official. And pictures speak for themselves. Ye Chen did see the secret realm found in a forest near Asashai city, and the shadow of Jiraki was photographed by an aerial camera. The person who wrote this article seemed to be afraid that others would not believe what he said was true, so he explained the location and background of the shooting in detail under the picture. This was what a Pokemon observer discovered, because he wanted to know what the interaction between Pokemon was like, their living habits, and so on. So, he created a stone in the forest and installed a camera inside it. He also arranged a small Pokemon robot to blend into the Pokemon group. At first, Ye Chen read it with great interest, just as he took this article as a novel. But he lost his composure halfway through. The forest mentioned in the article, isn't it the forest he went to a few days ago? Also, the original author of this article indicated at the bottom when he took the photo. And the time he took the photo was the day they left the Matsuba gym and came to Asahi City. Such a wonderful thing happened in the same forest. Ye Chen couldn't help but admire. The rarity of Jiraki is well known. It wakes up only once every 1,000 years. If Jiraki likes you, you can make a wish for free. The wish is unlimited, any wish is fine, including making your pet stronger, making yourself beautiful, handsome, and rich. Ye Chen regretted that he missed a good opportunity, relying on the strength of his Pokemon team and the telepathic communication function of the Dream Demon. Ye Chen was sure that if he met Jiraki, he would definitely take Jiraki's wish, but this thing was also missed. But the next picture explains everything. Jiraki was on the muddy road that they had walked on before and had been trampled countless times by travelers. At the same time, at the shooting site, the photo also captured a group of chrysanthemums and geraniums. Not only that, there were also Charizard and Apakis, bullfrog, crocodile, and other Pokemon creatures. At the same time, the shadows of a girl and a boy were left behind. Ye Chen saw at a glance that this was the time when he rescued Lele. The time was right, but where were Kurashina Sakurako, Zioxy, and her car, and Guangxia? The screen did not capture the key shot. But at this moment, Ye Chen suddenly thought of something extremely terrifying. Why was Jiraki there at that time? I clearly remember that the Dream Demon said that there was a super powerful psychic Pokemon nearby. Why didn't I take a photo of that huge psychic Pokemon? Although Jiraki is a psychic Pokemon, Jiraki has a good nature. At least it can be said to be pure and kind. It stands to reason that such a powerful and pure and kind psychic Pokemon would not hurt other weak Pokemon. Because they are compassionate. On the contrary, humans are the most cruel creatures, because they dare to hurt even their own kind. P.S. Author's words: ask for full subscription, ask for custom subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Ask for full subscription, ask for custom subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Let. Ask for full subscription, ask for custom subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 332 dreams that I don't want to recall again. 332 dreams that I don't want to recall again. After thinking about it, Ye Chen's first reaction was that Jiraki was framed. Later, he thought about it again and felt that something was not right. Because it could be the other way around. Jiraki might still be there, but it was possible that Jiraki was not the real Jiraki, but a fake Jiraki. Why did Ye Chen say that? Because Ye Chen thought that it was possible that another powerful psychic Pokemon used illusions to deceive the camera, so the camera showed the picture of Jiraki. Because the place where Jiraki was originally where Black 7 Shadow and the others were waiting. The more he thought about it, the bigger his head became. Ye Chen simply buried his head in the pillow and closed his eyes. While he was dazed, he came to a forest in a trance. The green trees provided shade, which was very suitable for tourists to rest in the shade. Ye Chen didn't know what role he played in this dream. At this time, he didn't realize that it was a dream. He just walked forward subconsciously, thinking that he and his partner were lost. But suddenly, a dark fog appeared in front of him. There was a vortex in the middle of the fog. The vortex was deep and could not be seen at a glance. There were some tiny electric wires near the thick fog, which seemed to warn strangers in all directions, don't come in. But when Ye Chen saw this group of fog, he subconsciously thought of the BJBG secret realm mentioned before. Ye Chen instinctively prepared to step into the secret realm to find out. But before he could get rid of the thick fog, Ye Chen saw an elf in the fog staring at him with bright red eyes. Ye Chen was startled. When he saw who the owner of the black shadow was, Ye Chen found that it was a Jiraki. Yes, that's right, it was a Jiraki. Ye Chen didn't understand what the meaning of Jiraki's appearance here was. But when he saw Jiraki's eyes, he found that it was full of unfriendly attitude towards him, and the electric wires wrapped around it were like a wandering snake. Ye Chen was shocked. He just wanted to come out, but hesitated. Because he heard the call from the spring. Brother Ye Chen, save me! Brother Ye Chen, save me! The sound from the spring was behind the secret realm, and it was a Jiraki guarding the secret realm. Brother Ye Chen! The voice stopped abruptly, and Ye Chen suddenly opened his eyes and found that he was still on the ship, and everything that had just happened was just a dream. Waking up in the evening, the room was dark, which gave people a sense of loneliness. Ye Chen turned on the light, and the room was instantly bright. The knock on the door sounded again. Brother Ye Chen? Brother Chen, are you there? This was Leilei's voice. Oh, I'm still here. Ye Chen sat on the bed and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then I'll come in. Leilei asked politely, she seemed to have been waiting outside for a while. Come in, Leilei. Leilei opened the door, jumped into the room, and said with a smile. Brother Chen, you slept so late, come out to eat quickly, I heard there will be a good show tonight. Okay, wait for me. Ye Chen picked up his pokeball and closed the door. Only the Pokemon incubator was faintly glowing in the room. This ferry is multifunctional, with a pet restaurant, a pet lounge, a chess and card room, a dance hall, a movie theater, a game room, a buffet restaurant, etc. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 333 A grand ball. 333 A grand ball. Ye Chen handed his Pokemon to the person in charge of the Pokemon restaurant. Since the boat tickets bought by He Qingzi for them were the deluxe version, insurance services were provided on the tickets. If anything happened to the elves or the food, they could claim compensation services. And the Dream Demon followed its usual principles and chose to stay with Ye Chen. It went almost wherever Ye Chen went. Ye Chen could only take some energy cubes from the Pokemon restaurant and feed some to the Dream Demon from time to time. They came to the restaurant, and the always elegant and dignified He Qingzi had already changed into tonight's evening dress. Guangxia was also beside him, wearing a handsome suit. As soon as he saw Ye Chen, Guangxia greeted Ye Chen from a distance, Brother Ye Chen, come quickly. Guangxia seemed very active, completely different from the miserable pleading voice of Guangxia in the dream. This made Ye Chen sigh, fortunately it was just a dream. Guangxia was very happy now, that was all. When they walked to Guangxia and the others, He Qingzi took out 2 prepared clothes, one for Ye Chen and the other for Leilei's evening dress. Under the leadership of Xioxi, the 2 changed their clothes in the dressing room. When they came out, the banquet officially started. As strangers, most of them were discussing the topic of Pokemon with each other. However, some people were not particularly familiar with the environment here, so they chose to wear masks to see the situation first and decide what to do at the moment. Ye Chen also chose to wear a mask, and Meng Yao also wore a mask for fun. Correspondingly, He Qingzi, Guangxia and Lei all wore masks. The party started with a chat among the crowd. Some people started talking about the Pokemon Grand Contest held in Asashai City. Some people started talking about Ami, and some people talked about the gym competition. Kuroshita Sakurako was also approached by someone. The approacher was an ambitious woman who wore a burgundy evening dress and handed the sparkling water brought by the waiter to her. Kuroshita Sakurako took the sparkling water and smiled happily, as if she had met an old friend she hadn't seen for many years. Because the distance between them was a little far, Ye Chen didn't know what they were talking about, but their behavior looked like they had known each other for a long time. Guangxia went to find food by himself, and Lei followed Ye Chen all the time. Sometimes when she found something delicious, she would come over and ask Ye Chen to taste it. Although Lei's appetite was small, every time she saw Ye Chen eating, she would feel the happiness of eating delicious food. But soon after, someone clapped and signaled everyone to be quiet, and the people present immediately quieted down, and all turned their eyes to the place that called for silence. "Isn't that the little fat guy in the game this afternoon? Why is he here too?" Although the little fat guy was wearing a mask, Lei still recognized the little fat guy at a glance just by his voice and body shape. "Hello everyone, this time, my friend Sartre and I want to perform a song called Moonlight for everyone. Please applaud and encourage us." It must be said that Lei admits that this little fat guy is a good hand at creating an atmosphere. Although he said he was unwilling, he couldn't help but clap his hands. P.S. Author's words: please subscribe, please flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Performance of Speaker Cricket and Long-Eared Rabbit. 334 Performance of Speaker Cricket and Long-Eared Rabbit. The little fat man was holding a violin and standing next to a piano, looking ready to play at any time. Next to the little fat man was the young man in his 20s that Lei had seen before. He was not wearing a mask, and his eyes showed a cheerful atmosphere. At this time, after the little fat man finished speaking, the young man said, "My partner and I will play a wonderful song, and my Pokemon Speaker Cricket and Long-Eared Rabbit will be responsible for bringing everyone a wonderful visual experience of 290. After Sartre finished speaking, the audience burst into applause like a tide. Sartre signaled the staff with his eyes, and the staff immediately understood and cleared a space. This space was to ensure that the Speaker Cricket and the Long-Eared Rabbit could complete the performance smoothly without hurting anyone. After all the preparations were done, Sartre pressed the first white key on the piano, and a crisp sound rang out. Then Sartre began to play the piano rhythmically, and the whole tone was in a stable state. After entering a certain stage, Ajin grasped the opportunity to start playing the violin. The violin's sound is long and soft, driving the melody. Sartre then starts to use his left hand to hit the piano keys to deepen the rhythm. The Speaker Cricket also starts to sing in a high voice. The Speaker Cricket is originally a music-type Pokemon, so singing is a natural skill for it. The Long-Eared Rabbit also starts to dance a beautiful waltz. Moreover, the singing of the Speaker Cricket is originally a skill that can materialize notes. The Long-Eared Rabbit is as light as a swallow, and its agility reveals its softness everywhere. When these notes are poured out from the mouth of the Speaker Cricket, the force is the box cricket got it just right. These notes did not attack the tourists, but flew towards the Long-Eared Rabbit. The Long-Eared Rabbit was not panicked when it saw the flying attack, but jumped over, turned 360 degrees in the air and kicked, breaking the notes made by the box cricket. These notes turned into sparkling fragments of light, scattered among the crowd. It was a beautiful performance, and Ye Chen couldn't help but admire it. Although the Dream Demon had been hurt before, it was more or less an optimistic elf. After being influenced by the music, it flew in the air. They started dancing. Lei's eyes widened as she watched, and at that moment, she thought of her Pakis. However, Pakis was too big, and it was still recuperating in the Pocus ball, so she couldn't summon it at all. Lele felt a little disappointed, and she thought that Pocus should also come to see such a beautiful scene. So she took out her mobile phone and recorded the performance. And the performance continued. The speaker cricket used the gas concentration, and the surrounding air immediately became a vortex, and soon became a ball with a large amount of concentrated gas. This time, the gas bomb hit the long-eared rabbit mercilessly. The long-eared rabbit was very agile, perhaps because it had practiced many times before. When the gas bomb came, the long-eared rabbit had already turned over and adjusted its position in the air, and used the freezing light on the gas bomb mercilessly. The gas bomb was like a ball frozen in the air by ice. The speaker cricket used singing to attack the long-eared rabbit again. After breaking all the notes, the long-eared rabbit kicked the ice that had just been frozen. The ice exploded in an instant, and the scattered colorful fragments outside, together with the explosive shock wave of the ice and the gas bomb, suddenly became a ring. Because the ice can refract colorful light, under the colorful ring, there are many large and small ice blocks like colorful stones, and finally fell, making a crisp sound. These sounds are linked with the sounds of the piano and violin that are about to end, which are very beautiful. P.S. Author's words: please subscribe to 1.6, please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me evaluation tickets, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me evaluation tickets, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me evaluation tickets, please all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 335 Moonlight. 335 Moonlight. At the end of the song, the whole audience began to burst into thunderous applause. The audience in the underworld also went from eating all the time to watching. It was very enjoyable. Ye Chen suddenly had a general impression of the young man on the piano. Fighting is not just fighting, it must be elegant. And the perfect part must be shown to everyone, because elegance will never go out of style. The pianist and violinist Ajin on the stage bowed deeply to every audience member below the stage. Similarly, the speaker cricket and the curly ears also bowed politely to everyone present. It immediately gave people a very comfortable feeling, because everyone was very polite. The pianist's speaker cricket, the long-eared rabbit, the pianist himself and the 19th violinist quickly left the stage. Then everyone started talking and laughing again. After dinner, everyone even started to dance in the ballroom on their own, and the people in the buffet restaurant gradually dispersed. Ye Chen was going out to digest his food after dinner. It was cool at night, and it took away the heat of this morning. And today's moon was very big and round, shining the deck of the ship, and many elves would choose to fight at this time. Lele also followed Ye Chen and looked at the sparkling sea. Not far away, a Gyarados jumped out of the water and roared, deafening. But it soon disappeared in the sea again, but everyone was used to it, because this world is diverse. In addition to sharks, dolphins, and elves, marine creatures are like weaklings or delicious shrimps in front of these elves. Nourishing this sea area, the lethality of sharks seems to be nothing compared to elves. Sometimes when Gyarados sneezes, the sharks in the sea will be scared. It's so boring, Ye Chen, don't you feel bored? Although the scenery here is beautiful, it's true. But it will be boring if you keep looking at it, don't you think? Lele looked up at Ye Chen and covered her mouth with her hand and blew. After playing all day today, she was a little sleepy. How about we play spitting? See who can spit farther. At this point, Lele became excited and sobered up, looking at Ye Chen with some expectation. Come on. Ye Chen patted Lele's head and said. You are a bit strange, how could you think of this? Lolyalu. Lele stuck out his tongue, put his hands behind his back and stepped back. Oh, no more, I'm a little tired today, see you tomorrow, Ye Chen, bye. Before Ye Chen greeted Lele, Lele left first. Ye Chen began to think about the dream tonight again. He began to wonder if the appearance of Jiraki had something to do with the boy named Guangxia. Because Jiraki seemed to be guarding Guangxia in the dream or imprisoning Guangxia in the name of protection, at least that's what it appeared in the dream. It stands to reason that the two are not unrelated, because Ye Chen clearly remembers that Guangxia was always in low spirits during those days. He was always sleepy, and even slept in the car for a day and a night, and 290 also replenished a lot of food after getting off the car. Ami is needless to say, she is a big eater, but Guangxia, in his heart, Ye Chen thinks Guangxia is a gentle person. It stands to reason that he can't have such a big interest in food. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 336 Request from Ajin. 336 Request from Ajin. Ye Chen continued to infer, not realizing that he had formed a brainstorm in his mind. At this moment, a short and fat figure came in front of Ye Chen. He put his arm on the railing, looked up at the sky with a melancholy look, imitating Ye Chen's appearance. Ajin. Ye Chen was not sure whether the man in front of him was really called Ajin. He just called out tentatively, but he didn't expect the other party to respond. Ye Chen, I heard that you are the strongest man in the entire Kanto region, right? Ye Chen shook his head. No, you are exaggerating a bit. Although Ye Chen believed that he could also be ranked among the 12 heavenly kings. But Ye Chen still didn't plan to say what he thought in his heart, but just made some polite remarks. Because he didn't know much about Ajin, and he didn't know what Ajin's purpose was, not to mention that he just came up and boasted about himself. No, at least you are the best in my heart. I once heard your name on the radio station in Yuanzhou City. And you are the champion of the Big Eater competition this morning. In my eyes, you should be an all-round talent who can do everything. Jing turned around, looked at Ye Chen with a firm gaze, and said directly. Ye Chen, can you do me a favor? Why should I help you? Perhaps because of his unfamiliarity with Ajin, Ye Chen subconsciously took a defensive posture. He did not open his heart to Ajin, but Ajin did not retreat because of Ye Chen's attitude, but instead faced the challenge and said, Ye Chen, I actually think you can bring faith to others. The little girl named Lele beside you looks sick. Although she is in good condition, it is not difficult to see the fatigue hidden in her eyes, but I can see from her eyes that she can get to where she is today because of you. And in my eyes, I would think that the little boy is only suitable for studying and not for playing in the gym. But I heard during your conversation that he has won the badge of the Sanjai gym. So can you do me a favor? Can change the decision of faith. It is easy to change the country, but it is difficult to change the nature. The root of a person cannot be changed. At most, I can act as a guide and remind him. Ye Chen was actually very happy to meet a calm person like Ajin, but Ajin did not put forward any conditions when he asked for help. So Ye Chen was ready to leave. But at this moment, the system in his mind suddenly made a sound. Mission, help Sartre leave the ship, and reward a diamond of friendship. When Ye Chen first heard the mission, he still didn't understand. Isn't it a simple thing to leave the ship? As long as you are willing to step out, don't you need someone to hold you? Please wait for Ye Chen. Ajin called Ye Chen, and Ye Chen stopped at this time and chose to accept the mission. Ye Chen stopped, turned his head and asked. What's wrong? Ajin's tone was afraid that Ye Chen would really leave without helping him, and said. I need your faith. If you help me, I can give you a GS ball. Ye Chen was stunned, but he looked up to Ajin. The GS ball can subdue any mythical beast. It is a ball that captures time and can catch celebi. Inside the ball is a capture net woven with logia's feathers and phoenix's feathers, which is very precious. Its value is very high, even priceless, and there is no market. It can even be said that it is hard to find a ball. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. The Pianist on the Sea. 337 The Pianist on the Sea. With such tempting conditions in Ajin's sincere eyes, Ye Chen made a prompt decision and agreed to Ajin's request without hesitation. However, Ye Chen did not know what Ajin's background was, but the one who had the GS ball must not be an ordinary person. Tell me, what happened? Ye Chen spoke first, but his movements did not stop. Ajin said, I have a friend, he is an orphan, grew up on the ship and met a pianist. He has a natural talent for fighting and music and has a high level of attainment in these two aspects. At first he had no Pokemon, but one day the master gave him a Pokemon ball, and he captured the elves abandoned on the bed. From then on, the two elves depended on him and became performers on this ship 293. But he never left the ship. His dream was to go to the big city, but he had no way. After saying that, Ajin sighed, as if he felt sorry for this genius. When Ajin mentioned this genius boy, he seemed to have a vague guess about it. Could it be the man named Sartre in the mission, or the pianist who performed for them tonight? I also persuaded him, and he agreed with me and said he would get off the ship with me. But he hesitated in the end and did not choose to get off the ship, but stayed here. I originally thought that I would never see my old friend again. But I didn't expect that he was still on this ship and didn't leave. I really don't know what to do with him. He is a perfect Pokemon coordination trainer who lives for music. Where is he? After a moment of silence, Ye Chen asked. Where is he? Ajin scratched his head, thought about it, and then answered Ye Chen's words. Sart should still be practicing the piano in the piano room, because he usually likes to play with it. Ye Chen nodded, don't worry, leave this to me. When Ye Chen said this, Ajin was a little moved. He didn't expect Ye Chen to be such a responsible man. But the next second, Ye Chen's words broke his fantasy. Ye Chen said, don't forget to give me the GS ball after the matter is done. Ajin was speechless. He looked at Ye Chen's back and felt strange. It seems that this Ye Chen is similar to himself. I thought it was a little different. Instead, he was a little more lively and funny, with the aura of a young man. Originally, Ajin thought that an elite like Ye Chen would only exude a cold aura. The ferry was very large, but Ye Chen still came to the piano room through the map. As soon as he opened the door of the piano room, he found that the man named Sartre was playing the piano selflessly. He had forgotten the time and the place, while the speaker cricket and long-eared rabbit next to him were playing music and dancing, adding a lot of color to the song. The song he played had a very heavy feeling, like the sorrow of a century, and like a memorial for a century, as if people all over the world bowed their heads and confessed in front of God. Until the end of the song, Sartre, a man, found that there was a person staring at him at the door of the piano room without blinking, and that person was Ye Chen. You are Ye Chen, hello, I have seen you in the newspaper. Sartre extended his hand to Ye Chen enthusiastically and said. P.S. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 338 The thief who stole the ball. 338 The thief who stole the ball. In fact, Sartre had also heard about it from Ajin. He mentioned Ye Chen and heard that he was a great person. Sartre never put himself in a very strong position, or a moral high ground, so he knew how to be humble. I felt that his talent was nothing, although it looked very good in the eyes of others. On the contrary, Ye Chen was like a burning flame, burning the pile of dry firewood in everyone's chest, making their hearts erect and beat again. He had a half premonition that a jinn came to ask Ye Chen to persuade him to get off the boat. Although he also wanted to get off the boat, he could not overcome his dependence on the boat. He was born and raised on the boat, and there were 2 very cute elves accompanying him. He felt that he had everything he needed. Although he was an orphan, he felt very happy and got off the boat. If he was surrounded by a strange environment and did not provide himself with sufficient conditions for creating music, he would feel isolated and lonely. Mr. Ye Chen, you are a jinn asked to help me figure it out. I don't plan to get off the boat. In order to avoid embarrassment for Ye Chen, Sartre decided to speak directly to Ye Chen and rejected Ye Chen's kindness. Who said I came to persuade you to get off the boat? And what do you mean by getting off the boat? I don't understand at all. I just think you play the piano better and come to appreciate it. Ye Chen said seriously, but he changed the subject and said, but I am curious about one thing. How did you come up with those combined moves? It is to make Pokemon show this beauty more perfectly. After listening to what Ye Chen said, Sartre seemed a little embarrassed. Could it be that he was being too sentimental? However, he did not show it on his face, and explained with a light cough. If you want the effect to be good, you have to make a preset in advance. If you don't know the opponent's strength, then start the battle, let the opponent attack first, and then respond later, and then predict the opponent's next move. In this way, the combination of moves will be more perfect. Sartre wanted to explain something. Ye Chen nodded. Oh, so that's the case, I roughly know what you mean. Sartre was surprised, he even thought Ye Chen was a genius who could be molded into a perfect person. He didn't say anything at all, Ye Chen already knew everything, as if he had everything in his hands. Just when Sartre was surprised by Ye Chen's talent, the alarm on the ceiling suddenly sounded. Alarm, alarm, there is an elf hunter sneaking in and landing at the Pokemon restaurant, please take protective measures. There are actually many elf bodyguards guarding this ferry, and it is really unexpected to encounter an elf hunter sneaking on the ship. Where did the elf hunter get the courage to announce his identity? Unless the security facilities here are not as complete as imagined, or the elf hunter in front of him is particularly strong. Otherwise, this kind of thing should be solved privately and secretly, so as not to tell everyone and cause panic. Oh no! Satter screamed, a jinn said he was going to Jinling restaurant, he is in danger. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me evaluation tickets, please give me all kinds of requests. Please subscribe to the full version, please subscribe to the full version, please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me evaluation tickets, please give me all kinds of things. Please subscribe to the full version, please subscribe to the full version, please give me flowers, asking for monthly tickets, asking for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. Enter. 339 Powerful Psychic Pokemon. 339 Powerful Psychic Pokemon. I'll go with you. Ye Chen said. The current situation is tense. Although Ye Chen had taken his Pokemon away when he left, the Pokemon of other passengers on the ship, they are still in dire straits, and what kind of organization is the Pokemon Hunter? They come to a global organization that specializes in snatching other people's Pokemon to make their troops stronger, but what is unreasonable to this world is that these people actually have their own 293 consortium. You'd better not go there or it's too dangerous, let me do it. Sartre obstructed Ye Chen. He thought that such a Pokemon genius would disdain to intervene in such things. What if such a genius fell? This will cause a great loss to the society, and if the champion is on the ship? What if his elf is injured? This will also cause a certain panic among the people of this world to the elf hunters around the world. So Sartre doesn't want this to happen. He still hopes that Ye Chen can hide in this piano room for a while and wait until the matter is over. But Ye Chen doesn't think so. Ye Chen thinks that when encountering difficulties, it should be people like them who are more powerful to come forward to stop it. This is the right choice. What's the matter with hiding together? Like a coward. If Sartre told Ye Chen what he was thinking, Ye Chen would probably laugh on the spot. What kind of genius is it to avoid trouble? What kind of genius is it to not survive this time? But he didn't say much, just condensed thousands of words into one sentence. Believe me. Ye Chen said so. Okay. Sartre saw Ye Chen's determination from his firm eyes, nodded gently and said, okay. The two quickly prepared to run to the Pokemon restaurant. Ye Chen wanted to go through the elevator at first, but Sartre pulled Ye Chen to the opposite direction of the elevator and said, come on, this way, let's take a shortcut. Ye Chen nodded. At the same time, while running and walking, he took out his Pokemon ball, and his little elf was the psychic Dream Demon. Come out, Dream Demon! With a red light, the Dream Demon immediately appeared in the air. It was very well behaved. While quickly following Ye Chen's movement, it was ready to listen to Ye Chen's instructions. Dream Demon, use instant teleportation first, go to the Pokemon restaurant to see the situation first. The Dream Demon nodded, and the next second its figure disappeared in front of Ye Chen and the others. But at the same time, Ye Chen did not lose contact with the Dream Demon, because the Dream Demon kept in touch with Ye Chen through telepathy. Master, I can't enter the Pokemon restaurant. The Pokemon seem to be divided. If Meng Yao is asked to describe what division means, Meng Yao will definitely say that it is an analogy. Suppose that this fairy was originally part of a continent, but one day due to the movement of the Earth's crust, a part of the continent suddenly became an island and drifted farther and farther away. The Pokemon restaurant is currently facing such a situation. The Pokemon restaurant cannot be entered, and it seems to be isolated from the world, so that Meng Yao can feel a strong mental fluctuation when entering the venue, which bounces it away and prevents it from entering. It seems that there is a very powerful Pokemon here, and its willpower does not allow me to enter. Meng Yao said. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please order by yourself, flowers, monthly tickets, 1.6 evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 340 Change Tactics. 340 Change Tactics. When the Dream Demon said that the opponent was a very powerful psychic Pokemon, Ye Chen suddenly seemed to think of something. He vaguely remembered that the Dream Demon also said that he met a powerful Pokemon in the forest. But what is the intention of this psychic Pokemon? Why do you want to do something to hurt Pokemon? And even if Ye Chen is given 100 hearts, Ye Chen can never imagine how the Pokemon hunter has such a powerful Pokemon as a supporter. Unless there is a very powerful trainer inside, even more powerful than the 12 kings, then it is qualified to allow the Pokemon hunter to be rampant. Although Ye Chen didn't know what the elf hunters did in the restaurant, nor why the Dream Demon couldn't get in, the current situation of the elf restaurant was described by the Dream Demon. There were many 19-year-old Miss Juncha standing outside the elf restaurant. Miss Juncha was holding a gun in her hand and ready to rush in at any time, but they didn't dare to act rashly, and the elves who were hostages were being threatened by the elf hunters in the restaurant. With their lives at stake, they didn't dare to take the lives of so many elves as a bet. However, Ye Chen soon discovered a loophole. How did these elf hunters rush into the restaurant? And the reason why Miss Juncha didn't dare to act rashly. It may be that there was surveillance by the huge psychic Pokemon, or it may be that the other elf hunters were standing outside the restaurant as spies and passing information to the inside. In this way, they can pack up these elf balls and take them away blatantly. Meng Yao, are there any elf hunters outside the restaurant? Meng Yao was silent for a moment, and soon gave Ye Chen a positive answer. There are 2 elf hunters 20 meters behind a swimming pool behind the elf restaurant. I know. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes and said to Meng Yao, don't go to the restaurant first. Since the restaurant is a mental wall created by that huge superpower Pokemon, let's attack from the outside first. You use illusion to confuse the 2 elf hunters to go to other places, and then we will take them down in one fell swoop. Okay, Master. Meng Yao is an extremely obedient elf, and he works very fast, so much so that Ye Chen doubts whether this elf is a natural assassin. Master, I have dealt with them. Those 2 are 10 meters away from you. You can probably deceive the psychic elf by stripping their clothes and changing them, but you should be careful. Okay. Ye Chen was still shocked by Meng Yao's efficiency. Although the level of Meng Yao was very low, the speed, attack and agility of Meng Yao were very high, and it would also make favorable differences in the environment. It would think about the pros and cons, and its mind was very calm, so that Ye Chen began to trust Meng Yao more and more unconsciously. And Meng Yao was like a pillar, bearing the weight. At that time, the 2 elf hunters were still chatting, and the other was still smoking and playing with his mobile phone. The guy playing with his phone thought of something funny and couldn't help laughing out loud. He said with a smile, "Today is a great harvest. The boss will definitely reward us when we go back. I didn't expect there are so many elves in a ferry, and they are so easy to rob." The other elf hunter who was guarding the protective wall seriously rolled his eyes at what the elf hunter 300 said. Go away, if the boss hadn't invited that elf, how could things be so smooth? Let's just muddle along. Maybe the elf will resist when it wakes up completely. What if he doesn't realize it yet? Let's grab some first. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets. Please ask for everything. Please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets. Please ask for everything. Please order all, order by yourself, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 341 Infiltrate the elf hunters. 341 Infiltrate the elf hunters. Just when the 2 were chatting casually, they saw their leader coming over and said to them that the matter had been resolved and we could leave as soon as possible. At that time, the 2 elf hunters did not have any intention of being on guard. When they saw that it was their leader, they agreed and prepared to evacuate here quickly. But when they were about to evacuate, they found that the place they arrived at was empty, and when they reacted and looked back, they found that there was a dream demon staring at them with scarlet eyes. And the dream demon exuded black air all over his body, as if countless resentful spirits gathered on this dream demon, and the target he attacked was the 2 elf hunters. What happened later? The 2 elf hunters were completely unconscious. When they woke up, they were arrested by Miss Junsha, but that's a story for later. Ye Chen and Sartre changed into the clothes of elf hunters. At first Sartre wanted to take Ye Chen to the elf restaurant by taking a shortcut, because he was very familiar with the terrain, and Ye Chen cooperated at first. But later, Ye Chen suddenly said he wanted to go in another direction, and Sartre didn't believe Ye Chen at first. Because Ye Chen was a stranger to the people on this ship, and it was his first time on this ship. But for some reason, Sartre chose to believe Ye Chen unconditionally. Knowing that this was the wrong thing, but he still had to follow Ye Chen to do it. Inexplicably, Sartre also realized that he had developed an unprecedented sense of dependence on Ye Chen. Sure enough, just when the 2 of them just arrived at the corner of a cabin, they found 2 elf hunters lying in a pool of blood. I don't know what they went through, but from the humming coming from their noses, the 2 elf hunters are still alive. Let's change our clothes quickly. Ye Chen took the lead and Sartre also started his own actions quickly. Soon the 2 changed their clothes. Ye Chen followed the instructions of the dream demon and came to a back door of the elf restaurant. This back door was guarded by an elf hunter, which Ye Chen never expected. It is estimated that this elf hunter had already set his sights on this ship a few days ago, and had long been familiar with the structure and terrain of the ship, so he started the action so blatantly. In the first level, they deceived the psychic Pokémon that condensed into a mental wall. This is a superpower Pokémon that has already regarded this Pokémon restaurant as its own food, or its own territory. Logically speaking, when Ye Chen and his friends arrived, this Pokémon with superpowers had an immune reaction. But when he saw the clothes Ye Chen was wearing, he half-heartedly assumed that Ye Chen was one of his own. So he did not launch a substantial attack on Ye Chen and Sartre. Sartre was very nervous along the way, fearing that the Pokémon hunters would discover their true identities, although they were not inferior to those Pokémon hunters in terms of strength. But when they were disguised as Pokémon hunters, they felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. The Pokémon hunter who opened the back door for them just glanced at them and subconsciously felt that they looked a little unfamiliar, as if they had never seen them anywhere. But when he saw the clothes they were wearing, he assumed that they were his companions, because the number of Pokémon hunters was really too large, and it was estimated that he could not recognize all the people in the entire organization. P.S. Author's words: please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please. Skin. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 342 to save a person. 342 to save a person. After entering, Ye Chen did not act rashly. He went in to see the actual situation first. He had a hunch that they had entered the protection circle of the psychic Pokémon, which was equivalent to the territory of the psychic Pokémon. But he didn't know how strong the psychic Pokémon was, so he couldn't attack them immediately. Soon after entering the interior, continue to walk straight forward for 2 minutes and you will reach the Pokémon restaurant. At this time, the Pokémon restaurant was filled with all kinds of painful screams, from the old and young, and the waiters all squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. They showed a look of fear on their faces, fearing that these Pokémon hunters would really do something to them. What they were more afraid of was that the 300 Pokémon hunters would kill their Pokémon. These Pokémon hunters grinned with sly eyes and showed disdain for their fear. The more people here were afraid of these Pokémon hunters, the more excited they felt. Among them, there was a girl who was dressed differently from ordinary Pokémon hunters. She held a berry in her hand and put it in her mouth, chewing it in big mouthfuls, making a crisp sound. She showed an unusually satisfied look on her face, lifted her cheek and smiled. This berry is really delicious. I was too narrow-minded before and wanted to catch all the Pokémon from that forest. You should know that Yuanzi City has just calmed down a turmoil, BJBG, and the instructors responsible for managing hunters are not guarding the forest. 5 kills of Pokémon do not require Pokémon passes at all. At first, I thought I could catch all the Pokémon in the forest, but later a nosy guy appeared. If you are really not afraid of retribution, it is better to stay on this ship and do whatever you want. Seeing you look so pitiful, I want to laugh. It's really ridiculous. After saying that, the woman also showed a teasing expression, and she was about to throw the fruit core she had eaten on the head of a child who had just turned 3 months old. Although Ye Chen wanted to see the situation first, the woman's behavior made Ye Chen unbearable, so he ordered the dream demon to control the fruit core. After Meng Yao controlled the fruit box, he saw what had just happened. He was full of resentment towards the woman, so he smashed the fruit core on the woman's head at a rapid speed. The woman originally planned to pick the next food to eat, but she didn't expect that a sudden fruit core would hit her head, making her cry out in pain. "Little elf, you are so brave!" The woman covered her head, and her big red mouth roared at Meng Yao angrily. Meng Yao didn't care about the woman's anger. It immediately pounced forward and used the shadow ball on the woman. But at this moment, the ball froze in mid-air, as if time was forbidden, and then the shadow ball flew towards the direction of the dream demon. Behind the dream demon was the mother with the baby in her arms. The dream demon was in a dilemma. He could have avoided the shadow ball, but for the sake of the mother and the child, he faced the shadow ball and used the shadow attack on the shadow ball. Because Ye Chen had obtained the soul gathering talisman before, and the soul gathering talisman had always been hidden on the dream demon, so the dream demon always had a bonus. In addition, there were many ghost souls willing to be loyal to the dream demon in the Pokémon cemetery last time, so when the dream demon performed the shadow attack, countless Pokémon ghosts emerged from the shadow attack. PS Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please give me all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 343 Rescue the escapees. 343 Rescue the escapees. These shadows are like devils from hell. They stretched out their long black arms and formed a pool of shadows on the ground again. The shadows opened their big mouths and ate all the shadow balls into their stomachs, just like eating nutrients for energy supply, and easily digested the shadow balls. However, Ye Chen could not watch Meng Yao and a little elf fight alone. Although he did not know how strong they were, if Meng Yao was allowed to persist alone, the physical load was not small. He immediately threw an energy cube to Meng Yao, and Meng Yao immediately got into the elf ball to rest after catching it. Ye Chen summoned the fire-breathing dragon and the double-axe dragon at this moment. Before summoning the double-axe dragon and the fire-breathing dragon, Ye Chen asked the dream demon to cast an illusion again. However, the illusion was only used in a small range, and the target was Ye Chen. Ye Chen originally appeared as a person, but in the eyes of others, he was just a ball of air, because after using the illusion, Ye Chen blended into the environment. Ye Chen, who blended into the environment, quickly ran to the red-haired female leader in hot clothes and casually took a freshly made spoon. He went to the knee of the lesbian. After the knee of the female leader was stabbed, she knelt on the ground subconsciously, grimacing in pain, but before she could react, Ye Chen was one step ahead and put the fork on her neck. Ye Chen's other hand was not idle either. He strangled her neck with his elbow, making it difficult for the female leader to move and could only struggle. "What are you doing? Do you know the consequences of doing this?" The female leader was out of breath and almost fainted, but she still endured the pain and uttered a few words. "I don't know the consequences, I only know that I am upholding justice," Ye Chen said righteously. The female leader wanted to struggle, but her strength was not as great as Ye Chen's, and her body was tightly clamped by Ye Chen. Pilot uses destructive rays. Appa uses poison needles. These Pokémon hunters knew that Ye Chen was threatening them, but they were helpless. If they hurt the people present, their leaders might lose their lives. So they made a difficult decision, which was to fight quickly. Speed to win. Since they couldn't beat Ye Chen, they could only attack Ye Chen's Pokémon. Charizard and Dual Axe War Dragon looked calm, watching these elves as if they were tickling themselves, and there was no big wave in their hearts. But the next second, Charizard and Double Axe War Dragon met eyes. They had a deep understanding and knew what each other meant. Then the two dragon-type Pokémon opened their mouths and roared at the sky. Charizard flew up and focused on the nearby Pokémon. The hunter's Pokémon did not even let the Pokémon hunter go, sweeping the ground with fire. Similarly, the dragon's wrath from Double Axe War Dragon was deafening, and the Pokémon hunter was forced to cover his mouth before he could even command his Pokémon. They even felt that their skin was going to have a life and death separation with their muscles, and they couldn't open their eyes normally. And when it was over, their Pokémon completely lost their ability to fight, facing such a powerful Charizard and Double Axe War Dragon, the Pokemon hunter's situation can be said to be powerless. 00. How could it be? The female leader opened her eyes wide, looking a little bit unbelievable. Originally, the boss just wanted to harvest a wave of leaks before the momentum was over. But they didn't expect that these elf hunters would become leaks, because the female leader knew very well that they were surrounded by a group of Miss Juncha outside. P's author's words: please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please give all kinds of things. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please give me all kinds of things. Please subscribe, please give me flowers, please give me all kinds of things, ask for monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Ask for full order, custom order, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. Enter. 344 breaking in. 344 breaking in. Several people in Guangxia have been standing outside for a long time. Let me in. Our companion is still inside, I want to save him. Lele is an impatient person. After hearing that Ye Chen disappeared after 10 o'clock in the evening, he mentally estimated whether Ye Chen had also gone in. At this time, Ajin didn't have anything in his mind, after all, it was he who asked Ye Chen to chat with Sartre. However, after Ye Chen agreed to meet Sartre, Sartre disappeared in the piano room. 300 From the last surveillance, Sartre seemed to be in the restaurant with Ye Chen, and the camera of the Pokemon buffet restaurant had been completely destroyed. It was impossible to retrieve the contents inside, so we didn't know the current situation of the people inside. Be quiet, young lady. Have you ever considered your friends when you act so recklessly? Your friends may be in a very dangerous situation. The roar of the dragon just now, as well as the sounds of various Pokemon fighting, were clearly heard by everyone outside. It didn't look like peace. It seemed that a very intense melee had begun inside. If we went in at this time, there might be some casualties. Miss Juncha could only hold a loudspeaker and shout to the people inside. Listen carefully, people inside. You can't escape now. Why don't we come out and have a good talk? Maybe after your priesthood is released, you can have a new deal. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. But there was no movement inside, and there was still the sound of Pokemon fighting. The situation did not look optimistic. When Guangxia saw this scene, his face turned slightly pale, his lips trembled, his eyes widened, and he put his hands together in front of his chest, making a look of prayer. About a minute later, he summoned his companions, Dabahu and Pang Keting. Pang Keting, Dabahu, what I want you to do now is to stop Miss Juncha. Guangxia asked Pang Keting and Dabahu to come closer, lowered his voice and said, "Can you help me stop Miss Juncha and the others first?" Pang K. Is it really okay for you to do this? I feel that you have consumed a lot of luck to save Ye Chen. The next time you wake up, it will probably be 10,000 years later. Pang Keting showed a worried look on his face at this time. He looked at the sweat on Guangxia's forehead and felt distressed. Guangxia is an elf who has lived with him since childhood. How can Pang Keting bear it? He constantly consumes his vitality and finally achieves the purpose of sleeping? Dabahu also thought so. They all thought that Guangxia should not waste his vitality to save a person who would not have any connection with him at all. That's what they thought before. Wouldn't it be better to live happily in the forest? However, when Guangxia insisted on doing so, they couldn't stop him because it was his wish and he could only respect it. It couldn't be changed at all. You couldn't force him to die. Guangxia winked at Band-Aid and Dabahu. Fat Keting sighed for a moment. Dabahu also looked at Guangxia with regretful eyes and nodded. Then, Guangxia rushed into the yellow cordon at a flying speed and swung his fists and hit the door hard. Bang! For some reason, the iron door was smashed like plastic by Guangxia. At that time, Miss Juncha was stopped by Fat Ketting and Dabahu and couldn't move at all. PS Authors 1.6, please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please say it 3 times. Important things. Please 345 The comedian who saved the scene. 345 The comedian who saved the scene. By the time Miss Juncha and the others reacted, the iron gate had been opened. They subconsciously thought that this was the time when danger came, so they immediately took out their mechanical guns and aimed at the door frame. Someone did come out, but it was not those hateful Pokemon hunters. The punch from Guangxia seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and he collapsed to the ground. However, he was surprised that he actually broke the door open, which made him extremely happy. Just as he was about to stand up, a hand reached out, and then a gentle and kind voice said to him above his head, "Guangxia, are you okay? Why are you sitting here?" Guangxia burst into tears when he heard this. He slowly raised his head and saw Ye Chen's kind smile. "That's great, Brother Chen, you're okay, that's great." Although Ye Chen didn't know Guangxia what exactly did he go through, but when he saw the excited expressions of the whole family, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. "I'm here, don't be afraid. Anyway, we will definitely be able to get out." At this time, Sartre observed Ye Chen's expression throughout the whole process. From his angle, he could just see Ye Chen's profile, and Ye Chen's profile was filled with more tenderness. Instead of the joy of winning a battle, it seemed that the battle had nothing to do with him, and even if he won, it would be a breeze. When thinking about this, Sartre even began to doubt whether there was anything wrong with what he had done. He kept saying that he would use music and dance to save everyone, but at most he could only be regarded as a performer who brought entertainment to everyone. It didn't have any practical effect at all, but Ye Chen was different. He was very strong and gentle. He could be considerate of anything, just like a gurgling stream, and could tolerate everything. This made Sartre understand that this was the difference between him and Ye Chen. Sartre seemed to know something, his eyes brightened, and he looked at the lights on the sea not far away. Now all the elf hunters in the ship, that is, in the Pokemon buffet restaurant, have been brought to justice by Ye Chen. Miss Juncha also rushed in and arrested these elf hunters. Because they were afraid that the passengers nearby would take pictures with their mobile phones and upload them to the internet, the Miss Junchas were very considerate and put hoods on these elf hunters. Only this female leader refused to wear it, and Miss Juncha had no choice but to put up with her. Before being taken away by Miss Juncha, the female leader glanced at Ye Chen. "Your name is Ye Chen, right? I have seen you on TV before. Don't think that you are just being a hero for a while. I tell you that I will make a comeback soon. Just wait and see." The red-haired woman looked at Ye Chen fiercely, wishing to swallow Ye Chen alive. However, Ye Chen and I did not take the words of the red-dressed female leader seriously, and said calmly, "Then come if you have the guts." After Ye Chen said this, the female leader was moved away by Miss Juncha while cursing. At this moment, the sky was already dawning. Ye Chen looked at the city that was getting closer and closer, stretched his waist, and said to Lele, "You guys should rest quickly, we still have to leave and pack up tomorrow. We haven't had a normal rest for several days. 303, we always sleep at this time. Aren't you tired?" Ye Chen was about to leave, but a ship owner who seemed to be in charge of the ferry came over. He shook Ye Chen's hand enthusiastically and said, "Thank you, Ye Chen. If it weren't for you to save the situation, I'm afraid everyone on this ship would be in trouble here." PS Author's words, please subscribe, subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me evaluation tickets, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me evaluation tickets, please all kinds of requests. Please say it 3 times. Important things. 346 from the end of Sartre's story. 346 from the end of Sartre's story. Yeah, it's okay. After listening to the captain's rambling, Ye Chen still didn't hear the point. Anyway, he was grateful to himself and so on. Ye Chen also hummed and ahhed for a long time. Before, Ye Chen planned to leave in order to go back and have a good sleep. But now the captain is holding his hand tightly, which reminds him of something. So he asked the captain with a smile. Captain, I bought compensation insurance on land before. I don't know if it still counts now. Is what we just encountered considered a special situation or an accident? When he said this, the captain's face turned green. To be honest, it was their security measures that were wrong, which allowed the elf hunter to take advantage of the situation. However, how much money should be paid to compensate for the passengers' mental damages? The captain didn't even dare to think about it. After all, there was a group behind them. If they made the decision, it was definitely not him who made the decision. It was decided by the group. But this time, the security facilities or this accident happened to him. The company would definitely offend him, and the restaurant was smashed to pieces, and it would cost a lot to repair it. There was no need to say these. He accepted the compensation, but until Ye Chen said that he had bought compensation insurance, the captain was not well. Who is Ye Chen? He is the champion of the Quartz League. If he really wants to pursue the responsibility, how much money will he have to pay? It was not just Ye Chen, but the entire ship that was affected and suffered mental damage. Ye Chen also saw the captain's concerns and couldn't help laughing. He patted the captain on the shoulder and said, "Captain, I was joking. Okay, it's time for me to go to bed now. Just don't disturb me. Good night, everyone." After saying that, Ye Chen left. He waved his sleeves and left without a cloud. Ajin while browsing the web page on his phone, someone knocked on his door. "It's me, Sartre." Sartre began to expose his home outside. Aiken opened the door and said with a smile, "It just so happens that I'm not in the mood to sleep, why don't we go for a walk?" The two walked to the rooftop and looked at the cool breeze. "I figured it out." Finally, Sartre spoke. Aiken laughed. "Haha, have you figured it out? I think this is a good thing. Where are you going to go next?" Aiken didn't ask Sartre why he figured it out, but congratulated him happily, because Sartre had been on this ferry for more than 20 years, and it was time to go down and take a look. "Let's go to Sinnoh. I want to find her in Sinnoh." "Are you talking about that girl?" Aiken raised his head. He had heard Sartre say before that he liked a girl from the Sinnoh region. He had a good chat with the girl before, but for his own reasons he did not choose to get out of bed, so he said goodbye to the girl with regret. "Well, yes," Sartre said. When the church bells rang, the ferry was close to the port, and Ajin was carrying a suitcase, looking at the man who was still standing on the boat from a distance. "Sartre!" Ajin shouted loudly. "We can still meet in the future." He did not leave Sartre's contact information, or it could be said that Sartre had no contact information at all, and it was difficult to find him in the vast sea of people. Sartre glanced at Ajin, nodded and smiled, "Yes, we will meet again." Okay. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Pregnancy. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please order all, order by yourself, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 347 Guangxia's physical condition. 347 Guangxia's physical condition. Guangxia, Guangxia, get up quickly, we are getting off the boat. Early in the morning, Lei came to Guangxia's door in a very sunny outfit. This time she changed her hair to golden yellow, perhaps because of what she saw and heard, which made Lei feel that golden hair suited her better than purple hair. But after knocking on the door for a long time, Guangxia still didn't respond. Lei didn't intend to call Guangxia originally, because he didn't like Guangxia very much, although Guangxia looked very beautiful. She also had a good temper, but it seemed that from Lei's point of view, Guangxia had made him fall out of favor to a certain extent. The powerful crocodile knocked on the door behind Lei, but no matter how they knocked, Guangxia just didn't open it. They were not able to enter until they found the relevant staff and took out the spare key of Guangxia's room. As soon as they entered the room, they saw Guangxia lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Xiaoqian 303 looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. No way! Can he really sleep so well? Kuro Nana Yingzi said. Maybe it's because he didn't rest well. I remember Guangxia's condition has not been good recently. After saying that, Kuro Nana Yingzi sat next to Guangxia, stroked Guangxia's forehead with her hand, and then touched her own forehead. Her expression changed from relaxed to solemn, and she frowned and said, "He has a fever, and it's quite serious. What should we do? We are all going to get off the boat." Xiaoqian said. "We can't let him get off the boat with his sick body, can we?" He Qingzi shook her head and said, "It's okay, just apply ice for the time being and let him have a good rest. By the way, Ye Chen, don't you have that energy cube? The kind that humans can eat?" "Yes, you take it." Ye Chen took out the energy cube from his bag and handed it to He Qingzi. He Qingzi took the energy cube and didn't force it into Quan Xiao's mouth for him to swallow, but took out a Pokemon ball. "Come out! Water elf!" The next second after He Qingzi finished speaking, a blue elf with a fishtail appeared in everyone's sight. "Oh my god, is this a water elf? I heard that a water elf is a very rare Pokemon, because the water stone is so hard to find." Lei envied He Qingzi for having such a water elf. Facing Lei's praise, He Qingzi just smiled indifferently and didn't say much. However, Ye Chen saw this matter very clearly. As the leader of low cohesion, BJBG, He Qingzi still had what she should have. It can be said that she had no shortage of resources. And she was also a hard-working and upward person, and she was so beautiful that the gods couldn't help but favor her. "Water elf, use the freezing ray." As soon as He Qingzi spit out her words, the water elf did as He Qingzi said. Pan Keding on the side was watching. Seeing that He Qingzi was about to attack Guangxia, he couldn't help but get anxious and took the initiative to block Guangxia. However, just as the excited ray when it fell on Fat Keding's skin. Fat Keding unexpectedly found that he did not turn into an ice cube. He only felt that the place where the freezing light fell was icy and cool, just like ice flakes, which was particularly refreshing. Fat Keding first looked at his skin, and a big question mark appeared on his head. He looked at Kurashina Sakurako with some confusion. "Sorry, we have no ill intentions. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please say it 3 times. 348 Kurashiki Sakurako's home. 348 Kurashiki Sakurako's home. Kurashiki Sakurako seemed to see that Fat Ketting was worried about her and quickly explained. My god-level treasure can effectively control the attack force. I just want to ice Kwangxia's forehead. His forehead is really too hot. If it continues like this, it will burn his brain. Kurashiki Sakurako spoke softly like a warm breeze in spring, and Fat Ketting's original vigilance was completely relaxed. Fat Ketting took the initiative to make way for Kurashiki Sakurako, and Kurashiki Sakurako smiled and said thank you to Fat Ketting, and ordered the water elf to use the freezing ray on Kwangxia's forehead again. After a while, Kwangxia frowned and barely made a sound. Then he opened his eyes, a little confused. Where am I? When he saw Kurashiki, his eyes were full of emptiness and confusion. Who are you? Kwangxia asked Heike. My name is Heike Yingzi. You can just call me Sister Yingzi from now on. You don't need to worry about the rest. Heike Yingzi still answered with a smile, not at all impatient that Kwangxia didn't recognize her. In fact, Kwangxia, who was in a daze, didn't remember anyone except Ye Chen. However, when they saw Ye Chen, the whole school's eyes still lit up, and they subconsciously blurted out to call Ye Chen. Brother Ye Chen. At this time, Kwangxia remembered who these friends around him were. These were all the friends who followed him all the way. Are you okay? Heike Yingzi asked with concern. Izumi shook his head, it's okay. I just found out that you have a fever. Are you okay? The effect of the freezing ray is only about 2 hours. I will give you an ice compress later. Seeing so many people looking at him, he felt a little embarrassed and quickly put on his shirt and scratched his head. Maybe the wind this morning made me feel uncomfortable. It seemed that because there were so many people watching, Izumi's ears were red all the way to his neck. He kept his head down and didn't dare to look at everyone. After putting on his clothes, he quickly ran into the bathroom. Soon after, Izumi got himself dressed neatly, and everyone got off the ferry together. As soon as they got off the ferry, they saw a long car parked on the street not far from the port. In front of the car was a man in a suit and tie, with his hair fixed high with hairspray and combed behind his head. When he saw Kuronana Yingzi, the man who looked very elegant waved to Kuronana Yingzi. Miss, we are here. Come here. Kuroshina Yingzi greeted. This was the driver of Kuroshina Yingzi's family. The driver opened the car door one by one and led everyone to their seats. After about an hour, everyone arrived at the destination, which was Kuroshina Yingzi's home. Please send flowers. Kuroshina Yingzi's home looked like it was made entirely of black wood, so Lele subconsciously said to Kuroshina Yingzi after seeing it. Your nest is really unique, and there is always a kind of blackhead gang momentum. Ahem. Kuroshina Yingzi pretended to cough and corrected. We are a serious kendo gym. And you are all hungry, I have prepared delicious food for you. 0. Lele was not interested in eating, but Kwangxia seemed unusually excited. As expected, people have a good appetite recently. Although Hei Qiangzi said that she was treating them, she actually turned this lunch into a small buffet. Among them, Kwangxia ate a lot of food. In the words of Ye Chen's hometown, it is the reincarnation of a starving ghost. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please ask for anything. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please ask for anything. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please ask for anything. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please ask for anything. Important things should be said 3 times. Enter. 349 Pokemon Kendo competes. 349 Pokemon Kendo competes. After dinner, it was still a long time before bedtime, and Kurashige Sakurako clapped her hands. Everyone should have nothing to do tonight, so let's start learning Kendo. Kendo is also a feature of our family. Let's consider it as not coming here in vain. I am very happy to share our family tradition with everyone. Lele nodded, I am quite interested in this, take me with you. It is well known that she is a black belt in Taekwondo. She likes fighting and the like, not to mention Kendo 307. So, under the leadership of Kurashige Sakurako, everyone changed their clothes. Although the venue is spacious, it is not suitable for Pokemon as large as the Double Axe War Dragon to enter, so Ye Chen simply did not summon them. Meng Yao was quite interested in this and changed into a uniform. Similarly, there are also Mighty Crocodile, Bullfrog, Fat Ketting, and Fireball Mouse like Meng Yao. They knelt on the ground with their knees, using the backs of their feet as seats, and saw Kurashige Sakurako coming over with a long sword, and in front of her was an intact bamboo tube. Kurashige Sakurako held the long sword in front of her chest and took a deep breath. Then she suddenly opened her eyes and slid the knife towards the bamboo tube in front of her. The knife split the air into a gap, and then the blade split the wooden barrel in two halves, falling to the ground. Come on, Ye Chen, try it too. Kurashige Sakurako handed the knife in her hand to Ye Chen. Ye Chen also imitated Kurashige Sakurako, holding his breath and concentrating, and chopped the bamboo barrel in front of him. Ye Chen cut very well, the blade was sharp, clean and quick. Lele and Guangxia applauded from the audience. What a right oblique cut! Kurashige Sakurako praised while clapping. The next person to chop the knife was Lele, who also cut very cleanly. The bamboo was split in half without even seeing the shadow of the knife falling. Similarly, as a battle maniac, Guangxia also has similar qualities to Lele, and he also cuts the cuts neatly. Seeing everyone's performance, He Chi Yingzi couldn't help but click her tongue repeatedly, sighing that these were all monsters, and they actually had such a high comprehension ability, and then the next was the competition of the Pokemon. He Chi Ying handed the knife to the Fireball Mouse, touched the Fireball Mouse's head and said, Fireball Mouse, you go and show them how to swing the knife correctly. Fireball Mouse nodded, it took the knife, and originally wanted to give a serious demonstration to the powerful crocodiles. As a result, the powerful crocodiles kept laughing and didn't take it seriously at all. Fireball Mouse was very angry, but it still suppressed its anger and rushed towards the shepherd boy with the knife. But halfway through, the knife on Fireball Mouse was thrown out, and Fireball Mouse itself deviated from the trajectory, and was covered with flames, smashing towards the direction of the powerful crocodile. There is no doubt that Fireball Mouse used the big character poster on the powerful crocodile, which caught the powerful crocodile off guard and was directly hit on the ground. Coincidentally, although Fireball Mouse threw the knife away halfway, the knife chopped the bamboo tube steadily. A perfect cut. Kurashige Sakurako had no time to praise Fireball Mouse for a good demonstration. It seemed that Fireball Mouse had been angered by the powerful crocodile. The powerful crocodile was also very angry at Fireball Mouse's sudden attack, and the atmosphere of the two elves suddenly became depressed. In this case, let's have a fight. Seeing that the atmosphere was awkward, Lele was not angry, but seemed very excited. She pointed at the knife on the ground and said, without hurting the Pokemon, let them each hold a knife. If the tip of the knife is close to the Pokemon's neck, it means that the other party has lost. What do you think? P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and 1.6 evaluation votes. Please do whatever you want. Please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes. Please do whatever you want. Please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes. Please do whatever you want. Please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes. Please do whatever you want. Important things should be said 3 times. 350 winning. The true strength of He Nana Yingzi. 350 winning. The true strength of He Nana Yingzi. Hey Nana Yingzi was not in a hurry to agree to Leilei's words before, but looked at the Fireball Mouse. Fireball Mouse understood what Kurashich Sakurako meant by this look. She wanted to ask whether he would accept the fight. Fireball Mouse nodded without hesitation. Then, Kurashich Sakurako clenched her fists, looked calm, and said to Leilei, "Then come on. We are not afraid of you." Chew. Fireball Mouse also raised the knife, looking at the powerful crocodile like a lamb to be slaughtered. The powerful crocodile also took the knife thrown by Leilei, holding the knife handle tightly with both hands, pointing the tip of the knife at the Fireball Rat in front of him. 19 Fireball Rat, use high-speed stars. However, what surprised everyone present was that the high-speed star jet of the Fireball Rat was very weak. It seemed that its target was not the powerful crocodile, but it seemed to be aimed at itself. Ye Chen was also watching the Fireball Rat of He Qiangzi carefully at this moment. Rather than saying that the fighting style is different, it is better to say that everyone's thinking is different. What's more, Ye Chen heard that He Qiangzi created this low-focus fighting style by herself. Although the low-focus fighting style was also discovered by Ye Chen after meeting He Qiangzi, Ye Chen had to admit that He Qiangzi's idea was very innovative. When He Qiangzi ordered the Fireball Rat to use skills, Ye Chen would also follow and make a series of inferences. Why did the Fireball Rat use high-speed stars and aim at himself? Ye Chen thought of how He Qiangzi demonstrated the chopping knife before. When chopping the knife, He Qiangzi's blade fell very quickly, and it would cut the air when it fell. Not only that, her method of cutting the air was neat and decisive. Could it be that she had trained Fireball Mouse to use the knife before? The answer is undoubtedly, because Fireball Mouse is He Qiangzi's Pokémon. Ye Chen suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the high-speed star was not a mistake made by Fireball Mouse, but was intentional? Sure enough, just when Ye Chen thought of this, Fireball Mouse had taken out its knife and chopped the high-speed star mercilessly, and the high-speed star was immediately split into two halves. At the same time, because Fireball Mouse left a knife wound when chopping down, it instantly reversed the drifting direction of the high-speed planet, and the high-speed star that was cut into pieces did not lose any power. And because the number of divisions increased, it became more deterrent. This was obviously something Leilei had not expected, but when He Qiangzi used her moves, Leilei also roughly figured out He Qiangzi's attack strategy. Leilei smiled, waved her hand, and said, "Croco, slash the air twice, and use Ice Fist on the hilt." After Leilei gave the order, Croco clenched his right fist, took a deep breath, and hit the hilt hard. The ice spread along the hilt like vines, and Croco split the ice that condensed in the instant when the blade spread. Like a bull's horn, it skewered the oncoming high-speed star like a skewer. After hitting the ice vine, the high-speed star formed a strong collision, and the two quickly disappeared from the spot. "Your performance is very good, but I can't be discouraged. He Qiangzi deeply knows the disadvantages of Ice Fist. Croco is a water-type Pokémon. When the attack brought by Ice Fist is completely melted, the competition venue will develop in a favorable situation for Croco. On the contrary, Infernape is a fire-type Pokémon, and is not suitable for fighting when it encounters water." P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 351 The fun of fighting. 351 The fun of fighting. Kurashiki Sakurako seemed to experience the fun of fighting and was very happy. She said, "Infernape, we won't lose here either. Cheer up and use 100,000 volts on the splashing water." Infernape rushed quickly with a knife on its back, and its target was the powerful crocodile. The Fireball Rat moved very fast. While using 100,000 volts, it threw the knife on its body, and the handle of the knife turned as fast as a dart. At the same time, it was equipped with an electric wire. When the knife touched the water vapor around the powerful crocodile, the current was quickly transmitted, directly hitting the powerful crocodile alive. At this time, the powerful crocodile had no time to dodge, and Lele on the side was also panicked. Because the fireball rat had been controlling the handle of the knife, countless blades with no regular direction had already cut through the air and rushed straight to the powerful crocodile. "Don't panic, powerful crocodile, we also have knives in our hands," Lele shouted hurriedly. The powerful crocodile nodded and waited for Lele to give orders. "Powerful crocodile, use the water gun, and then use the knife to cut them open." He Qiangzi was chasing very closely. Even if Lele wanted to perform a combo at this time, it was impossible because He Qiangzi had already shouted the order. "Fireball mouse, use fire breath." Fireball mouse jumped up, sprayed fire from its nose, and rushed straight to the water fired by the crocodile. The high-temperature flames and the icy cold water formed a high-temperature and dense steam. The crocodile was wrapped in a dense concentration of steam. It screamed in pain and tried to find a place to hide. Fireball mouse couldn't escape. Had already pushed away the thick fog, and stabbed the sword into the jaw of the powerful crocodile, which fell to the ground due to the pain. Kurashiki Sakurako said lightly, "We won." When Kurashiki Sakurako said this, her eyes were full of excitement, but when she saw the powerful crocodile, her eyes flashed a trace of hesitation. She looked at Fireball Mouse with some complaints. Originally, when Fireball Mouse looked at Kurashiki Sakurako, he wanted to take credit, and it was exactly as he thought at the beginning. Kurashiki Sakurako did praise herself, but the next second Kurashiki Sakurako was like a face-changing person in an opera, his face turned black in an instant, and he also gave Fireball Mouse a head blow. Fireball Mouse covered his head, feeling very painful, and fell to the ground with a plop. In fact, Kurosaka Sakurako didn't use much force, just a little punishment, but Fireball Mouse himself has the qualities of an actor. Before Kurosaka Sakurako hit him, he fell to the ground with a thud. "Don't do this next time. You and Crocodile are friends, and friends shouldn't be so tense, right?" Kurosaka Sakurako said in a persuasive way, and Fireball Mouse nodded repeatedly. At the same time, Kurosaka Sakurako's hands were not idle, and she took out her newly prepared HP potion and applied it on Crocodile's skin. Crocodile suddenly felt a touch of coolness on his skin, and the whole world became refreshed. Soon he regained his vitality, and when he stood up again, he saw Fireball Mouse standing in front of him honestly. Chirp. "I'm so sorry, I didn't control the force well when I attacked you before and hurt you." Fireball Mouse squinted his eyes and bowed to Crocodile seriously. The powerful crocodile was also a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and waved his hands and said, "Dolly, Dolly. It doesn't matter. It seems that I did something wrong. I was the one who provoked you first and made you so angry. I'm really sorry. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment tickets, please ask for anything. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment tickets, please ask for anything. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment tickets, please ask for anything. Important things should be said 3 times. 352 Magicianagen. 352 Magicianagen. The apology of the Fireball Mouse was very sincere, and there was no intention of deception at all. The powerful crocodile was a little embarrassed, scratched his head and waved his hands and said, "Dolly, Dolly. It doesn't matter, it seems that I did something wrong, I was the one who provoked you first and made you so angry, I'm really sorry." After hearing that the powerful crocodile forgave it so quickly, it raised its head and asked the powerful crocodile, "Chirp, chirp, chirp. Can we still be good friends?" The powerful crocodile nodded quickly, Dolly, Dolly. Of course there is no problem, we are friends, right? There is no need to care about friends. I was too competitive before, and I was a little dissatisfied with you, but you are a Pokemon I admire, thank you. In this way, the two elves ended the battle in laughter. 307, who was watching the battle at the side, seemed very excited. He seemed to have thought of something, and quickly took out his mobile phone and wrote down some moves in the memo. If the effect of Kendo is to use a knife, and to hurt the opponent with a sharp blade, then the skills of Pokemon can also produce certain effects, such as air cutting, which can also cut the air. Similarly, it can also cut high-speed stars, which has an explosive effect on skills. The happy day ended like this. Before going to bed, Ye Chen sent a text message to Ami, saying that he planned to challenge her gym tomorrow. Ami didn't sleep either. The next second after Ye Chen sent the message, she sent him a picture with a girl standing next to the boat with a smile on her face. She also held a big brush in her hand, and when she smiled, BJBG, she showed a row of neat and shiny teeth, which looked very energetic and vigorous. This is Ami. Ami, I can't be busy with the gym stuff lately. I'm helping my friend clean the barnacles on the boat today. And Ye Chen, aren't you going to participate in the Asajai City Grand Contest? The Grand Contest warm-up period is tomorrow. Alas, did you choose the wrong date? Ye Chen looked at the date. As Ami said, the preliminaries for the Pokemon Grand Contest have already begun. Ye Chen gave Ami a concise reply and fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, several people had a simple breakfast at Kuro Nana Sakurako's home, and Kuro Nana Sakurako asked the driver to drive them there together. Because it was summer and the weather was hot, you had to queue up in a long line when participating in the Pokemon preliminaries, no matter what your identity or status was. And this line was so long that there are several streets, and it is under the scorching sun, which is really unbearable. Hey, Ye Chen, what are your plans after participating in the preliminaries? My friend sent me a message saying that he can give your Lugia a physical examination. I think it is safer to do a physical examination, so as to ensure that the elf is healthy. And he also promised us that he could give us an examination to evaluate our overall quality. And I think Izumi's condition is a bit bad recently, so it is better to go to the hospital. Kuroshita Sakurako seemed to have expected that the weather would be very hot today. Before everyone left, she specially prepared a parasol for everyone, as well as an air conditioning fan. But even so, Izumi's face was red because of the high temperature and heat. It looked like an allergy, and even had a tendency to peel. Ah, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Won't I be lined up at the door in a while? And I saw on the weather forecast that it would rain. Really? I just looked at the weather forecast, and it didn't say it was going to rain. Ye Chen said. At this moment, a cheer suddenly broke out in the crowd, and in the cheers and support of everyone, there was a little fat boy, holding a magic hat in one hand and a magic wand in the other hand. Looking closely, it was a Jin whom I met before. The reason why Ye Chen was so impressed with Ajin was because Ajin promised to give him a GS ball on the boat, but Ajin had not fulfilled it yet. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 353 The opening of the gorgeous competition, Ajin's magic show. 353 The opening of the gorgeous competition, Ajin's magic show. The reason why Ye Chen was so impressed with Ajin was because Ajin promised to give him a GS ball on the boat, but Ajin has not fulfilled it yet. Hello ladies and gentlemen, I am Ajin, a contestant of this gorgeous competition. Seeing that everyone is so hot and probably tired, I want to perform a magic show for everyone to enjoy. After speaking, Ajin bowed politely, and then continued. Before that, let me introduce my two elf friends, this is Whaley, and this is Melly Sheep. Okay, let's not talk nonsense, let's start our performance now. After Ajin finished speaking, Whaley and Melly Sheep immediately stood up, with a posture ready to go, waiting for Ajin to give orders. Tail, jump on the mountain of Melly Sheep and use 100,000 volts. Tail jumped on Melly Sheep, and its body was supported by its tail. When using 100,000 volts, the hair on Melly Sheep became much more fluffy, as if it absorbed the electricity from Tail. This is not just a guess, but a kind of common sense. Similarly, everyone can see with the naked eye that after Melly Sheep received 100,000 volts from Tail, its hair became very shiny, and there were many fine electric wires. Okay, Melly Sheep, use water spray at the sky. Tail quickly jump away, and use pray for rain at the sky. Ye Chen saw it clearly from the side and understood why Ajin wanted Whaley to leave Melly Sheep quickly. Because Melly Sheep has the advantage of storing electricity, and Tail will easily be affected by static electricity when it touches it for the second time, thus affecting its performance. In order to avoid this situation and take advantage of the good jumping ability of Whaley, Ajin issued such an order. Because the state of Melly Yang before was passive energy storage, when Melly Yang released the high-pressure water gun, the electric current stored in the hair on the body was released involuntarily. At the same time, the skill of praying for rain used by Whaley also took effect at this time. The sky was overcast and it rained heavily, but Ajin controlled the rain well and did not let those who did not bring umbrellas get wet. Instead, it physically cooled down the people outside the factory to a certain extent. It was raining above, and Melly Yang itself was releasing electricity and water flow, so a transparent water flow electric wire cover was formed, which looked beautiful. Okay, the performance should be over. Whaley, use the freezing beam. Ajin lowered his hat and nodded frequently. Tail stood up and jumped up again, and was above the layer of water and electric wire glass cover, using the freezing light. Suddenly, the water cover turned into an ice cover, and the electric wire was still moving in the ice cover. Because of the refraction of light, the electric wire had already turned purple at this time, but it was still able to move because it could control the electric wire freely. Male Sheep, use the head hammer. After Ajin gave the order, Melly Yang immediately used his head hammer to smash the ice cover, and the ice cover shattered, forming a beautiful rainbow in the air. At the same time, it was also because of the physical cooling of ice and water. Everyone felt a lot cooler and not as hot as before, and they all threw flowers to Ajin. Thank you, thank you. Ajin took off his hat, bent down very gentlemanly, and saluted. Ye Chen had been watching Ajin's performance. Although Ajin's performance was very good and very common sense, there was nothing unexpected about the routine. But the only difference was that Melly Yang could use a high-pressure water gun, while the ordinary Tail could use a freezing ray. 0. Is it because of the use of a skill learning machine? Ye Chen guessed. The answer was yes. Just at this time, Ajin, who was not far away, noticed Ye Chen and waved to him. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. Enter. 354 Makeup Episode. 354 Makeup Episode. Ye Chen, long time no see, I was just planning to look for you. Ajin said with a smile after seeing Ye Chen. Ajin patted Ye Chen's back and stood beside Ye Chen naturally. He didn't say much to Ye Chen, as if he didn't want to attract extra attention from people around him. After entering the venue, the Miss Joyce who guard the order will give the contestants an appearance card and a sticker with the appearance card number, which can be attached to their waists during the competition. 310 At the same time, the competition has strict regulations that you must dress neatly, otherwise you are not allowed to enter the venue. However, before the competition, each has a special makeup team responsible for makeup, but you need to pay a certain fee. Similarly, if you are famous locally or abroad, you can waive some fees, or even free. Ye Chen and his friends were pushed into the dressing room. Teacher Tony in the dressing room was an elegant woman with big wavy curls. She was dressed very exaggeratedly, and the slim clothes showed her figure very well. She had a big red flower on her chest. When she saw Ye Chen, Teacher Tony looked very excited and threatened to help Ye Chen dress up very handsomely. Ye Chen felt something was wrong at the beginning. He doubted the professional level of this teacher, but this woman with big wavy curls was too enthusiastic, and he had no way to refuse. He half pushed and half shoved and sat on the chair. Until he was combed into a big back hair by this woman, a big red flower was pinned on the front of his suit, and his face was covered with white powder. He felt that everything was too late. Too greasy. When Ye Chen saw himself in the mirror, he still resolutely went to the toilet to wash himself and took off the big red flower on his chest. "Oh, sorry, dear Mr. Ye Chen, are you dissatisfied with my behavior?" Ye Chen shook his head. "Nothing is unsatisfactory, it's just that I am not used to it." "Oh, so that's the case." That's what she said, but the woman's face showed a hint of disappointment, as if Ye Chen's behavior made her too sad. "Ms. Dahlia, please give me a hairstyle." When Ye Chen came back, there was another person sitting on the right side of the dressing table. The woman had red hair and a pair of charming eyes that moved people. However, when Ye Chen saw this person, he felt strangely familiar. The man's eyebrows were 70% similar to the robber he met behind the water that day. However, this person looked more beautiful. When she found Ye Chen looking at her, she also smiled politely in return without too much restraint. However, her personality was different from the previous one, and the temperament she exuded was also different. "Okay." The teacher Tony named Dahlia smiled so gently, and quickly followed the name written on the badge. "Where are you from? Your hair color looks very special." Ye Chen took the initiative to speak. "Ah, I'm from the United Alliance." The girl named Yuan Jinghua scratched her head. "Ah, but this kind of hair color is still common in our place." "Oh, so that's the case." Ye Chen nodded. At this moment, the door was opened again, and it was Ami, the gym leader of Asajai City. "And, so you work here? I was just looking for you. I couldn't get through to you before." P.S. Author's words: please subscribe, please subscribe, please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me evaluation tickets, please give me all kinds of things. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, asking for evaluation votes, all kinds of 1.6 please. Asking for full subscription, asking for custom subscription, asking for flowers, asking for monthly tickets, asking for evaluation votes, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 355 Self-centered performance. 355 Self-centered performance. Ami also saw Ye Chen at the same time and greeted Ye Chen. "Ah, Ye Chen, are you also going to participate in the Pokemon Gorgeous competition?" Ye Chen nodded. As for the so-called basic moves, Ye Chen has also figured it out, but has not yet performed any practical operations, but Ye Chen guessed that the effect should be very good. "What number are you?" While talking, Ami opened her eyes wide and looked carefully at the badge hanging on Ye Chen's chest. "You are number 2. Ami said. "Yes, I'm number 1 and I'll be on stage in a while." Yuan Jinghua took the initiative to say. Ye Chen also looked at his watch. There were still 5 minutes before the official opening, so it was time to go on stage. Yuan Jinghua was the first to perform. The host introduced the judges in turn before Yuan Jinghua's performance began. However, what surprised Ye Chen was that in addition to Miss Joy, Mr. Konkenstein, and Mr. Sukisawa, the judges also included Ms. Dahlia, who had done makeup for them before. In the first game, after Yuan Jinghua briefly introduced herself to the judges, she threw her Pokemon ball. The first to appear were Melissa and Sunflower Monster. Melissa, use falling petals, Sunflower Monster, use petal dance. After Melissa used falling petals, petals like goose feathers fell from the sky. After Sunflower Monster used petal dance, the petals that fell on the ground flew into the air with a strange wind, and the petals flew again. At this moment, Yuan Jinghua suddenly said, "My Liwa, use the leaf knife on these petals." When watching Yuan Jinghua let Mai Liwa use the leaf knife, Ye Chen felt something was wrong. The leaf knife is similar to air cutting, which can just cut these petals and break them into more petal slag. Sunflower Monster, use the parasitic seed on the ground. Because the target is not Mai Liwa, the parasitic seed changes its target to the petals floating in the wind. It opens its branches, and the newly grown green branches shatter the petals with piercing properties. These petals are weak when they encounter strong ones, and quickly turn into fine powder after a fierce collision with the branches. These powders are pink and bright, which makes people brighten their eyes. As the powder dances in the sky, Mai Liwa uses the sun flame to destroy the parasitic plants growing on the ground. The Sunflower Monster begins to dance. At the same time, Mai Liwa also began to sing. The effect of the scene was very good, which made the judges present couldn't help but praise it again and again. "What a perfect performance!" Miss Joy said. "Her fighting style is a bit like the low cohesion fighting style, the lowest force to produce the most powerful force to produce the beauty of explosion, but looking at her appearance, her fighting style is more like that of the Black Seven family." Konkenstein said. "Wait, is he from the Black Seven family? But I wrote here that he is from the Unova region, and there is Black Seven Sakurako among the candidates participating in this gorgeous competition. At the same time, the fighting style stipulates that it must be a different fighting style. After Miss Yuan Jinghua used this fighting style, Black Seven Sakurako couldn't use it anymore." Sugisawa said. "Although there is no strict rule in the competition that does not allow others to use their own fighting styles, it seems that this game is a more difficult challenge for Miss Black Seven Sakurako." Konkenstein said. Indeed, after Gen Shizuka used this method to reach 310, Hei Nana Sakurako had to change her method. And Gen Shizuka's behavior was not considered a violation of the rules. It can only be said that Hei Nana Sakurako encountered troublemakers. However, after the unanimous discussion of the judges, everyone finally gave Gen Shizuka a high score. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 356 A short but brisk performance. 356 A short but brisk performance. The second match was Ye Chen's. When Ye Chen was about to go on stage, Yuan Jinghua and her elves left the stage. At that time, Yuan Jinghua was holding up her skirt, and her eyes stayed on Ye Chen for a long time, with provocation in her eyes. Ye Chen did not have much affection for Yuan Jinghua, and only it was just a passing glance. When Ye Chen walked onto the stage, the host introduced the judges once again, but at the same time, he specifically introduced Ye Chen himself. "I heard that this contestant Ye Chen is quite famous. He once participated in the Quartz League and won the season championship. This time he came to Johto again. Will this rich and fertile land bring us a huge surprise? Let's wait and see. Come out, Dream Demon, and Charizard." Ye Chen threw his Pokeball into the sky. As soon as the Dream Demon came on stage, he accumulated many black shadows with the power of the Soul Gathering Talisman, magnifying his body several times, which gave the judges and the audience an extremely shocking feeling. Konkenstein looked at it with a puzzled expression, rubbed his chin with the screen, and began to analyze. I haven't seen this Pokemon of Ye Chen in the Quartz League before, but I seem to have seen one in Yuanzi City not long ago. Is it the Pokemon that summoned the Phoenix King and calmed Lugia's anger? Sumuzu asked. It should be. I remember my cousin helped this dream demon check the wound not long ago. This dream demon is really energetic. And Ye Chen can subdue this dream demon, which means that Ye Chen's own charm is also very strong. Miss Joy said while touching her face. Ye Chen didn't waste any words and commanded his 2 Pokemon on the side. Charizard used a fire breath to dispel the darkness that the dream demon had brought to the venue before, but these darkness did not completely destroy it, but formed a shadow similar to the Pokemon elves. These shadows smiled, and strangely, they also laughed like silver bells, which made people shudder. These shadows held hands and surrounded the fire sprayed by the fire-breathing dragon as if they were dancing. Is this a ghost? Miss Joy in the audience was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed that the scene was too scary. She covered her face with her palms, but because she couldn't overcome her curiosity, her eyes still slipped out from between her fingers. Dream Demon, use fantasy light waves. Ye Chen gave orders again, and the eyes of the Dream Demon turned red in an instant, and the body kept drifting, moving around in one direction, while the dancing shadows still existed, but with the blessing of the Dream Demon's illusion light wave, the body also turned colorful. Gradually, their images became clearer, and they really looked like elves appearing in front of the public. Ye Chen, you are breaking the rules, summoning so many elves. Miss Joy covered her mouth and screamed, but Konkenstein said, don't worry, isn't this normal? We were actually deceived by the illusion of the Dream Demon, but this is also the trick of the psychic Pokemon performance. But suddenly, the elves that were dancing on the field stopped moving, and looked straight at the judges. The air seemed to be a little heavier, becoming strange and quiet. 257 Dance with the Soul. Charizard, use the big word explosion on these elves. Ye Chen opened his thin lips and ordered Charizard to use the big word explosion. Charizard immediately sprayed out a high-temperature flame and instantly destroyed the shadows of those elves. These elves disappeared in the flames today. Ah! The timid Miss Joy screamed, and she didn't even dare to look, because the scene was too scary. Dahlia watched silently, but an inexplicable complex emotion emerged in her eyes. Finally, she said, Ye Chen's fighting style is very special. Rather than using skills to create effects, it is better to say that he is telling a story. What story? Although I think it is a bit like a story, why did Charizard destroy all these shadows? Konkenstein was puzzled. Dahlia shook her head, I don't know, but I am sure that this is an artistic way. Her eyes flashed with a strange light, full of trust in Ye Chen. As expected by Dahlia, Ye Chen really told a story, and the story was not finished. The black shadow brought by the Dream Demon gathering spirit talisman burned into fragments in the firelight and fell on the ground like petals. Amid the size of the crowd, Charizard still did not stop the good, fire-breathing action. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the flames, and a red phoenix emerged from the flames. The phoenix flapped its wings and stood on the stage. Everyone present was amazed. Even Yuan Jinghua, who was complacent at first because she passed the first performance, clenched her fists silently when she saw the phoenix bathing in fire on the TV broadcast. Dream Demon is a psychic Pokemon, but is the psychic Pokemon that appeared near Asagi City that day a Dream Demon? Thinking of this, Yuan Jinghua snorted coldly, and her eyes became much colder. 357 Dance with Soul. 357 Dance with Soul. Charizard, use the big word explosion on these elves. Ye Chen opened his thin lips and ordered Charizard to use the big word explosion, and Charizard immediate lithe flames with extremely high temperature were ejected at the same time, and the shadows of the elves were destroyed in an instant. These elves disappeared in the flames today. Ah! The timid Miss Joy screamed, and she didn't even dare to look at it, because the scene was too scary. Dahlia watched silently, but there was an inexplicable complex emotion in her eyes. Finally, she said, "Ye Chen's fighting style is very special. Rather than using skills to create effects, it is better to say that he is telling a story." "What story? Although I think it is a bit like a story, why did Charizard destroy all these shadows?" Konkenstein was a little puzzled. Dahlia shook her head, "I don't know, but I am sure that this is an artistic way." There was a strange light in her eyes, and her eyes were full of trust in Ye Chen. As expected by Dahlia, Ye Chen really told a story, and the story was not finished yet. The shadow brought by the dream demon gathering spirit talisman burned into fragments in the firelight, and fell to the ground like petals. While everyone was sighing, Charizard still did not stop spitting fire. At this moment, a dazzling strong light suddenly burst out from the flames, and a red phoenix emerged from the flames, flapping its wings and standing on the stage. Everyone present was amazed. Even Yuan Jinghua, who was complacent at first because she passed the first performance show, silently clenched her fists when she saw the phoenix bathing in fire on the TV broadcast. Dream Demon is a psychic Pokémon, but is the psychic Pokémon that appeared near Asashai City that day a dream demon? Thinking of this, Yuan Jinghua snorted coldly, and her eyes became much colder. "Come on, don't miss it. Ye Chen's private photos, posters, and business cards have been leaked. If you need them, please contact me as soon as possible." When Ye Chen finished the competition with a score of passing for all members, Lei, who had already dressed up, began to promote the small things he sold in his performance clothes. However, there were also a lot of people scrambling for it. When selling this thing, Guangxia was always helping Lei silently. Until only the last postcard package was left, Guangxia suddenly said, Sister Ellie, can you sell this postcard to me?" Looking at BJBG, Guangxia's little eyes, Lei was stunned for a while, then grinned and said, "Of course, what's the big deal, just give it to you directly." Guangxia thanked repeatedly. Just then, Yuan Jinghua came over. She was elegant, smiled and came forward to ask, "Excuse me, can you sell the last postcard to me? I'll pay 10 times the price." Looking at Yuan Jinghua's smiling face, Lei's first instinct was to be alert, because Yuan Jinghua was too beautiful, so Lei couldn't have any good feelings, at least for Ye Chen's side. "No, we've sold out," Lei said coldly. "Isn't this it?" Yuan Jinghua pointed at the postcard in Lei's hand. "No, I've already given it to this little boy." Lei refused very straightforwardly, and Yuan Jinghua left without staying for too long. This person is really strange. Looking at Yuan Jinghua's back, Lei said in a low voice. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 358 Xiao Qian's performance. 358 Xiao Qian's performance. Do you think this guy looks like the robber we met on the ferry before? Kuro Nana Sakurako also stared at Yuan Jinghua with a scrutinizing look. So what if they look alike? I noticed this before, but her behavior is completely different from the one on the ferry. The one on the ferry is just showing off her IQ low limit. There are so many people in the world who look alike, but their genes are different. Same person, different fate. Lulu shrugged. After the next game, it was Xiao Qian's game for the 31st game. Xiao Qian seemed to be confident about this game, and she smiled happily. Ye Chen realized that Xiao Qian's hair was also red, but it was much lighter than Yuan Jinghua and the woman who hijacked the ship last time, and she looked more energetic. Hello, judges. I am Xiao Qian, the leader of the Manking Shideo Gym. Xiao Qian bowed deeply and greeted everyone present. Her self-introduction was also very concise, and she got to the point right after the introduction. Come out, Nidorina. Use poison needles. Nidorina fired many poison needles from her backstab, and the purple poison needles burst out instantly like swords. Then, Xiao Qian shouted again, Milk Tank, use freezing ray. Milk. Tank was very obedient and froze the poison needles with one punch. Because this is a personal show, there is no set concept for the basic moves. Then Xiao Qian said, Milky Tank uses the healing bell. Although the healing bell is a move to restore HP, this move also produces a little musical effect. For example, the healing spirit will emit a very soft musical sound when it is activated. When the poison needles fall to the ground, the healing bell makes a crisp sound, which brings everyone an extraordinary musical experience. Miss Joy, is this the sound of big beads and small beads falling on a jade plate? Konkenstein, it's very beautiful music and not too monotonous. The crisp sound of the poison needles falling to the ground is very beautiful, and it feels like raindrops falling. Sugisawa, this year's Pokemon contest is really a competition of beauty. Not only does it have the effect of a curtain play, but it also has the expression texture of a musical. This is how the Pokemon contest should be. Xiao Qian also passed with a high score. Today is the first night of the competition audition. Because there are too many participants, only 100 people are allowed to perform on the first night, and those who come after that will be postponed. Kurashita Sakurako, Lele, Guangxia, and Ajin were postponed. At night, after dinner, Lele went to the backyard of the dormitory arranged by the gorgeous competition. What kind of performance method should be used to perform? To be honest, Lele is also participating in such a competition for the first time, and he doesn't know much. The gym competition does not need to be beautiful, just rush in, but the Pokemon Gorgeous competition requires beauty and artistic expression tension, which Lele really doesn't understand. At this time, Kurashita Sakurako also came to the backyard. Have you thought about how to perform? Lele turned his head and asked. Kurashiki Sakurako smiled and said, Isn't your competition ahead of mine? Why do you start to care about me? 0. Lele blushed, aren't we teammates? Teammates need to be united. Lele suddenly thought of something and said, I have a question for you. Do you know how to express the Pokemon contest? I really don't understand what's online. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. Enter. 359 Lele's initial attempt at a gorgeous performance. 359 Lele's initial attempt at a gorgeous performance. Kurashiki Sakurako took a deep breath, raised her hands in front of her chest, spread her fingertips, and then clenched them fiercely. The first thing about the gorgeous contest is to be pleasing to the eye, using skills and Pokemon themselves to release beauty. What if the power is not strong enough? Lele raised his head and looked at Kurashiki Sakurako. Kurashiki Sakurako shook her head and said, No, it doesn't matter. As long as you use skills to perform 310, you have almost stepped into the threshold of qualification. Using skills is easy, but every Pokemon can use skills, which is also a very easy threshold to pass. Lele nodded, not quite understanding. Her eyes rolled around, as if she was thinking about something, and finally she said to Bullfrog and Crocodile. Bullfrog, use Water Wave on Crocodile, and Crocodile use Chi Fist. Because the gorgeous competition can perform chain moves, Lele can adjust skills and moves at any time, so that she can perfectly avoid the disadvantages brought by skills. After Bullfrog used Water Wave, Crocodile hit it back in time. Water wave is originally a wave-shaped water flow, and it focuses on one point when attacking. When crocodile punches, it is immediately opened, forming a firework-shaped surface that is evenly distributed with crocodile's fist as the center. Then, Lele once again directed the crocodile, saying, "Crocodile, use the ice fountain. Bullfrog, use the bubble beam." Bullfrog and crocodile used the bubble beam at almost the same time. The bubble beam quickly hit the surface created by crocodile at the speed of thunder, and the raindrop-shaped surface was smashed into small splashes by the bubble, and the bubble itself also turned into a small splash. Crocodile's ice fountain followed closely, and the venue formed a super huge waterfall ice with a neat ice surface because of crocodile's use of the ice fountain. After the waterfall ice hit the bubble similar to fireworks, the waterfall ice formed a depression, like a splash of water, and the entire ice surface had a consistent uneven beauty. Bullfrog and crocodile, the rest depends on your improvisation. Lele said. Bullfrog nodded, after receiving Lele's order, he nodded and looked at the powerful crocodile. The powerful crocodile and the bullfrog were in sync, and the two elves seemed to know what moves each other would make. The powerful crocodile jumped up from the spot first, jumped to the ice surface, and drilled the ice surface into pieces, turning it into large pieces. The bullfrog followed closely, using his hind legs with amazing jumping power to jump into the air, jumped on the ice surface, and danced a graceful waltz with the ice as a fulcrum. Sometimes he also did a backflip, then used his tongue to push the ice, and jumped again. The powerful crocodile used the true chi fist to smash the ice again. When the ice was completely broken into pieces, the bullfrog's toes just touched the ground. Perfect landing! Kuro Nana Sakura looked a little dazed, especially when the bullfrog showed a smug expression on his face. Her heart was greatly shocked. It is said that frogs can also become princes. At this time, the bullfrog is dancing in the ice crystals, just like an ice rose withering in the wind. A perfect performance! Kuroshita Sakurako clapped her hands and said. P.S. Author's words: ask for full subscription, ask for custom subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Ask for full subscription, ask for custom subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for 1.6 price tickets, all kinds of requests. Ask for full subscription, ask for custom subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 360 participated in the battle, which was Lele's performance. 360 participated in the battle, which was Lele's performance. Lele put away the Pokemon ball. She seemed to have mastered the tricks of the Pokemon Gorgeous contest, and said to Kuroshita Sakurako with a smile, I seem to know some tricks about the Pokemon Gorgeous contest. Lele's performance was in the afternoon, and Ye Chen sat in the front contestant seat early after dinner. Ye Chen, I finally found you. Ajin came over at this time, holding 2 drinks in his hand, and handed 1 drink to Ye Chen. Here, Ye Chen, this is for you, it tastes like berry fruit. Ye Chen took the berry fruit juice and said. Where did you buy this berry fruit juice? It tastes good. Ajin said, are you talking about this berry fruit? Remember Miss Yuan Jinghua who performed the first show last night? She made it. Ye Chen glanced at Ajin and said jokingly, Miss Yuan Jinghua did a good job. By the way, what are you doing sitting in the audience? Don't you know you will have a competition in a while? Ajin scratched his head and said with a smile. Haha, isn't it that there is still some time before the competition? I just came here to join in the fun. Also, I have something to give you. Ajin put the berry fruit juice aside and took out a yellow poke ball from his pocket with his fat little white hands. Here, this is the GS ball I promised to give you last time. Keep it well. After all, I only have 1 GS ball. Ye Chen took the GS ball and asked, by the way, how is Sartre doing recently? Ajin said, what else can I do? I went to find my dream. Anyway, I dare to get off the boat now. Ye Chen said again, don't you have Sartre's contact information? Aren't you two friends? How can you not know his recent situation if you don't contact him? Ajin laughed, we met in the rivers and lakes, and we will meet again if we are destined to. What else can we do? After saying that, Ajin stopped talking, raised his berry juice and sucked it in big mouthfuls, watching the performance on the stage. After the host briefly introduced Lele's appearance, Lele summoned his Pokémon very energetically. Come out, mighty crocodile, bullfrog. Today's Lele seemed to be ready long ago. Not only did he put Pokémon stickers on the Pokémon ball, but he also dressed up the Pokémon beautifully and put on a gorgeous outfit. I saw that the bullfrog had a golden crown on his head, white gloves on his paws, and an evening gown on his body. He looked like a handsome prince who was transformed into a frog by magic. The style of the painting of the powerful crocodile was weird. I didn't know what Lele was thinking. He put heavy makeup on the powerful crocodile and put on golden curly hair, turning the powerful crocodile from a macho man into a delicate little princess. Powerful crocodile, true chi fist. Lele immediately gave the order, and the powerful crocodile punched the air one by one, forming the shape of stairs. Then Lele ordered the bullfrog, bullfrog, use the freezing ray on the stairs. The bullfrog did it, and used his tongue to push the ground and jumped high. When he jumped to a similar height, he used the freezing ray on the shape formed by the true chi fist. The air instantly solidified into ice, forming the shape of stairs. The bullfrog also successfully landed on the stairs from the ground and began to dance. Mighty crocodile, use grab. Lulu gave the order, and the mighty crocodile immediately stretched out its sharp claws to grab the bullfrog. The ice broke instantly. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please ask for anything. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please ask for anything. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please ask for anything. Important things should be said 3 times. 361 Gorgeous Social Dance. 361 Gorgeous Social Dance. Konkenstein was a little confused, and couldn't help rubbing his chin and said, although we encourage players to use their own playing styles, the playing styles of this player named Lele are really classified, and I have never seen them before. Sumu SA said, to be honest, I have never seen this kind of playing style, but this player named Lele also wants to express a story, and she expresses it through dance. Miss Joy's eyes were full of little stars. She held up her face and smiled. This should be the story of the Frog Prince in folk legends, but there are some changes here. Because it was a live broadcast, the host also heard what the judges said under the stage and made guesses about what Lele did. It seems that our contestant Lele wants to tell a beautiful and warm story. Let's look forward to it. After listening to the judges, Lele didn't say much, just smiled, then she waved her hand and said to Bullfrog, Bullfrog, use the foam beam on the broken ice cubes, and the powerful crocodile uses the high-pressure water gun. After Bullfrog used the foam beam and the high-pressure water gun, Lele ordered Bullfrog to use the freezing beam to freeze all the ice into ice cubes. But what appeared in front of the public was a high-walled castle with ice crystal stairs and inlaid with crystals. The powerful crocodile also jumped up and jumped on the castle, and Bullfrog was also climbing up the stairs at this moment. During the performance, the powerful crocodile was undoubtedly delighted to see Bullfrog, and Bullfrog was also full of joy to see the powerful crocodile. The two elves were very happy after seeing each other, and even hugged each other and couldn't wait to dance. The scene was once warm and harmonious. Afterwards, the judges also gave Lele a message of approval. After returning to the stage, the bullfrog and the powerful crocodile were not as warm and harmonious as they appeared on the scene. They immediately tore off their own shoes. When they thought of the way they hugged each other just now, they couldn't help but twitch in their hearts. Then they started to fight. The powerful crocodile, big 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 big. Stinky frog, you stepped on my foot during the performance. Did you do it on purpose? Bullfrog, quack quack quack. You are so ashamed to say that. Can't you use less strength when you use the true chi fist? You almost knocked me away with one punch. Unable to argue, the two elves started to fight again. Although Lele didn't understand what they were talking about, he felt that the situation was not optimistic and knew that there must be a conflict between them. He quickly said, "Stop arguing, you two. We are all good friends, and you two have been together for such a long time, you should tolerate each other. By the way, I heard that the Pokemon contest provides free desserts today. Should we go and have a look?" As soon as Lele finished speaking, the powerful crocodile and the bullfrog stopped arguing immediately. Both pairs of eyes looked at Lele and nodded. Their eyes were full of expectations for desserts, and when Lele saw the pair of ice stones, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Finally, a troublesome thing was solved. Ye Chen was also learning various ways of playing, sitting in the audience and watching silently with Izumi Shida, Kuroshi Sakurako and Xiao Qian. A Jin didn't know when he left his seat, perhaps to prepare for the game. Ye Chen didn't know the punishment. After more than 20 performances, a girl with golden hair and twin ponytails, wearing a dress, walked into the public's field of vision. P.S. Author's words: please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, very good, please give me all kinds of things. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please give me all kinds of things. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please give me all kinds of things. Important things should be said 3 times. 362 Ami's stage. 362 Ami's stage. After more than 20 performances, a girl with golden hair and twin ponytails, wearing a dress, walked into the public's field of vision. "Hello, judges and audience, my name is Ami." Ami said this as soon as she came on stage. "Hey, Miss Ami is here to participate in the competition, I thought she was busy dealing with the gym." Miss Joey looked a little surprised when she saw Ami. "Ami, the granddaughter of Yasaku, I know that." Konkenstein said, "She looks a bit like Yasaku." Sukisawa said with a smile, "Ami is a very kind girl, I saw her helping her friends clean barnacles before." The judges in the audience said so, and those who didn't know Ami also began to have a general understanding of Ami. "Come out, Emperor Nebo, come out, Big Gundam." After Ami summoned her magical 313 baby, she still had a smile on her face. Emperor Nebo is a very tall penguin, exuding a sharp temperament, while Big Gundam has a very fierce sense of deterrence. After Ami showed her Pokemon, Sukaseo and the others were surprised. "Hey? Emperor Nebo, I rarely see this Pokemon in local Pokemon contests. By the way, Garchomp is also Ami's main force, right? It shows that Ami really takes this competition very seriously." "Okay, Emperor Nebo, today is your first performance, you must show yourself well." Ami said, and then waved her hand and said, "Emperor Nebo, use shadow clones and use water waves." Emperor Nebo nodded, and its body had been split into 5 at this time, but the 5 could use the same skills, but the strength when using the skills was not as strong as the original body. And the 5 clones acted separately, drawing several long and thin water streams like long snakes on the field. "Gangshi, use sand hell." Gangshi's sharp horns glowed, and with a light tap, the ground immediately became an inverted funnel of quicksand, and above it was the water streamer formed by Emperor Nebo using Shadow Clone. The scene looked like the funnel-shaped thing formed by Sand Hell was about to suck in the water floating on the surface. Emperor Nebo, Frozen Wind. Gangshi uses rock cutting. After Ami gave the order, Emperor Nabo's two wings fanned a tornado similar to Sandhell, but the power of this tornado was slightly smaller. When the frozen wind stood between quicksand hell and water streamer, it stopped in place. But its own effect did not weaken, and it expanded its breadth and depth to both sides with itself as the origin. The water streamer was frozen, and the quicksand hell was also frozen. Then, Onyx's rock cutting quickly adjusted the skills on the battle stage. All the skills turned into a painting. The quicksand hell is the leaves, and the water ribbon and frozen wind are the petals. It looks like a blooming ice rose. Just when everyone thought that Ami's performance was about to end, Ami suddenly said, "Emperor Nabo, Onyx, use surf." Emperor Nabo immediately used the surf skill, and Onyx used its belly to swim. Because the flower made by Ami was very big, the two elves could play happily. At the same time, Ami took out the microphone that she didn't know where she came from and started singing. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please order all, order by yourself, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 363 The spring comes on stage. 363 The spring comes on stage. Emperor Nabo, Onyx, use surf. Emperor Nabo immediately used the surf skill, and Onyx used its belly to swim. Because the flowers made by Ami were very big, the two elves could play happily. At the same time, Ami took out a microphone that she didn't know where she came from and started singing. The ethereal singing voice of Ami sounded on the stage, like an indissoluble fog. Ami's singing voice was crisp, and at the same time, it was cute, which made the listeners unable to help but be attracted by her appearance and herself. Emperor Nabo and Garkomp were also very powerful. After the ice crystal roses were made, they performed short track speed skating on the stage in the form of surfing. The song sung by Ami was about friendship, and the two elves presented a performance about friendly competition to the audience. They symbolized friendship first and competition second. Finally, the performance slowly came to an end in the ethereal singing. Everyone applauded them, and Ami successfully qualified for the next round. Next is the scene under the spring. Kwangxia is very beautiful, just wearing a swallowtail suit, without any extra decoration, it is enough to produce a thrilling beauty. Dahlia fell in love with this quiet boy at the first sight of Kwangxia. "This is my elf Pippi and Beadahu." Kwangxia explained simply, and then his eyes ignited a passion that was completely different from the outside. "Let's use battle to embellish this beautiful stage together. Beadahu, use the silk spinning on Pippi, Pippi, use the rounding." After the two elves received the order, Butterfree waved its wings to attack Pippi. At this moment, Pippi's body turned into a pink ball, jumping around in the venue. Butterfree's silk spinning speed was very fast, but Pippi's speed of withdrawal was faster, and it even left a trail of silk spinning in the air, which fell on the point supported by Pippi with ups and downs. Soon, soft blankets similar to wool were set up on the field. It seemed that Kwangxia had communicated with the lighting engineer before. The lighting engineer turned off the lights very cleverly at this time, leaving a small row of lights on the soft silk. "Butterfree, use blowfly, Pippi use wall of light." When Butterfree used the urge, the silk it spit out flew up slowly like being drawn, and finally slowly rose into the air. It was like a pair of soft wings. When Pippi used the wall of light automatically changed into the shape of an arched tower top because of Pippi's changes. The soft silk gently fell on the top of the tower, forming a castle-like appearance. This castle has the glossy texture of the silk spit out by Butterfree, and also has the colorful texture reflected by the wall of light. The colorful texture is integrated into the silk spit out by Butterfree, which looks even more beautiful. At this time, Kwangxia did not speak. He closed his eyes and put his hands together as if he was praying for something. everyone did not dare to make a noisy sound, for fear of disturbing this angelic scene, which was once spectacular. Kuroshita Sakurako watched from the audience and could not help but nodded repeatedly. As for Kwangzia, I feel that it is not because his performance is good, but because his temperament is so good that people are attracted unconsciously. Ye Chen nodded, indicating that it is indeed as Kuroshita Sakurako said, Kwangzia Sashimi has a kind of temperament that can attract people, and people's eyes can't help but linger on him. Besides, now on a big stage, originally to perform, he suddenly stopped giving orders, but stood quietly alone and prayed, which attracted the curiosity of many people. What is he doing? What is he here for? P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment tickets, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please say it 3 times. Important things. Enter. 364 Izumi who didn't advance to the audition. 364 Izumi who didn't advance to the audition. I feel that Izumi is not because his performance is good, but because his temperament is so good that people can't help but be attracted. Ye Chen nodded, indicating that it was indeed as Kuroshi Sakurako said, all the sashimi had a kind of temperament that could attract people, and people's eyes couldn't help but linger on him. Besides, now they were on a big stage. Originally they were here to perform. He suddenly stopped giving orders, but stood there quietly praying, which attracted the curiosity of many people. What was he doing? What is he doing here? However, everyone's attention quickly shifted to another place. They were all attracted by Pippi's singing. Pippi's singing was very nice. At the same time, Butterfree was flapping its wings. Every time it flapped, feather powder fell. Because Pippi's singing could also cause a certain degree of lethality, every time the feather powder was about to fall on Pippi's head, it would push the feather powder back by cutting its throat. It became a Wi-Fi style spread, which was very wide. Even the castle created before was filled with sparkling feather powder. Konkenstein subconsciously covered his nose, but after a while, he put his hand down when he found that the other judges were not actually covering their noses. He was a little curious. No, that's not right. Logically, this paralysis powder has a strong medicinal property and will make people faint when they inhale it into their nasal cavity. But this time it didn't happen. Although we are very close to the stands, we are not affected at all. What's going on? Dahlia pointed to the slightly transparent reflective wall on the stage and said, it may be the effect of the wall of light. The wall of light will become transparent to a certain extent. Plus, the light was dim, so we couldn't see it. At this moment, Kwangzia suddenly opened his eyes, and at the same time, the lights seemed to respond to Kwangzia's reaction and were also turned on. Pippi, million-ton flying kick. The gentle rhythm at the beginning was gone, replaced by the command voice from Kwangzia that was like the sky exploding. Pippi received the order and kicked the previously built building to pieces, and everything returned to peace. The sky was full of silk woven by Butterfree, which fell to the ground like pieces of light feathers. The wall of light was also cut into angular things, falling to the ground like ribbons, and the picture was very beautiful. When it fell to the ground, a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the ceiling of the Pokémon Grand Contest venue and struck the stage. The electric wire wandered on the ground and burned the silk originally spit out by Butterfree and the wall of light made by Pippi. Some people were really confused when they saw this scene. Why did a thunderbolt suddenly fall from the sky? Besides, the Pokémon on the stage did not use their skills. Could it be that the performer was struck by lightning because he was a scumbag? Outside it's not raining outside. Miss Joy quickly contacted the staff outside and they said it was not raining outside, but where did the sudden thunder come from? Because the thunder came too suddenly and without any preparation, all of them were eliminated and did not advance to the audition. At that time, Guangxia was not in a particularly good mood, but it was not as bad as imagined. Before Jin went on stage, he saw Guangxia and handed her a bottle of drink. It doesn't matter if the performance is not good, just keep working hard next time, and don't be too discouraged, I believe in you. Well, thank you. Guangxia took the drink. Jin stared at Guangxia for a moment and felt that Guangxia's mental state was not so good, so he asked. What happened? I don't think you are in good spirits. Don't be sad, just take it slowly in the future. Guangxia shook his head and smiled. I probably didn't sleep well yesterday, I'm a little sleepy, I'll go to the stage to rest first. After saying that, Guangxia left and said goodbye to Jin. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please ask for anything. Jin's performance. 365 Jin's performance. After more than a dozen performances, it was Jin's turn to perform. At this time, Guangxia was already sitting in the audience. His face was pale, and he looked like he had experienced something sad. Ye Chen originally thought that Guangxia was a bit hit by being eliminated from the competition just now, so he didn't say much. To comfort a person is not to try every possible way to persuade him with reasons, but to accompany him silently and hand him a tissue when he cries. Are you okay? Ye Chen asked. Guangxia nodded, it's okay, just a little too sleepy. Lulu said. I told you to rest more and take care of yourself. Kuroshita Sakurako felt something was wrong. She quickly took out a thermometer from her pocket and put it into Guangxia's mouth. At the same time, she touched Guangxia's forehead with her hand and said, your head is so hot. It can't be because you are not used to the climate here. I have seen that you have not been in a good mood since you came to Asagi city. It should be what you said. Guangxia nodded in agreement and didn't say much. Hello everyone, I want to introduce my elf friends to you solemnly. This is Mealy Sheep and this is Otaki. Well, let's start our performance. Mealy Sheep, Electric Ball Tail. After Mealy Sheep used the ball pad tail, several furry balls appeared on the tail of Mealy Sheep. After the ball appeared, Mealy Sheep immediately hit Otaki. Otaki, use Shadow Ball. After Jin issued the order, Whaley jumped down and used the Shadow Ball. After the Shadow Ball was released, it was combined with the electric ball tail of the sheep. The Shadow Ball and the electric ball tail were combined and slowly rose into the air. Finally, after reaching a certain node in the air, they collided and exploded. At this time, Whaley jumped onto the sheep, put his head on the sheep's hair, and his tail acted as an antenna to absorb the explosive lightning. Immediately, because Whaley's electrified physique, he transferred the energy to the sheep. This does not require any operation, because the hair on the Mealy Sheep has the characteristic of absorbing electricity. After the tail force transmits the energy to the Mealy Sheep, the Mealy Sheep's hair automatically absorbs it. Tail, use the freezing beam towards the sky and smash the freezing beam. After Jin finished speaking, Tail formed a large piece of ice out of thin air and smashed the ice surface with his big tail. The ice surface turned into sparkling ice flowers, which was very beautiful in the air. Mealy Sheep, use discharge. As soon as Jin spoke, Mealy Sheep used the discharge skill. During the discharge process, since the ice is also made of water, it successfully made the lightning more ductile. From a visual point of view, it looks like a flower made of lace, which looks very beautiful. A performance is over, and the judges also gave high scores, which is a compliment to Jin, and Jin has successfully passed. The only one left is Kuroshina Sakurako. Before Kurikan Sakurako came on stage, Kurosaka Sakurako couldn't let go and sat in the audience. I'll take him to see Miss Joy. Ye Chen said. I want to go too. Guangxia is our companion, how can he just ignore his work? Lola said. Xiao Qian and Ami chose to stay where they were and watch Kurikan Sakurako's performance. Kurikan Sakurako nodded. Now it's the only way. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 366 Water body fire body. 366 Water body fire body. The next one to go on stage is Kurashige Sakurako. The Kurashige family is the most authoritative in Asahi City, but their first performance was replicated by Miss Yuan Jinghua. How will she solve the next problem? Let's wait and see. Kurashige Sakurako walked to the stage and clenched her fists. At this moment, Ye Chen was not in the audience, which made her feel a little frustrated. Fireball Mouse, Water Spirit, you must cheer up when you go on stage. Kurashige Sakurako touched the heads of the 2 elves. The 2 elves nodded obediently. She put them into the Pokemon ball and walked onto the podium. Kurashige Sakurako threw the Pokemon ball. Come out. Infernape, Water Spirit. Infernape, use fire on Water Spirit. Infernape sprayed flames with her nose, and the direction she attacked was Water Spirit. There was nothing unexpected. This was the routine of the audition competition of the gorgeous competition. But what Kurashige Sakura did was undoubtedly a great harm to Water Spirit, because water overcomes fire, and fire can also harm water. Konkenstein was a little surprised and said, her actions are undoubtedly very harmful to Pokemon. Why does she do this? Although this method can be used, most trainers will not hurt their own bodies. Dahlia kept silent and kept observing Kurashige Sakura's movements on the stage. Just when Konkenstein finished speaking, she pointed at the Water Spirit on the stage and said, look! The Water Spirit is not injured. As he expected, the Water Spirit was not injured, but came out of the flames intact. It was because it came out of the flames so intact and without any fur injuries that shocked many people. Sumuzu observed carefully and said, so that's it. The water elf is wrapped in a thin layer of water film, so the flame will not hurt it when it touches its skin. This method is really clever, which makes us scared. Miss Joy said. This is the characteristic of the water elf, the moist body. Because the water elf is a water Pokemon, but it often moves on land. In order to keep its body from drying out, this is also a good way to keep its body moist. The water elf uses water waves. At this moment, Kurashige Sakurako gave the order again, and the water elf also obediently used water waves, and the target of the attack was the Fireball Mouse. The Fireball Mouse was still covered with flames, but at this moment it had rolled its body into a ball and resolutely rolled into the turbulent water. Water Elf, use Blizzard. Kurashige Sakurako ordered, and the Ice Elf immediately used Blizzard. And the Fireball Mouse was tightly wrapped with a piece of ice at this moment. White mist was rising, and when it cleared, Apple M saw the Fireball Mouse in the ice. Is it okay like this? No matter how much the water system is quantified, it will restrain the fire system. Miss Joy said. Dahlia shook her head, no, the principle is still the same Fireball Mouse. She has a body of fire, so wrapping herself in fire will buffer water attacks to a certain extent. When water meets fire, it will evaporate into high-temperature steam. And this body of fire seems to have buffered the cold water. I guess Miss Kurashige Sakurako asked the water spirit to make water waves for this reason, so as to reduce the damage the water spirit will suffer when using Blizzard. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please ask for anything. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please ask for anything. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please ask for anything. Important things should be said 3 times. 367 Tension-filled performance. 367 Tension-filled performance. Dahlia shook her head. No, the reason is still the same. The same fireball mouse has a flame body, so wrapping the flame around itself will buffer the water attack to a certain extent. When water meets fire, it will evaporate high-temperature water vapor. And this flame body seems to have buffered the cold water. I guess Miss Kuroshi Sakurako asked the water elf to make water waves for this reason, so as to reduce the certain damage suffered by the water elf when using blizzard. After listening to Dahlia's words, Sumusa seemed to know something. Ms. Dahlia, are you saying that Miss Kuroshi Sakurako wants to maximize the performance drama without hurting the Pokemon? Dahlia nodded. When Sumuzuko looked at Kuroshi Sakurako again, his eyes were full of admiration for Kuroshi Sakurako. As expected of an innovative talent, you can think of this. Before, it was low concentration and low energy consumption as a performance, but now it is to increase the tension of the picture and perform with high energy. As expected of a genius among geniuses. Konkenstein said. 317 Okay, water spirit, use the large word ice. Fireball mouse, use the large word explosion. The water elf screamed, and spewed out a cross-shaped ice cube from its mouth, which chopped towards the ice cube that wrapped the fireball mouse. Because the high-temperature steam separated the fireball mouse's skin from the ice cube, the fireball mouse could move freely in the ice cube. At this time, the fireball mouse also adjusted its posture and used the big character explosion. The big character ice and big character explosion are combined together to form a wonderful flavor. The skills of one fire and one ice did not burst out a wonderful physical reaction, but the two were fused together to form a spiral attack. Big character explosion ice? Why haven't I heard of this skill before? Sumusa said. There is no need to hear of this skill. It should be created after her own improvement. The principle is the same as the big character explosion. Because these two elves have received professional training, the control of their skills is also very subtle. The two big characters stopped after rotating in the air, and gradually decreased at a subtle speed. Finally, they disappeared in the air, as if they had never existed before, and did not hurt anyone, and the two elves were intact. Heichi Yingzi then said that everyone bowed deeply, and her elves also bowed deeply to everyone. Soon, the audience stood up and applauded Heichi Shadow. Heichi Shadow also enjoyed this moment. She sighed at the advice Lele gave her last night. Since it is impossible to quantify the blood circulation to the minimum, it can be quantified to the maximum, as long as the performance style is different. At the same time, the Pokemon Service Center. Ms. Joey, can BJBG, do a physical examination for my friend? My friend is a little uncomfortable, but I don't know what's going on. It seems that he has a fever, but generally fever means inflammation. I think it is necessary to check it out. As soon as he entered the room, Ye Chen said to Miss Joy. Ah, it's like this. We don't have any physical examination equipment here. We can only temporarily measure your blood pressure and heart rate. If you have a fever, take antipyretics temporarily. When you have time, please go to a larger Pokemon hospital for a checkup. Only then will the data be true. Miss Joy said. Miss Joy was busy with her work at first. When she looked up, she found that it was Ye Chen. She covered her mouth in surprise, because one of his sisters had been a Joy in the Quartz Alliance. Even served Ye Chen, so when he heard his sister talking about Ye Chen, he couldn't help but admire Ye Chen in his heart. When she saw the real person, she panicked, but soon calmed down and arranged a series of inspections for Ye Chen's friends. P.S. Author's words: ask for full subscription, ask for self-subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Ask for full subscription, ask for self-subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Ask for full subscription, ask for self-subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Say the important things 3 times. 368 Conspiracy. 368 Conspiracy. Miss Joey was busy with her work at first. When she looked up, she found that it was Ye Chen. She covered her mouth in surprise, because one of her sisters had been a Joey in the Quartz Alliance. She even served Ye Chen, so when she heard her sister talking about Ye Chen, she couldn't help but admire Ye Chen in her heart. When she saw the real person, she panicked, but soon calmed down and arranged a series of examinations for Ye Chen's friends. There is something I must tell you, Mr. Ye Chen. I can't tell your friend directly. I hope you can take me to him to tell him. When testing his heartbeat, we found that his heartbeat was very fast and it was not the speed of ordinary people. If it continues like this, it will easily cause heart failure and death. At the same time, his blood pressure is also very low. We can only do some basic relief work here, but it will not have any practical effect. You still have to go to the Pokemon hospital first. There is no time to lose. Miss Joy said so. At this time, a girl with wine-red hair came in. This is Yuan Jinghua. When she saw Ye Chen, she smiled politely. Then she said to Miss Joy, I want to ask if you have painkillers here? I accidentally fell while walking just now and injured my knee. After Yuan Jinghua finished speaking, she showed her blue leg. Wait a moment, I have painkillers here. Miss Joy immediately stood up to look through the medicine box and handed a medicine to Yuan Jinghua. Hey! Ye Chen, why are you and your friend here? Kurashich Yingzi is in the game now, don't you want to go see her? I thought you were partners. Ye Chen glanced at Yuan Jinghua and was very wary of her. He just summarized it hastily, my friend is injured, can't I bring him to see him? Yuan Jinghua smiled. Yeah, it's not that I can't, but when I came here, I heard you say that you were going to a professional hospital for treatment. I think time is urgent. I happened to drive here, so I'll take you there. I know a very professional hospital, and the doctor will definitely be able to cure your partner when the time comes. Yuan Jinghua smiled. Although Yuan Jinghua had never done anything bad from beginning to end, his subconscious intuition told Ye Chen to stay away from this woman. Ye Chen was not in a hurry to refuse now. He was lost in thought, not knowing whether he should agree to the person in front of him. Ye Chen, I just sent a message to Lele, he said you are here. The next second, the door was opened, and the person who came was Kuro Nana Yingzi. Ye Chen said to Kuro Nana Yingzi, Guangxia's condition looks very bad, Miss Joy said she needs to go to a hospital specializing in human treatment. Compared with Yuan Jinghua, Ye Chen still believed in Kuro Nana Yingzi more. Without thinking, He Qingzi said. Remember the friend I mentioned last time who helped us with the physical examination? Let's go to him. It happens that he is free today. Let's get treatment for Guangxia first. Everyone nodded and agreed. Then He Qingzi said to Yuan Jinghua. Then we won't bother you, Miss Yuan. We'll leave first. He Qingzi glanced at Yuan Jinghua and turned away. Lele and Ye Chen also helped Guangxia out. Only Miss Qiaoyi and Yuan Jinghua were left in the room. After they left, Yuan Jinghua seemed to have changed her face. You also punched your fist and gritted your teeth. Qiaoyi on the side didn't know what was happening at the moment. She asked, Miss, are you okay? Yuan Jinghua finally realized that she was still in the Pokemon Center. She shook her head and smiled. I'm sorry, Miss Joy's legs were really sore just now that she couldn't stand it. P's author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. Enter. 369 Dilemma. 369 Dilemma. That woman is really weird. What does it have to do with her if Guangxia is sick? Lei complained. Maybe she is kind-hearted. Xiao Qian said. Come on, have you ever seen a weasel pay New Year's greetings to a chicken? They all have bad intentions. Besides, in the audition of the gorgeous competition, she used the low-focus method of Black Seven Sisters. How can it not be offensive? Anyway, I think she is a little weird. Do you think I am right, brother Ye Chen? Lei complained while turning his head to Ye Chen. Ye Chen said, let's see what happens first. Does she have anything to do with us? We just need to stay alert at all times. By the way, why didn't Ami come? Xiao Qian took a hamburger when she walked out of the Pokémon Center. Since she had just finished the game, she hadn't had time to eat yet, so she ate it in the car. I heard that Ami went to the lighthouse. She needs to deal with something, so she can't come. What's the matter? Kuroshita Sakurako said. Xiao Qian thought for a moment and said, I just talked to her on the phone. She didn't tell me what it was specifically. She just said that she was busy and couldn't come to us for the time being. She probably meant this. At this time, Kuroshita Sakurako parked the car in front of a Pokémon hospital and said to everyone, we are here. The one who received Ye Chen and his group was called a Yin, a handsome man. After receiving the broadcast from the lady at the service desk, Yin came down the stairs to greet He Qi Ying Zi and the others. He Qi Ying Zi had informed Yin before coming. Yin saw He Qi Ying Zi as soon as she walked down the first floor and came up to say hello. He Qi, you are here so soon. Immediately, Yin noticed Ye Chen and the others beside He Qi and smiled. Is this your friend? He Qi nodded, yes, a traveling companion. One of my companions is not feeling well. After listening, Yin nodded in tacit agreement, oh, that's right. I heard you say that before. Then you guys come in quickly. If you want to check, you have to draw blood first. Do you want to check your Pokémon together today? He Qi Ying Zi nodded, yes. The inspection process was very simple. Ye Chen and the others handed their Pokémon balls to Yin. Out of trust in He Qi Ying Zi, they were not on guard against Yin. In fact, Yin was indeed as gentle as he appeared. Please put your valuables in the safe. A Yin led Ye Chen to the safe and pointed at the safe in front of him. 1 ticket and 1 certificate, press the exit with your fingerprint to get the code. Just keep this small piece of paper and scan it for verification. The security measures here are still very safe, so you don't need to worry. Kuroshita Sakurako said, but her eyes still hesitated for a moment on Ye Chen, because Ye Chen's things are really valuable, even more valuable than this safe in practical terms. Ye Chen was also hesitant. He just got the GS ball and the leaf stone he got in the competition restaurant before. These 2 things must not be put in the safe, and Lugia's egg is now facing a physical examination. But before the physical examination, they first do a physical examination by themselves, and Lugia's egg needs to be put aside, which makes Ye Chen feel a dilemma. What should he do? P.S. Author's words, ask for full subscription, ask for custom subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Ask for full subscription, ask for custom subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Ask for full subscription, ask for custom subscription, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets on 1.6, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 370 system tasks. 370 system tasks. 1 ticket and 1 certificate, press the exit with your fingerprint to get the scan code, and then keep this small piece of paper to scan the code for verification. The security measures here are still very safe, so you don't need to worry. Kuroshita Sakurako said, but her eyes still hesitated for a moment on Ye Chen, because Ye Chen's things are really precious, even more precious than this safe in practical terms. Ye Chen was also hesitant. He had just got the GS ball, and he also had the leaf stone obtained from the restaurant. These two things must not be placed in the safe, and Lugia's egg is now facing a physical examination. But before the physical examination, they first do a physical examination by themselves, and Lugia's egg needs to be put aside, which makes Ye Chen feel a dilemma. What should he do? At this time, a voice 19 sounded in Ye Chen's mind, and it was the system that sent a task. Task: defeat the synthesized superpower Pokemon and help Guangxia, and you can get the right to lease 1 cubic meter of dimensional space. The lease period is 1 year, and any object can be installed. Ye Chen is a little confused about the situation. First of all, what is the synthesized superpower Pokemon? Secondly, he doesn't know where this Pokemon is, nor does he know what his strength is, what is his situation, and one more thing, when did his partner Guangxia become one of the tasks that need to be completed? Although these two tasks seem to be unrelated, Ye Chen vaguely feels that there must be some mystery in them. This can only be said to be under the spring, but this psychic artifact treasure has a certain connection, which caused Ye Chen to brainstorm. He remembered a series of thoughts that had been caused on the water flow not long ago. At that time, Ye Chen received a piece of news in his room, saying that in the forest near the Shallow Onion City, an unmanned camera captured the tribe of chrysanthemum leaves and the psychic Pokemon Jiraiya. But Ye Chen clearly did not see the Pokemon Jiraiya at that time, which also shows that the Pokemon Jiraiya has a certain ability to hide itself. The thoughts stopped here, and only heard a yin said to everyone, "We are going to draw blood next. Mr. Ye Chen, please put the things in the storage cabinet, so that it will be more convenient to handle the next work." Ye Chen shook his head and said, "No thank you." While he said this, he kept complaining about the system in his heart. Stinky system, at least give a response. The task you issued yourself has no indicators at all. How can I find that psychic Pokemon? Besides, 1 cubic meter of space is really useful. Can't we have an advance payment for this thing? Ye Chen was a little depressed. But he soon got rid of this depressed mood. If he helps Guangxia, can he complete the task? Ye Chen was a little selfish, but generally speaking, he had already regarded Guangxia as his partner. It was true that he took Guangxia into consideration. At this time, Ye Chen suddenly had an idea in his mind, and said to a yin, "Dr. A Yin, my friend is really feeling a little uncomfortable. Can you help him check his condition first? It doesn't matter to us. We can postpone it, but I feel that he really can't delay it." What Ye Chen said was unanimously agreed by everyone present. Kuroshiki Sakurako said, "It is indeed as Ye Chen said, Guangxia's health is not very good, so we came here so quickly. Yin, you take a look at Guangxia first." Yin hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded, "Okay, I know your situation, I will arrange a physical examination for him quickly." At this time, the voice of the system appeared again in Ye Chen's mind, "Congratulations to the host for completing 1/3 of the task, reward, 1 square meter of venue rental voucher." Ye Chen was still very happy. While Guangxia was cooperating with Dr. Yin for a physical examination, he took the excuse that he had to go to the toilet to put Lugia's egg into this storage space. As soon as he came out, Yin finished the examination of Guangxia. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment tickets, all kinds of requests. Please order all, order by yourself, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 371 The suicide note of a dying person. 371 The suicide note of a dying person. After Yin finished a full body check on Guangxia, he walked out with Guangxia. Guangxia's condition did not look that bad, but he looked a little sleepy. When he saw Ye Chen and the others, Guangxia politely greeted them. Brother Ye Chen, Lei, Miss Heike, and Xiao Qian, thank you for waiting for me outside. I really appreciate it. Lei saw Guangxia's sincere thanks, and for some reason her cheeks felt hot. She turned away and said, Who said I would wait for you? I also need to have a physical examination, okay? Guangxia smiled shyly and didn't argue with Lei. Pippi and Badahu had been waiting outside before, and they immediately surrounded Guangxia when they saw him. Ye Chen heard Guangxia communicating with his Pokémon all the time, and he kept smiling on his face. I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me anymore. Guangxia said this to Pippi and Badahulu. Just looking at Guangxia's reaction, it is easy for others to think that Guangxia knows the language of Pokémon. Ye Chen can understand what Pippi and the others are talking about because of the existence of the Dream Demon and the telepathy of the Dream Demon. Pippi and Badahulu said words of concern for Guangxia, and Guangxia answered them one by one, which made Ye Chen suspicious of Guangxia himself. Lei, can you take Guangxia for a walk or something? You didn't eat anything just now, did you? Seeing that Yin was about to speak, He Qiangzi quickly sent Lei and the others away. Lei nodded in understanding and said to He Qiangzi, okay, let's go buy something to eat first. After saying that, Lei pulled Guangxia out without looking back. After they left the hospital together, Lei glanced at Guangxia calmly. Do you know why they asked us to go out to buy food? Guangxia said, is it because we didn't eat much today? Lei shook his head and smiled, it's not like that. They sent us away for only one reason. We were too annoying and hindered their conversation to a certain extent. And they didn't want us to hear what they said. Lei looked at Guangxia and said. Guangxia nodded thoughtfully, oh, so that's the case. Generally, dying people like me can distinguish a kind of breath from people. Everyone who is about to die will exude such a breath. Lei smiled and continued, but you give me a very different feeling. You know, you give me the feeling that you are about to fall into a deep sleep. It's as if I won't see you the next second after you fall asleep. Lei smiled like a flower, tilted her head, looked at Guangxia, as if waiting for Guangxia's answer, but at this moment Guangxia didn't know how to answer Lei's words, just nodded silently. Ayan stood in front of everyone, looked at the list in her hand, analyzed it carefully, and then said, Guangxia's physical condition looks pretty good, but when we did a full-body CT scan on him, we found that his bones were not photographed. What do you mean? Ye Chen said. Yin simply did not explain too much, but took out an X-ray for everyone to see. The picture above showed a very small skeleton. But Yin said that this X-ray was taken from the underworld. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please ask for all kinds of things. Kurashita Sakurako said. Yin calmed down and saw that Kurashita Sakurako and the others did not understand what he meant, so he could only continue. This X-ray is exactly what I saw with my naked eyes. Although it is very different from the bones I actually saw with my naked eyes, the cold machine will not lie. This is clearly the skeleton of a Pokémon. Kurashita Sakurako exclaimed. Xiao Qian also leaned her head over and said to everyone, I think so too. This is clearly the skeleton of a Pokémon, and it is the skeleton of a very mini Pokémon. Ye Chen also looked at the picture carefully. For some reason, perhaps due to psychological effects, Ye Chen felt more and more that this God 320 Pokémon looked a bit like Jiraiya. We took a blood test for him. His body is in good condition and his blood data is normal. However, the normal I mentioned here is the normal threshold of Pokémon. But I am not a professional Miss Joy, so my speculation about this boy named Izumi stops here. After listening to what Yin said, Kurashiki Sakurako was a little shocked. You mean, there might be a Pokémon under the spring? Literally, it is true. Yin nodded. Ye Chen also added, generally speaking, there are many Pokémon that can imitate human body shape. There were Zoroark and Latias before, and then there were Mew and Ditto. These can all become people, but there is no way, BJBG, to talk to people normally. I agree with this. Xiao Qian said, a few days ago, I saw a Pokemon blogger who completed a Pokemon movie with Zoroark, but I heard that Zoroark can only imitate human body shape, not voice. I heard that the movie was dubbed later. If the Springit is really a Pokemon that can turn into a human and talk, which is really a great thing. After saying that, Yin nodded, anyway, that's what I mean. I will not participate in the rest of your speculation about your partners. When Lele and the others came back, everyone shut up at the same time, but they all knew it in their hearts. Then Yin gave Ye Chen and the others a physical examination. Ye Chen had heard before that the evolution stone can play a role in regulating the magnetic field for Pokemon. It's a waste not to believe it. Ye Chen did not put the newly acquired leaf stone in his small space. The things he put were only GS balls, Logia eggs, bank cards, etc. Before leaving, Ye Chen specially handed the things to Guangxia and said to Guangxia, Guangxia, I will also go for a physical examination later. Please help me take a look at my things. Thank you. Guangxia took Ye Chen's bag very readily. But when he received Ye Chen's bag, Guangxia felt that something was glowing inside the bag, something that was emitting green light. For some reason, Guangxia felt that it was really comfortable to hold a bag. Before, his heart rate was a little fast, which often made his heart feel painful, but when he took Ye Chen's bag, for some reason, the pain in his heart disappeared inexplicably. Ye Chen was in the room at this moment, waiting for blood to be drawn, but his mind was on Guangxia. In theory, in the era of Pokemon, the leaf stone was just discovered at this time and was very rare. The leaf stone itself has healing energy. So it was unexpected that the owner of the buffet restaurant gave him the leaf stone. Now Ye Chen is not afraid of anything, but that old man. The leaf stone given by the board is fake, and it can't help Guangxia at all. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 373 If you are sad, you can make a wish to a shooting star. 373 If you are sad, you can make a wish to a shooting star. In theory, in the era of Pokemon, the leaf stone was just discovered at this time and is very rare. The leaf stone itself has healing power. So it was unexpected that the boss of the buffet restaurant gave him the leaf stone. Now Ye Chen is not afraid of anything, but he is afraid that the leaf stone given by the boss is fake and can't help Guangxia at all. When the blood was drawn, Lele kept shouting in pain. The needle here is too big, it hurts me so much. Lele raised his head and roared to the sky. However, Ye Chen didn't think it was a big deal, because the pain during the injection only lasted for 1 second, and it was not as exaggerated as Lele said. Until Lele had a nosebleed and the needle hole on her arm continued to bleed after the injection, Ye Chen realized that something was wrong. Her blood coagulation factor has decreased. Is she seriously ill? Cancer. Lele wiped the blood from his nose and smiled at Yin, I just want to see how long I can last. After listening to what Lele said, Yin's expression became very complicated, and finally he condensed the thousands of words in his heart into one sentence. My condolences. What's there to be condoled? I said I want to be the champion of the Orange League, just wait. Lele's clip was just a small episode, and then the Pokemon were given a physical examination. When Ye Chen took out his Logia egg, Yin was still a little confused. He didn't even know how Ye Chen preserved it. Luckily, Logia is very healthy. The embryo is complete and well developed. There is light around the eggshell. It should hatch soon. A Yin said. After all the examinations were completed, He Chi Yingzi drove Ye Chen and the others back to their residence. During this period, Lei was still very curious about the results of the examination under the spring, but he was not particularly concerned about his own examination results. After Xiao Qian returned to the Pokemon Center, she ran to the supermarket to buy Lei a bunch of delicious food, and there was everything in it. As long as Lei wanted to eat, she bought it back. He Chi Yingzi also softened her attitude towards Lei. Before, she always thought that Lei was an arrogant and domineering person. But Lei is a very good person in the process of getting along. Although Lei often shows an expression of "Why are you looking at me? Be careful, I will cut you with a knife," he is really a very good person. Glorious Lighthouse. A creature with a white body and strong muscles came here. It looks a bit like Menghuan, but it looks much more fierce than Menghuan. Its eyes are sharp and staring at the top of the tower from a distance. Who gave me life? Ban Mu? The evil man who wants to dominate the universe? Who am I? Why am I here again? What is the meaning of my existence in this world? Thinking of this, Mutuo clenched his fists. Guang'er, Magnemite, run slower! Just when Mutuo was lost in thought, a voice broke its thoughts. It looked up and found a Magnemite flying towards it. When Magnemite saw Mutuo, he was a little curious. It seemed that he had never seen this kind of Pokemon before, so he kept circling around Mutuo. This is simply a headless fly, so noisy. Mutuo, who was stared at by Magnemite's big eyes for a long time, was very disgusted with Magnemite. He gathered strength in his fists and punched Magnemite. It happened that this scene was seen by the electric dragon named Guang'er, who used his tail to hit back the million-ton punch released by Mutuo. Generally speaking, Mutuo is very disgusted with Pokemon that are hostile to it. In a rage, Mutuo turned its spearhead to Dragonite. 0. Destruction Ray. With a roar from Mutuo, the Destruction Ray came out of its mouth, punching Dragonite 100 meters away and knocking down many trees. P's author's words: please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, give flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. Enter. 374 Guang'er is injured. 374 Guang'er is injured. It happened that the scene was seen by the lightning dragon named Guang'er, and it used its tail to hit back the million-ton punch released by Mutuo. Mutuo is generally very disgusted with Pokemon that are hostile to it. In anger, Mutuo turned its spearhead to the lightning dragon. Destruction Ray. With only a roar from Mutuo, the Destruction Ray came out of its mouth, punching the lightning dragon 100 meters away and knocking down many trees. Magnemite, Guang'er. Ami hurriedly chased after him. Her most smart move now was not to confront Mutuo head-on. She took out the Pokemon ball and put Guang'er into it. In the sea not far away, Yuan Jinghua was ordering the members of Team Rocket to drive the boat and hide under the water, while she herself was watching the situation in front through a telescope. She had a small machine similar to a headband on her head. The name of this machine was Heart Brain, which was used to connect to Mutuo and communicate with Mutuo through the air. Mutuo. Don't forget the meaning of your existence. As a Pokemon, you live to help humans complete a better mission. We need you, and you can't do without us. Why? Mutuo asked. This was the nth time it had said this. Because our Team Rocket will bring you endless power, and the only thing you have to do now is to surrender. I'm asking you to attack that girl now. Yes, that's right, that girl. Yuan Jinghua's voice gradually became louder, and she became so arrogant and presumptuous. Her face was arrogant, and she didn't even look like a girl at all. At the same time, she was completely different from her usual gentle and lovely appearance. Why should I attack that girl? She didn't do anything to me. Qiao Meng said. When Mutuo was born, he saw Banmu as soon as he opened his eyes. At that time, Banmu kept brainwashing him, saying that only he could dominate the world. At that time, Mutuo didn't believe it until Banmu used super powerful force to conquer him. He chose to surrender under the circumstances. In Banmu's eyes, Pokemon is a tool to command the earth, and they naturally exist in this world as commanders. Shouldn't Pokemon have feelings with humans? Shouldn't they be subordinate to each other? After Banmu said this, Mutuo also felt that his appearance should serve humans for a long time. But when it came to the object to be attacked, it found that the Pokemon owner had a good relationship with Pokemon. When Mutuo attacked the Dragonite himself, Ami rushed over to find the Dragonite and the little Magneto. After enveloping Dragonite and Magneto, Ami looked at Mutuo with extremely resentful eyes. Between Ami and Mutuo, Ami undoubtedly looked weaker, but when she turned her eyes to herself, Mutuo was frightened by her eyes. There was something in that look full of reluctance, and the heartache of hurting her own Pokemon. Can humans really develop feelings for their own Pokemon? Mutuo is also a living creature, and Ami's behavior has caused it to think a lot. No. Don't you think such humans are more fake? They are essentially the same as us. They all use Pokemon to achieve certain goals, so they pretend to love Pokemon. In fact, compared with us, they are even more dishonest and frank than us. Don't you think people who cheat are really disgusting? Yuan Jinghua was stunned for a moment, and then she finished her words. In fact, she did it all because of her own selfishness. She hated the guy named Ye Chen, hated He Qingzi, and hated everyone around Ye Chen. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe by yourself, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe by yourself, please subscribe by yourself, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe to all, subscribe to your own, send flowers, monthly tickets, review tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 375 Mutuo's battle. 375 Mutuo's battle. The reason why Yuan Jinghua attacked Ami was because Ami was alone and not by Ye Chen's side, so she dared to be so arrogant. Mutuo hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to believe what Yuan Jinghua said. It opened its hand and used the destruction death ray again in the direction of Ami. Ami was not a weak person. When she put Magnemite and Guanger into the Pokemon ball, she stood up and said to Mutuo, "You hurt my Pokemon. I will not let you go." Immediately, she took out her Pokemon ball. "Come out, Garchomp." A flash of red light passed, and a Garchomp crawling on its belly came out. As if it could sense Ami's emotions, Garchomp was also angry at this time. "Garchomp, use noise." Ami issued order number 19, and Garchomp used its skills. But surprisingly, Garchomp's attack did not cause any substantial damage to Mutuo. Mutuo himself did not even need to dodge, and easily resolved Garchomp's attack. Then, Mutuo also began to use his skills on Garchomp. Mutuo used self-regeneration, quickly splitting into countless Mutuo, and used Swift Star, and the entire Pokemon attacked Garchomp like a meteor. Garchomp was also a master who would not give in. When Ami ordered to use Ice Fang, Garchomp used its flexibility to crush one of Mutuo's phantoms with its long snake tail. It opened its mouth and bit another Mutuo at the same time. The effect of Ice Fang appeared, and the phantom in its mouth turned into ice, which was smashed into pieces by the Mutuo phantom wrapped around Garchomp's tail. Both disappeared into the air. Just when Garchomp thought it had won, Mutuo appeared in front of it again. Garkomp secretly felt that the situation was not good when he saw Mutuo's smug smile. Mutuo did not give it a chance to react, and knocked Garkomp to the ground with a fire fist, and Garkomp completely lost its ability to fight. It was Ami's turn next. Mutuo could clearly see the panic and helplessness in Ami's eyes. "Kill her!" Yuan Jinghuaxiu said a few words lightly. Xiao Meng hesitated for a while and opened his hands. Ami had no time to react. She knew that her running speed was not as fast as the giant in front of her. If she continued like this, she would only wait for death. Ami took out the Pokemon ball from her pocket, hoping that her Pokemon could run as far as possible. Now she had no other hope, only hoping that her Pokemon could live healthily. All the Pokemon were released by Ami. What touched Ami was that the first thing these Pokemon did was not to run away, but to carry her and run away together. "Ami! Grandpa is here!" At this time, Ami suddenly heard a familiar voice. Looking up, Ami saw her grandfather, Yasaku, riding on the armored bird and flying towards her. Yasaku had no time to ask what his granddaughter's current situation was, but pointed the spearhead at the super monster that attacked his granddaughter. "Armored bird, shadow attack!" When Yasaku finished saying this, the scene immediately became extremely dark, and the entire fighting arena was plunged into thick darkness. Because of the dim light, even Minamoto Shizuka, who had been hiding in the submarine, and the other two members of Team Rocket began to have blind spots in their vision, and 320 was unable to issue orders to Mutuo in time. P.S. Author's words: please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please ask for all kinds of things. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please ask for all kinds of things. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please ask for all kinds of things. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please ask for all kinds of things, please. Important things should be said 3 times. 376 Dramatic Reversal. 376 Dramatic Reversal. Armored bird, shadow attack. When Yasaku finished saying this, the scene immediately became extremely dark, and the entire fighting field was plunged into thick darkness. Because of the dim light, even Minamoto Shizuka, who had been hiding in the submarine, and the other two members of Team Rocket began to have blind spots in their vision and could not give orders to Mutuo in time. Yasaku deliberately dimmed his vision. Facing such a powerful opponent, head-on confrontation is obviously not a good solution. When Yasaku's armored bird used shadow attack, Mutuo was in a state of hesitation for a moment. And Mutuo's reaction was enough for Yasaku to judge that Mutuo was a novice and did not have much practical experience. In the darkness, Yasaku summoned his own Metagross, and summoned 2 Magnetrons to provide Metagross with basic magnetic force. He threw the Pokeball with a purpose, and it can be said that he threw the Pokeball directly on Mutuo. Mutuo was frightened and subconsciously didn't know what to do. Then, it heard Yasaku give an order to Metagross. "Metagross, use the cannon beam." Metagross's body burst out with extremely strong light, and the light ball broke away from Metagross's body and hit Mutuo. This move obviously caught Mutuo off guard, but it only had the meaning of intimidation and did not play any actual role. However, this strong energy wave brought great shock to the small submarine that Minamoto Shizuka was riding. Minamoto Shizuka's submarine was pushed far away, even to the center of the sea, which was enough to prove how powerful Metagross's cannon beam was. Mutuo dodged and escaped from Shadow Raid at the speed of light, and aimed at the target in the black fog, and dodged and used Megaton Punch to attack Yasaku. But it did not meet Mutuo's initial expectations. Because Ami had already adjusted her state, Garkomp used Garkomp's tail to offset the Megaton Punch, and the two collided violently, retreating far away. Yasaku, who was riding Armor Bird, and Ami, who was riding Garkomp, also flew far away. Minagawa's vision gradually became clear. While staring at the telescope and pedaling the generator, she kept complaining to the rocket team members in front of her. "Did you not eat? Hurry up!" They also swam slowly to the shore at this moment, and Minagawa's mind and brain reconnected to Mutuo again. "Mutuo, can you still hear me?" Minagawa said. "Yes," Mutuo nodded lightly. "Then give them a fatal blow, kill them." Minagawa's pupils widened. She seemed to smell the smell of blood and became crazy. "Mutuo." Mutuo still did not move in the air. It silently watched the girl named Ami tearfully helping her old grandfather up and crying in front of the injured Pokemon. In terms of strength, they are not equal, but in terms of spirit, Ami's spirit is like a tsunami that can swallow everything. Thinking of this, Mutuo was silent for a moment. "What are you doing? Why don't you take action?" Minagawa was very irritable because Mutuo did not obey her orders, so angry that she was embarrassed. Mutuo slowly raised his hand, but this time its target was not Ami, Yasaku, and their Pokemon. It was Minagawa. When Minagawa saw Mutuo facing her, her eyes were full of confusion, and she shouted. "Mutuo, what are you doing? Do you know what you are doing now?" "I know very well," Mutuo said lightly. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly votes, please comment votes, please all kinds of requests, furious, so angry that he got angry out of shame. Mutuo then slowly raised his hand, but this time his target was not Ami Yasaku and their Pokemon. It was Minamoto Shizuka. When Minamoto Shizuka saw Mutuo facing her, her eyes were full of confusion, and she shouted. "Mutuo, what are you doing? Do you know what you are doing now?" "I know very well," Mutuo said lightly. "No, you don't know the consequences of hurting our rocket team, and you will also be backlashed. Just like we can control your behavioral consciousness with our mind and brain, when you lose us, your consciousness will no longer exist. If I can't control my own consciousness with myself, then what's the use of this consciousness?" Mutuo said angrily. At the moment when its body turned towards Minamoto Shizuka's submarine, Mutuo's body suffered a tearing pain because of the machinery tied to its body. At the same time, the high-voltage current paralyzed its whole body. "Come back with us, okay? I think you were led in the wrong direction by those mortals, that's why you made such a ridiculous mistake." Yuan Jinghua screamed loudly. "No, obeying you is the stupidest mistake I made. You will eventually become my servants, and it's not you who will rule the world, but me." Mutuo said word by word, and at the same time, it used the skill Rage, and its strength also surged exponentially. Facing huge pain, Mutuo still completely defeated it and successfully got rid of the shackles on its body. Yuan Jinghua's pupils shrank, and the heart-brain on her head was completely destroyed because of Mutuo's uncontrollable. The electric current hit her brain, causing her to have temporary amnesia, and even for a moment she forgot what she was doing. When she fully reacted and saw the behemoth Mutuo again, she realized that something was wrong. "Run! Let's run!" Yuan Jing screamed with great effort, and fear had spread to her limbs. The two members of Team Rocket heard the order issued by Minamoto Shizuka and fled backwards without looking back. But they were too late. Mutuo's anger was burning, and after being attacked by the secret force again, the submarine sank completely. "Grandpa!" Ami opened her eyes wide and stared at Chao Meng's back. At this moment, she didn't know what she should say, and she didn't know whether the unknown Pokemon floating in the air in front of her was an enemy or a friend. At this time, Ami really wanted to tell Grandpa that they were saved, but Ami didn't dare to do so at all. After sinking the submarine that Minamoto Shizuka and the others were riding, Mutuo turned around and looked at the little girl with tears on the shore. For a long time. At this moment, Mutuo really wanted to say sorry to Ami, but in the end, Mutuo still didn't say these words, and finally left the shining lighthouse. The shining lighthouse, a lighthouse shining with hope and light. It is said that this place is prone to storms, and many fishermen have found their way with the weak light from this lighthouse. Pokemon Center. What happened to the weather today? It was sunny in the morning, but it rained so heavily at night. The weather forecast is too ridiculous. It never mentioned the rain. Lele sat on the chair, fiddling with the big chicken drumstick in the bowl with some annoyance. This chicken drumstick was pulled off for her by He Qiangzi, who asked Lele to finish it in front of her. Although everyone agreed that Lele had a small stomach and could not eat much. But He Qiangzi insisted that Lele was fed with alcohol. The less he ate, the smaller his stomach became, and of course his appetite was not good. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please give all kinds of things. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please give all kinds of things. Important things should be said 3 times. 378 Xiaozai and his party came to Asajai city. 378 Xiaozai and his party came to Asajai city. So if you want Lele's appetite to get better, you must watch Lele eat, so that Hey Nana Yingzi can rest assured. I told you not to go to the toilet to induce vomiting. Eating more is also for your own good. Look at how thin you are. Hey Nana Yingzi said. Lele nodded superficially, okay, I get it. Can you not be so strict with others? If you are too strict, something bad will happen. Lele complained and pretended to take a big bite of meat into his mouth, but when He Qiangzi was not paying attention, he secretly tore off a piece of meat and gave it to the bullfrog squatting at her feet. Bullfrog was already used to being manipulated by his master, so of course he had no complaints and ate everything his master wanted to eat. By the way, today's weather is really a bit strange, just as Lele said. Ye Chen took over the conversation. Under normal circumstances, the weather forecast is still very accurate, there won't be any major mistakes, but today's situation is also a failure of the weather station. I guess many people didn't bring umbrellas. Xiao Qian turned her head to the door and saw that there were many people walking in from outside. They were all wet and didn't look very good. By the way, the only ones who can create extreme weather are Pokemon, and they are the kind of Pokemon with particularly strong abilities. When Xiao Qian said this, Ye Chen's eyes unconsciously fell on Guangxia. This triggered Ye Chen's thinking. Now, in addition to Guangxia and Lele, everyone knows that Guangxia is a Pokemon. However, no one knows what kind of Pokemon it is. When Ye Chen had a physical examination, Ye Chen once gave the leaf stone to Guangxia for safekeeping. Guangxia seemed to be in a much better mood because of the effect of Ye Chen's leaf stone. Guangxia was frightened by Ye Chen's stare, and his original eating movements slowed down and became cautious. As a result, he was not careful and choked on the food in his mouth. What's wrong with you, Guangxia? Ye Chen asked. Guangxia pounded his chest and said to Ye Chen, Brother Ye Chen, you are the one. Why are you always staring at me? Ye Chen laughed, and the matter was over. At this time, Ye Chen suddenly received a text message from Xiaozai. Hey, Brother Ye Chen, long time no see. After what happened in Yuanzi city last time, we haven't contacted each other again. Now we have defeated Sanjai's gym and come to Asajai city to play. Where are you now? Ye Chen sent a text message. After a few seconds, Xiaozai sent a text message back, yeah, we are on the Shuliu now. It's raining heavily now, so the boat is moving very slowly. We actually made this boat in the morning. Where are you now? We'll come to play with you when we get off the boat. On the other side, Xiaoxia was looking at Xiaozai's series of operations on the phone with a frown on her face, and couldn't help but say to Xiaozai. Xiaozai, you are too slow to chat like this, and you are too selfish. You can't be the only one occupying Brother Ye Chen's line. Xiaozai said a little embarrassedly, oh, is that so? 0. After that, Zioxia snatched Xiaoxi's phone and dialed a video call. As soon as the video call was turned on, Ye Chen quickly answered it. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment tickets, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment tickets, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment tickets, please all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. Enter. 379 Heavy rain is coming. 379 Heavy rain is coming. Where are you now? We will go to play with you when we get off the boat. On the other side, Zioxia was looking at Xiaoxi's series of operations on the phone with a black face, and couldn't help but say to Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, you are too slow to chat like this, and you are too selfish. You can't be the only one occupying Brother Ye Chen's line. Xiaoxi said embarrassedly, hey, is that so? After that, Zioxia snatched Xiaoxi's phone and dialed a video call. As soon as the video call was turned on, Ye Chen quickly answered it. Brother Ye Chen 320, this is Zioxia, Xiaoxi is with us now. Zioxia greeted Ye Chen and the others enthusiastically, and Ye Chen asked, hey, where is Xiao Gang? Zioxia laughed awkwardly twice, haha, don't mention Xiao Gang, I don't know where Xiao Gang is hiding now. Oh, so, Ye Chen said. By the way, have you met Ami, the gym leader of Asajai City? Why didn't I see her? She didn't contact us when I called her. Xiaoxi said. Are you planning to challenge Ami directly? Ami is challenging the gorgeous competition recently. She went to the lighthouse to help people. Lele came over and said seriously. Ah, is it Lele? Your hair color has changed again. Did you dye it? When Zioxia heard this, Lele didn't say much. She didn't tell Zioxia that they were sick. She just smiled and fooled it. That's it for now. Let's not talk anymore. Brother Ye Chen, see you later. After going to the specific address where Ye Chen and others were, Xiaoxi and the others hung up the phone. But Ye Chen's mind kept floating, revealing what Zioxia and the others had just said. Ami couldn't get through on the phone. Heike, can you contact Ami? As if Ye Chen had reminded her, Ami seemed to have thought of something and took out her phone to check her messages. After a long time, she said. I didn't receive any news about Ami. Just then, a tall woman came into everyone's view. She was the judge of the gorgeous competition, Ami's aunt. Dahlia was holding a wounded woolly sheep in her arms, and she said to everyone with an angry face. I hope everyone present, Miss Joy, Miss Junsha, and the relevant persons in charge will listen to me. What I am going to say next is really important. Please take a few minutes to listen to me and be quiet. I know that most of the trainers who come back to this Pokemon Center are here to participate in the Pokemon contest, but a small number of eliminated people want to go home tonight. But now the weather outside is in extreme conditions. No matter what you have or what you have to do, I hope you will put down the things at hand and focus on the present. Can't you just hide here honestly? You have to go outside to suffer in the rain. There is also heavy rain, and the wild Pokemon outside the city are also very panicked, but they will go to the cave to hide from the rain in an orderly and disciplined manner. Some trainers without order and discipline will only scare those wild Pokemon. This will lead to a situation where both sides will suffer. I hope you don't do this. Dahlia's cheeks were red when she spoke, and she was very angry. Before that, she had repeated this sentence to those rebellious trainers countless times. However, after saying this, Dahlia stopped talking and turned to the intense treatment of the woolly sheep. Kuroshita Sakurako had been paying attention to Dahlia during this period. When Dahlia was not busy, she asked about Ami's current situation. But Dahlia, who was so busy that she didn't care about other things, didn't remember the matter about Ami until Kuroshita Sakurako reminded her. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please ask for all kinds of things. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please ask for all kinds of things. Please order all 1.6, order by yourself, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 380 Pokemon Brilliant Contest Promotion Tournament is officially open. 380 Pokemon Brilliant Contest Promotion Tournament is officially open. Similarly, Dahlia also called Ami, but Ami just didn't answer. Ye Chen also called during this period, but Ami didn't answer. It was not until almost 12 o'clock in the evening that Ye Chen received a call reminder from Ami. Brother Ye Chen. Ami's voice was obviously hoarse when she spoke, but Ye Chen could tell from Ami's voice that Ami was in an extremely sad state now. Tell my friends that I'm fine now. I'm at the lighthouse with my grandfather, Yasaku, so please don't worry. What happened? Ami? Can you tell me? Ami paused for a long time before she slowly said. We encountered a strange Pokemon. What strange Pokemon? Ye Chen asked. I don't know the details, but it left a deep impression on me. It's a bit like a dream that has never appeared in the world. Mewtwo? The next second after Ami finished speaking, Ye Chen subconsciously thought of Mewtwo. This is a man-made Pokemon, a tool that serves humans without emotions. Then, Ye Chen heard Ami on the other end of the phone say again. It was going to attack us at first, but later I don't know why it gave up the idea and left, but it really hurt us a lot. After listening to Ami's nagging, Ye Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. On the one hand, Ye Chen discovered that this was the psychic Pokemon in the mission, and on the other hand, Ami might be in dire straits now. Before crossing, Ye Chen had watched a lot of cartoons about Pokemon, and they all said that Mewtwo was a vengeful thing and would not leave simply because of something. Also, my Guanger is sick, Ami added. Guanger. Ye Chen didn't quite understand what Ami meant. This was the first time Ye Chen heard the name Guanger from Ami. Guanger is the Pokemon my mother raised. Just this afternoon, it was attacked by that strange Pokemon. I'm really worried about its physical condition now. There is an official group of the Pokemon Gorgeous contest in Ye Chen's mobile phone, where the latest news about the Pokemon contest is posted from time to time. It seems that she received a text message from Ami, and Dahlia was not so anxious when she sent the text message. And she came to the group to post the message this time to count the number of people in the group. Most of the Pokemon trainers who advanced did not leave the Pokemon Center, so they could give Dahlia a feedback quickly. There are really very few people who are not here like Ami. Dahlia, I roughly counted it, and now only Miss Yuan Jinghua is not here in the group. Miss Yuan Jinghua, please contact me as soon as possible after receiving the message, thank you. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Dahlia posted a message in the group again, and then no one answered her, and there was no news, so the matter fell into the sea. After listening to Ami's general situation, Ye Chen hurried to the communication room of the Pokemon Center and sent a can of anti-inflammatory medicine and energy cubes. Soon, Ami at the lighthouse received the things sent by Ye Chen. It was the next morning. After a day of correction, the promotion match was about to begin. The first to advance was Yuan Jinghua, who was the first to advance, and another person named Qian Shuman. Ye Chen fought with a high school student wearing glasses, Lele, and Ajin. Xiao Qian fought with a Dragon 320 trainer, and Hei Qi fought with Ami. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 381, Lightning Ryuji recovers. 381, Lightning Ryuji recovers. Lele and Kurosaka Sakurako, who were standing by, heard Ye Chen talking to Zai on the phone. So everyone curiously asked if Zai had called them over. Ye Chen nodded and said, yes, Zai is on his way now, but because of the weather, their boat is sailing very slowly, so it will probably take some time before we can see Zai. When everyone heard Ye Chen say that Zai was coming, they actually knew what Zai's purpose was in coming to Asahi City. After all, for someone like Zai who has always taken challenging gyms as his main travel goal, the first thing he must do is to challenge the gym trainers in Asahi City. In addition, Ye Chen and the others had not contacted the gym trainer in Asahi City, Miss Ami, for a long time, so they took this opportunity to contact Miss Ami in advance to see how things were going over there. Ye Chen called Kei-Xia and asked, "Can I have a gym match with Ami in the next 2 days?" Kei-Xia agreed immediately and said, "Lightning Dragon Guanger has recovered now, and Miss Ami is in a much more stable condition. There will be no problem in fighting." After hearing the good news, Ye Chen nodded and said, "Okay, I will go with Zai tomorrow morning, and we will both challenge the gym together." When Kei-Xia heard that Ye Chen was going to challenge the gym, he was shocked and said, "Do you still need to challenge? Miss Ami is definitely not your opponent." But since he wanted to participate in the next Pokemon League competition, and Ye Chen had been mainly challenging gyms along the way, so even if he had a good relationship with Ami and both parties knew each other's strength, he still had to have a serious gym challenge before he could officially receive the badge from the other party. So Ye Chen still insisted, "After all, I am the challenger. As a gym trainer, Ami can't just give me the badge directly. This is not in accordance with the rules. So let's follow the rules to conduct the gym challenge first, and then give me the badge after I win." Kei-Xia laughed happily when he heard what Ye Chen said. As expected, Ye Chen always has his own persistence and principles in doing things. In this case, Kei-Xia didn't say anything more. After hanging up the phone, Ye Chen looked at several other friends beside him and said, "Since Zai will need some time to come, and the weather is not very good now, why don't we go back to the hotel to rest and wait for Zai and the others?" P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please order all, please order custom, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please give me all kinds of things. Important things should be said 3 times. Okay. 382, the situation is not good. 382, the situation is not good. Of course, everyone has no objection. After all, in this kind of weather, it is most comfortable to stay in the room and sleep. However, just when Ye Chen and his friends thought that Zai could arrive in Asahi City today, Zai and his group still encountered an accident on the ship. Because today's weather is really bad, it is very dangerous for the ship to sail on the sea, and as time goes by, the climate on the sea is getting worse and worse. An emergency notice has been issued at the dock, asking all ships to dock at the nearest port. So the ship that Zai and his friends took not only failed to reach Asahi City directly, but also docked on another small treasure. In addition, the map and electronic positioning device on Zai and his friends were broken, so they didn't know where they were now. But when he thought about the fact that he had made an appointment with Ye Chen to have a gym challenge tomorrow morning, Zai seemed particularly anxious, fearing that he would miss this gym challenge. He carefully asked the captain whether he could set sail again today and arrive at Asahi City smoothly. But the captain could not give Zai a clear answer to this question, because the bad weather on the sea was too serious, and they didn't know how long it would last. So he didn't dare to make such a guarantee to Zai. They could only tell Zai that the ship would set sail immediately when the weather cleared up, but they didn't know when it would be. They could only act according to the prompts given in the dock and could not act on their own. But Zai was really anxious about tomorrow's gym challenge. After all, he had made an appointment with Ye Chen to meet and challenge the gym together. He also wanted to see how much Ye Chen had improved. Since the ship they were on couldn't get back to Asajai City today, Zai and his friends could only think of other ways to go to Asajai City. Hearing that Zai wanted to find other means of transportation to continue to Asajai City, Zioxia couldn't help but worry about their safety on the road. Zioxia said, "The weather is so bad now that the ship we are on has been forced to dock at the port. Do you think there are other ways to travel?" But Zai always felt that things had already happened. How could he know if he didn't try it? He immediately said to Zioxia, "We don't have much time now. Even if the weather is bad, we have to try to overcome it. Maybe we can find a ship to go out to sea." P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests. Please order all orders, please order your own orders, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets, please give evaluation tickets, please do anything. Important things should be said 3 times. 383, blocked by the weather. 383, blocked by the weather. Since Zai wants to persist, then everyone will go with him to find it. When they got off the boat, the captain tried to stop them and said, "It is impossible for a ship to sail in such bad weather, so don't bother anymore." But Zioxia and the others couldn't persuade Zai, so how could he listen to the captain? So they got off the boat directly and looked for a ship on the dock that could continue to go to Asajai City. After careful inquiry, they found that there was actually only one ship sailing from this place to Asajai City, and this ship was at 8 o'clock every morning. The ship set sail on time, so if you want to go to Asajai City now, you can only wait until tomorrow morning. But tomorrow morning is the time that Zai has agreed with the gym trainer Ami, so he can't leave the island at that time. After getting off the ship, Zai immediately stayed nearby with his companions Zioxia and Xiao Gang, looking for other ways to go to Asajai City. But they searched for a long time near the pier and didn't see any ships docked here. Could it be true that they can only wait until tomorrow morning to set off? Just when Zai was about to give up in despair, he suddenly saw an old man who was leisurely fishing at the pier. He quickly ran over with his companions and asked the old man, "Grandpa, do you know if there are other ways to go to Asajai City on this island?" The old man's first answer was, "There is a flight to Asajai City every morning, but today's ship has left. If you want to go, you can only wait until tomorrow morning." But Zai didn't give up. He still stubbornly asked, "But we are really in a hurry today, because we have an appointment with the gym trainer Miss Ami to have a gym challenge tomorrow. I don't have time to wait for the flight tomorrow morning." Originally, the old man didn't want to care too much about Zai and his friends, but when he heard about the gym challenge, he immediately realized that Zai was a Pokemon trainer. The old man looked at Zai's equipment and the Piku accompanying him, and he also confirmed that Zai was a trainer on a journey. In this case, the old man decided to help a group of boys. He pointed in the opposite direction of the pier and said, "Go west from the pier. There is a Gugu flying company on the hill over there. The pilot there is a veteran with great flying experience. Even in such bad weather as now, he can fly safely and accurately to where you want to go. Please flowers. P.S. Author's words, please subscribe, please flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please ask for all kinds of things. Please subscribe, please flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please ask for all kinds of things. Please subscribe, please flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please ask for all kinds of things. Please subscribe, please flowers, please monthly tickets, please comment, please ask for all kinds of things. Important things should be said 3 times. Enter. 384, Gugu Flying Company. 384, Gugu Flying Company. If you are really pressed for time, you can go there to look for him. After saying that, the old man put away his fishing rod and fishing gear, turned around and left. Before he could fully understand what he meant, he just wanted to continue asking the old man for more details, but when he turned around, he found that the old man had disappeared. There was no other way. Since the old man had said that there was a flying company at the 327 place, which could take them to a Sajai city, then let's go and give it a try. After getting the news from the old man, they immediately went to the place the old man said. As expected, they saw a Gugu Flying Company logo on the top of the mountain. So they hurried to the company. Unexpectedly, the company looked large, but it was empty. Just when Zai was about to look around to see if there was anyone to receive them, an old man appeared in front of them. After a closer look, wasn't this the one they met at the dock before? The old man smiled and said, "You are here after all. Don't worry, since you found me, I can definitely send you to a Sajai city safely and accurately." But Zai felt a little bit of subtlety. He was always worried that the old man was deceiving them. After all, the old man was quite old. Could he really fly a plane? Zai told the old man what she was wondering about, but he corrected her seriously and said, "What I'm driving is not actually an airplane, but a personal portable aircraft. The specific control method is much simpler than those airplanes, but it is enough to go to a Sajai city. There will be no accidents, don't worry." Since the old man was so confident, Zai didn't say anything. He asked curiously, "Then what about the old man, when can we set off? And the weather is so bad now, are you sure we can really take off?" The old man didn't care about the weather at all. He said directly, "It's okay to set off, but the premise is that I must take care of all the Pokemon here first." After that, the old man walked directly to the backyard. Out of curiosity, Zai and his friends followed the old man to the backyard, and were surprised to find that there were many Pokemon raised in the old man's backyard, such as Sandshrew, Bulbasaur, Kentaro, etc. Many kinds of Pokemon were all fostered here. P's author's words, please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Please subscribe, please give flowers, please monthly ticket, please comment, please all kinds of requests. Important things should be said 3 times. 1.6. 385, Difficult Convergence. 385, Difficult Convergence. Of course, the most important thing is the ant and the night owl who named the company after the old grandfather. Seeing the old man grandpa is so kind, and he still raises so many Pokemons at such an old age. Zai and the others came up to help take care of these Pokemons. Looking at Zai and the other young people busying around, the old man couldn't help but laugh and said, "I used to aim to become a Pokemon master like you. I traveled everywhere, fought Pokemon everywhere, and challenged gyms everywhere." 19. Zai didn't expect that the old man was also a person with rich stories. He asked at the time, what happened later? The old man said that he got older and didn't have the energy and time to fight Pokemons so hard, so I retired and took Gugu and Night Owl to this place. They opened this airship company. The grandfather's experience was something Zai had never expected. After accompanying him to take care of all the elves, their trip officially began. The grandfather seemed to have rich flying experience. After getting on the airship, he asked everyone to fasten their seat belts. Even in such bad weather, the grandfather drove the airship directly into the sky. They broke through the dark clouds of bad weather and arrived directly in the calm sky. But in such bad weather like now, without the precise navigation of the lighthouse, it would be difficult for them to reach Asajai city, so Zai contacted Ye Chen in advance before setting off. Hopefully, they can go to the radiant lighthouse and light up the searchlight on the lighthouse to guide them. Ye Chen did not expect that Zai would work so hard to arrive in Asajai city on time, so when Zai made this request, Ye Chen would naturally not refuse. He immediately came to the light red gym and contacted Miss Ami. The group took Miss Ami's Dragonite and rushed directly to the radiant lighthouse, ready to guide Zai and his friends at any time. Finally, Zai and his friends finally arrived at Asajai city without any danger. In order to prepare for the battle the next day, they went to the Pokémon Center and deposited all the Pokémons there for Miss Joy to check for them. Ye Chen and Zai met again, and they were particularly happy with each other. Zai kept pulling Ye Chen and told him what he had encountered and what kind of Pokémons he had seen along the way. Originally, he thought his experience was already strange enough, but he didn't expect that compared with Ye Chen, it was simply a small witch meeting a big witch, and Ye Chen's experience was even more splendid and rich. Because the time scheduled with Miss Ami to accept the gym challenge was the next day, March 27th, so they stayed overnight at the Pokémon Center that night. Until the agreed time the next morning, they finally arrived at the gym to challenge. Early in the morning, Kei Xia from the gym in Asajai City came directly to the Pokémon Center to welcome Ye Chen and Zai. He didn't expect that he came too early. He looked around the Pokémon Center but couldn't find Zai. Just at this time, he met Ye Chen who had just woken up. Kei Xia walked towards Ye Chen and asked, "Have you seen Zai? Don't tell me he's still sleeping." 386, welcome a new challenge. 386, welcome a new challenge. Until the agreed time the next morning, they finally arrived at the gym to challenge. Early in the morning, Asajai City Kei Xia from the city gym came directly to the Pokémon Center to welcome Ye Chen and Zai. He came too early and looked around the Pokémon Center but couldn't find Zai. Just at this time, he met Ye Chen who had just woken up. Kei Xia walked towards Ye Chen and asked, "Have you seen Zai? Don't tell me he's still sleeping." As for Zai, in fact, Ye Chen knew where Zai was going early in the morning, so he pointed to the direction of the seaside and said, "Zai took his Pokémon to the seaside for special training in the early morning. He should be back soon." No one expected that Zai would be so active in the face of this gym challenge. Before the battle started, he had to make sufficient preparations and even took the Pokémon for special training. It was Zai who was more serious and active than ever before, which really made everyone look at him with new eyes. After Zai finished his morning exercise, the two teams went straight to the gym in Asahi City. Because they had agreed on a time with Miss Ami in advance, Miss Ami was waiting for them in the gym. The first person to appear was Zai, who was full of confidence and excitement. As the referee of the gym, Kexia had to explain the rules of their Asahi City gym to everyone before the game started. Because each gym has its own rules, they must be explained clearly before the game, otherwise it would be unfair to the challenger. Kexia said, "This time the gym challenge is an elimination match where you can only use 2 Pokémons, got it?" When they heard Kexia's words, Ye Chen and the others who were watching the game took the initiative to say, "In fact, I guess Miss Ami will definitely send out the Steelix she used before in this battle." After hearing Ye Chen's analysis, Zioxia also curiously asked, "If you want to deal with the Steel type, which Pokémon of the attribute will have the advantage?" After listening to it, Ye Chen thought about it and said, "If you want to suppress the Steel type, then Zai must send out the Fire type Pokémon." After listening to Ye Chen's analysis, Zioxia also said, "In that case, Zai should send out Incarna." But the question is, what will Miss Ami's other Pokémon use? After all, this is a game where 2 Pokémons are used to fight. Therefore, both sides must think carefully before using any Pokémon, and there is only one chance. If they lose this game, they can only challenge again. Just when Ye Chen and Zioxia were highly focused on this battle, the referee also announced that Zai from Pallet Town officially challenged Miss Ami, the gym trainer in Asahi City. This means that the battle between the two of them has officially begun. 387, Gym Tournament, officially started. 387, Gym Tournament, officially started. So both sides must think carefully before using any Pokemon, and there is only one chance. If they lose this game, they can only challenge again. Just when Ye Chen and Zioxia were highly focused on this battle, the referee also announced that Zai from Pallet Town officially challenged Miss Ami, the gym trainer in Asahi City. This means that the battle between the two of them has officially begun. I originally thought that in this battle, Miss Ami would use the previously seen Dragonite. As a result, no one expected that the first Pokemon he sent out was not Electrum, nor Steelix, but Magneto. Although the Pokemon sent out by Miss Ami was slightly different from what Ye Chen and Xiao had expected, as Pokemon trainers, they had to adapt to various Pokemon in battles, which was their basic common sense. So even if the opponent was just Magneto, Zai did not take it lightly after all. And if he wanted to deal with Magneto, Zai actually had some experience. He made a quick decision and sent out his Pikachu to fight. As soon as they saw that the Pokemon Zai sent out was Pikachu, everyone guessed Zai's strategy. He actually wanted to use the method of using Electric Shock to attack Electric Shock. In this way, although it restrained the attribute problem to a large extent, it also emphasized the strength between the Pokemon. So in other words, in this battle, you can really feel which Pokemon on both sides is better cultivated and more powerful. As soon as Zai's Pikachu came on the field, he used 100,000 volts on Magnemite. But how could the opponent's Miss Ami let Zai's Pikachu hit her Pokemon so easily as soon as she came on the field? He immediately let Magnemite dodge quickly, and immediately used electromagnetic waves to counter-attack after dodging, BJBG. Zai's Pikachu also dodged very quickly. Just seeing Zai's Pikachu can dodge so quickly, when it came, the opponent's Miss Ami also attacked Zai's Pikachu. Chu gave him unreserved praise and said, "Your Pikachu is quite fast." After hearing the other party's praise, Zai was also very happy. He said, "That's natural. Pikachu can be said to be the best among all my elves. I am very confident in his strength." After that, he immediately asked Pikachu to move at high speed in the battlefield, preparing to get rid of the opponent's surveillance and disrupt the opponent's vision. However, because Magnemite and Pikachu are both electrical elves, even if the opponent's voice can disrupt Magnemite's vision, he can still accurately capture the direction of Pikachu from the induction of the opponent's electrical appliances. So Miss Ami immediately let Magnemite aim at the direction of Pikachu and used electromagnetic waves again. Fortunately, Pikachu's movement speed is quite agile, and it easily avoids Magnemite's attack, and Zai also realized that Miss Ami's Magnemite is also quite fast. So, he said, "If we really want to compare speed, Pikachu and I will never admit defeat." 388, the battle is intense. 388, the battle is intense. But Magnemite and Pikachu are both electrical elves, so even if the opponent's voice can disturb Magnemite's sight, he can still accurately capture Pikachu's direction from the induction of the opponent's electrical appliances. So Miss Ami immediately let Magnemite aim at Pikachu and use electromagnetic waves again. Fortunately, Pikachu's movement speed is quite agile and it easily avoids Magnemite's attack. Zai also realized that Miss Ami's Magnemite is also quite fast. So, he said, "If we really want to compare speed, Pikachu and I will never admit defeat." Immediately let Pikachu use 100,000 volts continuously. The attacks of both sides were successfully avoided by the other side, and the battle gradually became tense. The tug-of-war between the two sides could not be broken. After seeing Miss Ami's Magnemite, Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Miss Ami has cultivated this Magnemite very well. This is the first time I have seen a Magnemite that can move so quickly. Since it can get Ye Chen's affirmation, it means that Miss Ami's Magnemite is really excellent. However, Miss Ami and Zai on the battlefield are still in a tense situation. They dodge each other's attacks and never hit each other once. There is actually no way to hit the opponent with continuous attacks and continuous avoidance like this. It will only consume the physical strength and endurance of the elves of both sides in vain. Perhaps they are waiting for this moment. When Pikachu used 100,000 volts to attack Magnemite in succession, the attack of the Magnemite also swept towards Pikachu. But this time, Pikachu made a little mistake and reacted a little slower. As expected, he was hit by Magnemite's electromagnetic wave. Seeing that he was surrounded by Magnemite's electromagnetic wave, Zai was sweating anxiously, but at this time he could only encourage Pikachu to hold on and never be knocked down by Magnemite's electromagnetic wave. But facing Pikachu's attack, Magnemite's physical strength could not last long. He used electromagnetic waves many times in succession. This time, he launched an attack again. Even if he had hit Pikachu, he couldn't hold on. Please give flowers. Finally, when Magnemite's attack came to an abrupt end, Zai immediately seized the opportunity and let Pikachu attack the boy quickly. In the process of the game, in addition to the strength of both opponents, the timing of the game is also particularly important. For example, at this moment, Magnemite was out of energy and his special move was interrupted, so if Pikachu suddenly attacked at this time, Magnemite would have no way to dodge or resist. 0. After being hit by Pikachu's powerful 100,000 volts, Magnemite fell directly from mid-air. Miss Ami was still encouraging him, hoping that he could cheer up, but Magnemite's energy was obviously not as strong as before. He was obviously exhausted due to excessive physical consumption. Even if he barely returned to the battlefield, he was already shaky and completely lost his previous strength. At this time, both Pikachu and Magnemite were attacked head-on, but because both were electrical, the power of their special moves was only half. 389, a tug-of-war with Magnemite. 389, a tug-of-war with Magnemite. After being hit by Pikachu's powerful 100,000 volts, Magnemite fell directly from mid-air. Miss Ami was still encouraging him, hoping that he could cheer up, but Magnemite's energy was obviously not as strong as before. He was obviously exhausted due to excessive physical consumption. Even though 330 barely returned to the battlefield, he was already shaky and completely lost his previous strength. At this time, both Pikachu and Magnemite were both Magneto and Pikachu have been attacked head-on, but because both are electrical, the power of their moves is only half. For them, the whole battle so far has consumed more of their physical strength, because both sides have been in a stalemate for a long time. Continuously launching attacks and dodging, so that both sides are exhausted after a head-on attack. However, Ye Chen also analyzed it calmly. Although both sides are electrical Pokémon, the 100,000 volts should have a greater impact on Magneto. After all, it is an attack from the front, and it is a powerful electric shock move. So from the status of the elves of both sides, the state of Magneto is obviously weaker than Pikachu, which means that if Pikachu can really hold on, it will soon eliminate Magneto. But it is obvious that Miss Ami did not choose to retreat, but encouraged Magneto to continue to attack, and almost ran through the entire battle with electromagnetic waves. Pikachu had already dodged the electromagnetic wave attack of the small porcelain block skillfully. Zai also realized that if the two sides continued to entangle like this, the entire battle would only be delayed infinitely. By that time, Pikachu's current advantage might no longer exist. So Zai made a prompt decision and let Pikachu seize the opportunity after dodging and used the lightning flash again. Although Magnemite could sense his direction through the electric attribute Pokémon, it could not accurately capture Pikachu's trace, so this lightning flash directly disturbed all of Magnemite's vision. He could only sense the direction where Pikachu suddenly came, but could not see Pikachu's figure clearly. He could only float in the air, looking around confusedly, trying to capture Pikachu's figure, but the speed of the lightning flash was so fast that he could not see it clearly at all. Finally, when he found out the whereabouts of Pikachu, Pikachu had already come to the front of him. Pikachu, who had saved his life with a flash of lightning, used his greatest impact to attack Magnemite directly. 1.6. Magnemite, which was suspended in the air, was directly knocked away by Pikachu's move, and hit the wall beside the battlefield heavily, and fell directly to the ground. Finally, Magnemite directly lost its combat ability, and one of Miss Ami's elves also needed to be eliminated, leaving only the last one to be used for the battle. You did a great job, Pikachu. 390, win the first round. 390, win the first round. Finally, when he found out the whereabouts of Pikachu, Pikachu had already come to the front of him. Pikachu, who had saved his life with a flash of lightning, used his greatest impact to attack Magnemite directly. Magnemite, which was suspended in the air, was knocked away by Pikachu's move, and hit the wall beside the battlefield heavily, and fell directly to the ground. In the end, Magnemite lost its ability to fight, and one of Miss Ami's elves was eliminated, leaving only the last one to fight. You did a great job, Pikachu. Xiaozai excitedly rushed to the battlefield to check on Pikachu. But Pikachu had consumed too much strength and energy in the previous battle, and he became out of breath. Seeing this situation, Xiaozai was also worried. But Pikachu knew that there was another battle next, so he was determined to hold on until the next round, so that he could try his best to gain more advantages for his trainer Xiaozai. Faced with Pikachu's good intentions, Xiaozai was also very moved. Since Pikachu had such a heart, he naturally couldn't let Pikachu worry. He said firmly, "Don't worry, Pikachu will definitely get the badge this time." Even though he had lost a round in the battle, Miss Ami was still not discouraged or frustrated. Instead, she began to praise Xiaozai's Pikachu. Xiaozai was praised and felt proud for Pikachu. "But you have to pay attention, I won't lose in the next round." After saying that, Miss Ami immediately sent out his second Pokemon Steelix. The size and weight of Steelix are obviously several times longer than Pikachu in any aspect. So when they saw Steelix appear, Xiaozai and Pikachu felt pressured. When seeing Miss Ami send out Steelix, Ye Chen and the others watching the battle were all worried for Xiaozai, because as everyone knows, Steelix is undoubtedly Miss Ami's strongest Pokemon. If Miss Ami fights with all her strength, Xiaozai might lose this gym challenge. Everyone silently prayed for Xiaozai in their hearts. Xiaozai cheered for him. Because he has a good relationship with Miss Ami, it is not appropriate for anyone to cheer for him openly. So everyone can only pray for Xiaozai silently in their hearts, hoping that he can win this gym challenge. Xiaozai also understands that there is a huge difference between his Pikachu and Steelix. So when the referee announced the start of the game 333, he immediately let Pikachu take the initiative and hit Steelix directly from the front with a 100,000 volt attack. Pikachu's 100,000 volt attack could not have done any harm to Steelix, but because he forced himself to hold on, it seemed that nothing was wrong. Miss Ami's attack this time was completely imitating Xiaozai's previous attack. He planned to use a small sacrifice in exchange for a big victory. When Pikachu's attack ended, he would let his elf Steelix attack instantly. Directly let Steelix use the Iron Tail. 391, Xiaozai's fighting style can still be imitated. 391, Xiaozai's fighting style can still be imitated. Pikachu's 100,000 volts cannot be without any damage to Steelix. It's just because he forced himself to hold on, so it seems that nothing is wrong. Miss Ami's attack this time is completely imitating Xiaozai's previous attack. He intends to use small sacrifices in exchange for big victory. Wait for the moment when Pikachu's attack ends, and then let her elf Steelix attack instantly. Directly let Steelix use the Iron Tail. And Xiaozai can only let Pikachu dodge quickly. Facing a huge opponent, Xiaozai actually knows that their advantage is speed. They must use speed to win and grasp the key points of the whole game. He reminded Pikachu that he must not take it lightly and must suppress the opponent in terms of speed. But he knew in his heart that Pikachu's physical strength was not as good as before. Pikachu's speed was obviously not as fast as before due to excessive consumption, and Pikachu gradually felt exhausted. However, in order to quickly consume the opponent, Zai still let Pikachu use Lightning Flash to attack the opponent. But he didn't expect that Lightning Flash's last attack trick had no effect on Steelix, but instead caused Pikachu to suffer a greater rebound. For the impact force of Pikachu's tiny size, Steelix didn't take it seriously at all, and his body was made of steel, so if he wanted to shake Steelix, Pikachu needed more strength. This also led to Pikachu's rebound when he attacked Steelix, and he fell heavily to the ground. Zai saw that Pikachu had a particularly hard time getting up from the ground after being injured, and he began to worry at this moment. "Pikachu, can you hold on a little longer?" Zai asked anxiously. Even if Zai didn't ask, Pikachu was desperately trying to stand up again, because the battle was not over yet, and he felt that he could hold on for a while. However, Pikachu himself knew that his physical strength had reached its limit. Even without the impact of Steelix just now, he couldn't hold on for much longer. If he continued to force the battle, Pikachu would only lose his fighting ability and be seriously injured. Seeing Zai gritting his teeth and Pikachu insisting on continuing the fight, Ye Chen couldn't help but remind Zai, Pikachu has been seriously injured and can't continue fighting. If you force him to continue, he will definitely fall down within a round, and the injury will only be more serious, so I suggest you replace Pikachu quickly. Although Zai really hopes to win this battle and hopes that Pikachu can defeat 2 opponents in a row, his actual situation is here, and Zai can't ignore Pikachu's health. He followed Ye Chen's advice and replaced Pikachu directly. 392, Persistence and Giving Up. 392, Persistence and Giving Up. If you force him to continue, he will definitely fall down within a round, and the injury will only be more serious, so I suggest you replace Pikachu quickly. Although Zai really hopes to win this battle and hopes that Pikachu can defeat 2 opponents in a row, his actual situation is here, and Zai cannot ignore Pikachu's health. He followed Ye Chen's advice and replaced Pikachu directly. Because the opponent is a Pokemon with steel attributes, after replacing Pikachu, Zai immediately decided to send his only Fire-type Pokemon to the field, that is, Infernape. Although the level and strength between Steelix and Infernape are too different, at least Infernape has the suppression of attributes. If used properly in the battle, it might be possible to turn defeat into victory. This is Zai's battle idea so far. After seeing Zai send out the Infernape, Ye Chen's eyes showed a hint of understanding. As expected, he couldn't hold back and sent out a Fire-type Pokemon to suppress the attribute, BJBG. After seeing Zai send out a Fire-type Pokemon, Miss Ami was quite excited. He encouraged his Steelix and said, "Steelix, even if the opponent is a Fire-type Pokemon, don't be afraid, show your strength and let them see the power of Ironheart." As soon as he came on the field, Zai asked his Infernape to use the Jet Flame. And the Steelix on the other side directly used the Sandstorm. The Jet Flame of Infernape hit the Sandstorm used by Steelix. Although the temperature of the sand continued to rise and began to become hot, the Sandstorm gradually became smaller after a while. Finally, when the Sandstorm disappeared, Steelix disappeared directly. At the same time, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. It was obvious that when the Sandstorm was used just now, Steelix had already dug a hole and drilled down. Steelix had already escaped from the range of the attack of the charlatan and disappeared from the entire battlefield in an instant. Once Steelix disappeared and went underground, it was unknown where he would attack from next. This made both Zai and Charizard anxious and restless. They kept observing the surroundings, trying to find some clues to determine the direction of Steelix's next attack. When an inexplicable vibration came from the ground, Zai's eyes lit up, and he immediately reminded his spirit Charizard, "Charizard, pay attention. Steelix is about to attack from under your feet." When Zai finished speaking, as expected, a big hole suddenly broke in the ground, and Steelix drilled out from underground and launched a collision attack on Charizard. Fortunately, Charizard was small in size and agile in movement. He directly avoided the impact and was not attacked by Steelix from the front. After dodging the attack of Steelix, Xiaoxia immediately ordered Charmeleon to counter-attack. With a move of jetting flames, it attacked Steelix directly. Miss Ami's reaction was to immediately let Steelix use the Sandstorm. 393, take the batch. 393, take the batch. When Xiaoxia finished speaking, as expected, a big hole suddenly appeared on the ground, and Steelix came out from the ground and launched a collision attack on Charmeleon. Fortunately, Charmeleon was small in size and agile in movement. He directly dodged the impact and was not attacked by Steelix from the front. After dodging the attack of Steelix, Xiaoxia immediately ordered Charmeleon to counter-attack. With a move of jetting flames, it attacked Steelix directly. Miss Ami's reaction was to immediately let Steelix use the Sandstorm. Seeing that the Sandstorm had completely wrapped up Steelix, forming a tornado-like shape, Xiaoxia immediately told Infernape to hold on and not to relax. When the high temperature of the jet flames met the sand, it gradually became scorching hot. In the end, it was Steelix that couldn't hold on and fell directly on the battlefield. After carefully observing Steelix's condition, the referee immediately announced that the final winner of this match was Xiaoxia. So Xiaoxia won the championship in this gym challenge and got the final badge. Xiaoxia didn't expect that he could win the championship and the badge in the first gym challenge. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. Finally, when Ye Chen and others came forward to congratulate Xiaoxia, Xiaoxia excitedly celebrated with everyone. Since Xiaoxia's captaincy has ended, it's Ye Chen's turn next. Originally, Ye Chen was ready to fight Miss Ami. He also wanted to see how much Miss Ami had grown with his Pokémon during this period of time. Unexpectedly, Miss Ami directly announced that she had lost, and then took the initiative to hand over the badge to Ye Chen. Seeing Miss Ami's series of actions, Ye Chen was confused. He asked back, "The battle hasn't even started yet, why did you give me the badge?" Miss Ami said indifferently, "Anyway, the result of the battle with you is already determined. Isn't it the same whether I give you this badge or not?" Request for flowers. Don't I know how strong you are? And after the battle with Xiaoxia, my Pokémon no longer has the energy to do the second round of reconciliation, so this battle is directly waived, and the badge is given to you. Ye Chen didn't expect that Miss Ami would be so refreshing in fighting with him. Before the game even started, he admitted defeat and took the initiative to hand over the badge. Ye Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but there was nothing he could do. He could only accept the badge given to him by Miss Ami. Now that both parties have obtained the badges they wanted, the next step is to decide where to go to the next city, Shallowkong. Among the elves in their hearts, they stayed for the last night, because they finally reunited with Ye Chen, so Xiaoxia stayed with Ye Chen and the others that night. Xiaoxia asked where they would go next. After thinking carefully, he decided to continue to follow Xiaoxia and the others to challenge the gym in the same way, and finally challenge the league competition. 394, Boro Bulbasaur. 394, Boro Bulbasaur. Now that both parties have obtained the badges they want, the next step is to decide where to go to the next city, Asashai City. They stayed in the Pokémon Center for the last night, because they finally reunited with Ye Chen, so Xiaoxia stayed with Ye Chen and the others that night. Xiaoxia asked where they would go next. 337. After thinking carefully, he decided to continue to follow Xiaoxia and the others to challenge the gym in the same way, and finally challenge the league competition. But after hearing what Ye Chen said, the other two companions around him always said that if this happened, everyone would not be able to continue traveling together, because they had some things to do and had to return to their hometown. I never thought that things would happen so suddenly. Originally, Ye Chen thought that after meeting up with Xiaoxia and others, everyone could travel together, but he did not expect that at this moment they would suddenly propose the idea of going home. However, This is everyone's own trip after all. Everyone has their own different destinations and different directions. Naturally, they can't get together, so there is no way. That night, everyone had a meal together and said goodbye. The next morning, everyone went their separate ways and went to their own destinations. As for Ye Chen and Zai Zai, they both have a common goal, which is to challenge the gym to participate in the final league competition. So they have the same direction and goal, so they decided to continue traveling together. And Zai Zai found two other companions, Zioxia and Xiao Gang must be together, so the next thing became a trip for Ye Chen and Zai Zai. Before setting off, Ye Chen contacted Professor Oak and explained that he and Zai Zai had reunited and were going to challenge the gym together. Dr. Oak was very pleased when he heard this and congratulated Ye Chen and Zai Zai on getting more Pokemon and getting more badges in the next journey. However, just when they were about to hang up the phone, suddenly Professor Oak fell heavily in front of the video call, as if he was tripped by some Pokemon. Ye Chen hurriedly asked about Professor Oak's situation, but he didn't expect that when the doctor got up, he was covered in dust. He smiled at Zai Zai embarrassedly and said, "Zai Zai, can I trouble you with something?" Hearing what Professor Oak said, Zai Zai immediately replied, "Doctor, just tell me what you want to say, and I will try my best to help you wherever I can." Dr. Oak explained carefully that a lot of things had happened in Professor Oak's courtyard during this period of time. Because Professor Oak has been engaged in the research of Pokemon, he raises many Pokemon sent back by trainers who traveled from Pallet Town in his courtyard in the back mountain. At the same time, there are more wild Pokemon further out of the back mountain. The wild Pokemon and the Pokemon in Professor Oak's house have always lived in harmony. But recently, for some unknown reason, perhaps because the number of Pokemon is increasing day by day, they have begun to compete for water sources. 395. The Troubles of Professor Oak. 395. The Troubles of Professor Oak. And such competition is not only between wild Pokemon and the Pokemon raised in Professor Oak's house, but also between water Pokemon and grass Pokemon. For the issue of water sources, the two sides even fought each other. Professor Oak thought about reconciling the conflict between them many times, but in the end it ended in vain. So Professor Oak thought of Zai Zai's Bulbasaur. Because of Zai Zai's Bulbasaur, Professor Oak had heard Zai Zai mention his experience. He took care of lost and seriously injured Pokemon in the forest. So he should have a certain ability to get along with and reconcile with Pokemon. Professor Oak saw that the situation in his backyard was getting worse and worse, so he could only ask Zai Zai for help. He and Zai Zai didn't need to borrow too much time. He just needed Bulbasaur to talk to the Pokemon on both sides for a while, and then he could return it to Zai Zai immediately. After Zai Zai heard it, since it was Professor Oak who wanted to seek help, how could he refuse? Immediately sent his Bulbasaur to the Pokemon Center. After Professor Oak received the Bulbasaur, he immediately said to Zai Zai, "Don't worry, Zai Zai, I can return it to you as soon as I finish my business here. Don't leave in a hurry, just wait for me at the Pokemon Center for a while, the matter can be resolved soon, and then I will return the Bulbasaur to you." After listening to what Professor Oak said, Zai Zai immediately said, "Don't worry, Professor, we will wait for you here, you can solve the matter first. Don't rush to return the Bulbasaur to me." Out of trust in Professor Oak, Zai Zai was not in a hurry for Professor Oak to return the Pokemon to him immediately. He also knew that the professor had an emergency, so he was so anxious to borrow Pokemon from him. Zai Zai immediately sent the Bulbasaur to Professor Oak. After receiving the Bulbasaur, Professor Oak immediately went to work. Because the problem of the Pokemon territory behind his research institute was really too serious, so now that he saw Zai Zai's Pokemon, he had to speed up to solve the problem. However, because this Pokemon was provided by Zai Zai, in order to let them know the latest developments of Bulbasaur, Professor Oak decided to switch the video call to the scene where he was dealing with the problem. The backyard of Professor Oak is very spacious. It houses all the elves captured by trainers from Pallet Town. They will be sent back to Professor Oak for care, and it is also convenient for him to provide research. There are also many wild elves on the back hill from Professor Oak's house. All along, whether it is the elves raised by the professor or the wild elves behind, everyone gets along very well, and there has never been any dispute or fight. But I didn't expect that recently, due to the problem of water source and territory, there was a conflict between the two sides. And this conflict became more and more intense, and it seemed that it was not resolved with the passage of time. Professor Oak also watched the elves on both sides fighting frequently, and the number of injured elves also increased. More and more. 396. Solve the Pokémon dispute. 396. Solve the Pokémon dispute. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he tried to find a way to mediate, but because he was a human, what he said was useless. Professor Oak had thought about finding other Pokémon to help mediate, but the effect was minimal and there was no final solution. After hearing Xiaoxi's mother talk about the experience of the Bulbasaur that Xiaoxi captured, he thought that maybe letting Bulbasaur mediate would have a special effect. After all, Bulbasaur's experience determined that his personality was relatively gentle, and he also had more leadership ability. So Professor Oak also wanted to contact Xiaoxi and borrow Bulbasaur from him. 1 use. Just at this time, Ye Chen took Xiaoxi to contact Professor Oak, so Professor Oak took this opportunity to tell Xiaoxi about the matter. Now that he has borrowed Bulbasaur, he must hurry to solve this problem. He brought Bulbasaur to the mountain in the backyard, because the main problem was the competition for water between neighbors, so if you want to solve the problem, you have to consider it from the root. He directly sent Bulbasaur to be the middleman for mediation. When they arrived at the back mountain, as expected, whether it was wild Pokémon or those raised at home, they all gathered here again, and they all wanted to solve the problem of water source competition this time by force. Seeing that the fight was about to start, Bulbasaur rushed up at the right time and blocked everyone. Bulbasaur was sandwiched in the middle and kept persuading, but for a new Pokémon, how could everyone listen to him? He immediately bypassed Bulbasaur and tried to solve the problem with force again. At this time, Bulbasaur began to play its role. He first used his Vine Whip to forcibly separate the immortal elves on both sides, and at the same time, as a mediator, he began to persuade everyone not to fight anymore. But it was just verbal talk, and their most fundamental practical problem was still not solved. But Bulbasaur also knew that there was no way to find water directly at this time. It must stop them first and prevent them from continuing to fight, so that it could develop in a good direction. Bulbasaur really took care of the injured elves in the forest and accumulated a certain amount of experience. He first stopped the force problem that broke out again from the elves on both sides. Then he took advantage of the temporary truce between the two sides and took the initiative to let Professor Oak take him to find a new water source in the courtyard. But because he was a grass-type elf, it was still difficult for him to find a water source. Okay, in order to solve everyone's fundamental problem as soon as possible, he had to ask for help from those water-type elves. When they saw Bulbasaur, they all looked and acted very disliked Bulbasaur. Everyone thought he was just a new Pokémon and there was no need to intervene in so many things. So no matter what Bulbasaur asked, they ignored him. 397, 398, Leadership. 397, 398, Leadership. But Bulbasaur was very persistent and hoped to help everyone solve this problem. No matter what prejudice or attitude the water-type elves had towards him, he insisted on asking them to come and help. Bulbasaur he gave his reasons. He thought that if the water elves could help him find a new water source, then the elves in the back mountain would not need to continue to fight for it for any reason. But the water elves thought that it was not so easy to find a new water source. Maybe in the end, they would waste their energy in vain and still not find a new water source. So he insisted on not helping Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur had no other choice but to forcibly bring the water elves to the mountain. He dragged his learning skills and searched for new water on the mountain together. Yuan Jun walked for a long time. Suddenly, the water elves moved their noses as if they really smelled the smell of water nearby. He immediately pointed to the direction under his feet and gestured to Bulbasaur that there might be a water source in this place, but it needed to be further dug down to be sure. Since there was already a direction and a goal, it must be brave to try it. Bulbasaur immediately took this water elf to dig in this place together. However, after they dug up the loose soil on the top, they soon encountered a hard rock layer. No matter how hard Bulbasaur and the water-type Pokémon tried, they could hardly pry open this hard rock layer, let alone dig out the underground water source. Faced with such a situation, the learning Pokémon was helpless and really shook his head at Bulbasaur, indicating that he had no other way now. So the water-type Pokémon turned around and was about to leave. But Bulbasaur also saw that the opportunity was right in front of him. How could he give up so easily? He also stopped the water-type Pokémon, informed him twice, and ran away alone. The water-type Pokémon looked puzzled, but he also knew that Bulbasaur's style of doing things would definitely not give up so easily, so he had no choice but to wait for him for a while. After leaving alone, Bulbasaur came directly to the water source that everyone had fought for before, and as expected, he immediately found a large number of Pokémon here. He explained to everyone that he had found a new water source, but encountered some problems when digging, and hoped that everyone could come to help. But everyone was not interested in what Bulbasaur said, and the water source in front of them was what they really wanted. So everyone was drinking water and arguing here, and even wanted to stand up, but no one paid attention to what Bulbasaur said just now. In desperation, Bulbasaur had to forcibly use the elf's trick to interrupt all their actions. Bulbasaur anxiously explained to them, "Now we have found a new water source. If we can successfully develop it, we won't have to argue and fight over the water source in the future. Isn't this a good thing to have the best of both worlds? And when there is a new water source, everyone's life will be much more convenient. Why do you have to stubbornly fight for this water source here?" After hearing what Bulbasaur said, everyone seemed to think that what Bulbasaur said made sense, so everyone was moved and followed Bulbasaur to the water source he had just found. Because when searching before, Bulbasaur had clearly detected the breath of water here, and now he has started digging. There is no way to hold on. 399, leave it to Professor Oak. 399, leave it to Professor Oak. It was just because after encountering a hard rock layer, the strength of his other water Pokémon alone could not break this hard rock layer, so Bulbasaur wanted to find everyone here. With the help of everyone, we developed a water source. After understanding the cause of the incident, everyone suddenly felt that Bulbasaur's idea might really work. So these wild Pokémon and the Pokémon raised by Professor Oak's family were combined for the first time, and everyone started to work towards the same thing. Soon, under the command of Bulbasaur, the newly discovered water source was successfully dug out by everyone. All the Pokémon cooperated, and after working together to dig out the water source, they built a pond that made the Pokémons very satisfied. In this way, all Pokémon can use the pond in the future, and both sides will no longer have disputes over the water source. Professor Oak did not expect that this tricky thing would be solved by Bulbasaur so quickly. It seems that his decision from the beginning was correct. It really needs to ask Zai's Bulbasaur to help. Based on Bulbasaur's strength, Professor Oak contacted Zai again. This time he did not want to return Bulbasaur, but hoped to discuss with Zai whether Bulbasaur could stay in his research institute for a while. Bulbasaur himself did not expect that such a heavy burden would fall on him all of a sudden. In fact, he was very willing to help Professor Oak's request. After all, he had been engaged in this kind of coordination work before, so he was very experienced in managing Pokémon. When Zai heard the request made by Professor Oak, he actually hesitated for a while. But thinking that he was just handing the Pokémon over to Professor Oak to take care of it, and not letting it go back to the wild environment, he felt that there was no big problem. And if it was handed over to the professor, it could solve the doctor's difficult problems and help the doctor, so it was not a bad idea. Please give flowers. So Xiaozai immediately left Bulbasaur in the research institute temporarily. In this way, there was a vacant position for the Pokémon on him, so Xiaozai could capture new Pokémon next time. After solving the problem with Professor Oak, Xiaozai and his group set out on their journey again. Because they were going to the next gym, Asashai City, they chose to go to Vermilion City first and then go to the next location in order to arrive as soon as possible. In Vermilion City, there were also a few old friends of Misty, Satoshi, and Amber there. They were going to the original book, so they could meet up there. As soon as they arrived at Vermilion City, Misty immediately contacted their partner, Miss Sakura, whom they met here. And Misty also made a special trip to introduce Ye Chen, saying that the sisters in Miss Sakura's family were all EV trainers, and each of them had a different form of EV evolution. 400, Sakura and Soul. 400, Sakura and Soul. When they met Miss Sakura before, the EV in their family had almost collected all the evolution forms. Ye Chen was not too surprised about this, because for girls, it was their first choice when they became trainers. It's not just because EV is cute, obedient and docile, but more importantly, his evolutionary form after 343 will evolve into different forms according to different environments, different atmospheres, and different training methods of trainers. This makes everyone like to train EV more, and they all hope to make him evolve into the form they want. After arriving at Yuanzi City, everyone waited for Miss Sakura, who Xiaoxia mentioned, at the agreed location. After a while, they didn't wait for Miss Sakura, but waited for a sun elf. When Xiaoxia saw this sun elf, she was confused for a while, and soon they saw Miss Sakura chasing after the sun elf. Miss Sakura ran out of breath, and when she saw Xiaoxia and the others, she immediately smiled again, ran to Xiaoxia and the others, and greeted everyone enthusiastically. Because Miss Sakura also met Ye Chen for the first time, Xiaoxia acted as a middleman to introduce both parties. After that, Xiaoxia asked about this sun elf, whether it was the evolution of Miss Sakura's previous EV. Miss Sakura looked at the cute sun elf in front of her and smiled and responded, "Yes, he is my previous EV. Originally, I wanted him to evolve into a fairy elf, but I didn't expect that he would evolve suddenly one day. But it doesn't matter. The sun elf is also very cute, and I like it too." Miss Sakura said as she reached out and touched the sun elf's head, and the sun elf also looked very comfortable. Miss Sakura looked at them and directly suggested, "Since you are all here, don't stay in the elf center anymore. Stay at my house tonight." Because they knew Miss Sakura and his sisters before, they didn't hesitate and followed Miss Sakura to his house. As a result, they didn't expect that when they just arrived at the house, they met several sisters who were going out. In the huge house, only Miss Sakura and Ye Chen were left. Sakura warmly took out something to entertain them. While eating, Sakura suddenly looked at Xiaoxia and said, "Xiaoxia, I want to have a battle with your Pokémon. Are you willing?" Faced with Sakura's sudden request, Xiaoxia showed a puzzled look and said, "Your son Pokémon has just evolved not long ago, and you are going to start a battle challenge." Sakura explained, "My son Pokémon has always been training with my sister's Pokémon at home, so I don't know how strong I am compared to him. So when I saw you now, I thought I would take this opportunity to have a battle with you to see how strong I am compared to the sun Pokémon." 401, Miss Sakura's Battle. 401, Miss Sakura's Battle. Since Sakura had such an idea, Xiaoxia would naturally not refuse. He immediately took out his Pokeball from his pocket and said, "Okay, I will accept your challenge." The two of them fought directly in the courtyard of Sakura's house. Xiao Gang was the referee to judge the outcome of the battle between the two. Of course, Sakura sent out his son Pokémon. Xiaoxia sent out it was the sun coral that he had just conquered not long ago. When the battle started, both sides wanted to grab it at the first opportunity to launch the attack, and neither side gave up. Xiaoxia directly made her son coral use the bubble ray. and Sakura on the other side made her sun elf use the lightning flash. I didn't expect that Sakura's sun elf was cultivated quite well. It easily dodged the attack of the sun coral's bubble ray, and with the lightning flash, it rushed directly in front of the sun coral with its agile speed. The sun coral was caught off guard and was directly hit by the lightning flash of the sun elf. This move directly made the sun coral fall to the ground, and it was very difficult to get up. When Sakura saw that the sun coral was injured at the beginning of the first round, he immediately smiled and said, "Xioxia, you and your sun coral have not practiced enough." I thought the game was almost over at this point, but unexpectedly, Xioxia smiled confidently and said, "Do you think you can beat me like this? It's too early." Then Xioxia ordered Sun Coral to use the elf trick of self-regeneration in front of Sakura's surprised eyes, which can instantly heal all the damage the elf has received before and restore it to at least 90% of its previous state. So when Sun Coral recovered, he continued to stand on the battlefield. This time it was Xioxia's turn to counterattack, and he asked Sun Coral to use the Sunlight and Dragon Cannon. This move directly hit the Sun Elf. The direct addition of the fact that the Sun Elf does not have the elf trick of self-healing like the Sun Coral, so when this hit the Sun Elf, it caused a certain degree of injury to it. In the end, in the battle between Xioxia and Sakura, Xioxia was still the better one. However, their strengths are actually similar. After all, Xioxia and his Sun Coral have just been running in, while Sakura and his Sun Elf have been practicing all the time. So it is difficult to tell who is stronger between the two sides. Besides, Ye Chen and his team originally planned to rest here for a while before continuing to the next gym. The battle with Sakura was just a simple mistake between the two of them. After Ye Chen and his team stayed at Sakura's house for one night, they continued to move towards the next gym early the next morning. However, when they passed by the Pokémon Center, they couldn't help but go in to rest for a while, and left all the Pokémons with Miss Joey, asking her to help restore all the Pokémons to their best condition. 402. Abnormality in the Pokémon Center. 402. Abnormality in the Pokémon Center. When they were in the Pokémon Center, Ye Chen and his team suddenly heard an inexplicable bell sound around them. Out of curiosity, they walked out of the room and began to look around. Where did this sound come from? Ye Chen found Miss Joy looking at the window blankly, so she walked over to ask Miss Joy where the sound came from. Miss Joy pointed to the tower opposite the window and said, "This sound came from the bell tower. According to legend, the bell in the tower will only ring when the phoenix approaches. But according to the rumors of the people in this town, the bell in the bell tower has never sounded for almost 300 years. I don't know what happened today. The bell rang suddenly. Could it be that the legendary elf phoenix is flying towards our town?" Ye Chen didn't expect that there would be a legend about the phoenix in this town. He quickly asked, "Is there any inevitable connection between this tower and the phoenix? Without the so-called bell sound, can it really be judged that the phoenix is approaching here, so it will cause the bell to ring?" Actually, Miss Joy is not particularly clear about this point. Everything is just a rumor in the town. He pointed to the direction of the bell tower and said, "If you are really curious about the details here, go to Lin and ask his guardian. There is a guardian there, Xiao Song, who knows the ins and outs of everything." After hearing what Miss Joy said, Ye Chen looked back at Zai and the others. Obviously, everyone was curious about the relationship between the bell tower and the phoenix. So everyone set off towards the bell tower while the bells were still ringing. At the same time, they did not forget to take away the elves they entrusted from Miss Joy, in case there were any accidents on the road, so that they could respond in time. All the bells in the bell tower rang, which was the first time for Xiao Song, the guardian of the alliance. He rushed into the tower as soon as possible to check what happened, but he didn't expect that he would meet his friend Mina June halfway. The two met, and they were obviously attracted by the abnormality of the bell tower. They hurried into the tower to check the situation, but they didn't expect that all the bells from the first floor to the top 8th floor were broken. All of them rang. This was the first strange phenomenon they had encountered since they had guarded the tower. If all the bells rang, it meant that the Phoenix King was approaching them. But if you want to really confirm whether the phoenix passed by the most important bell, it was the crystal bell on the top floor. After the two looked at each other, they decided to run towards the top floor. Originally, they thought they would see the crystal bell on the top floor jingling, but when they came to the top floor, they suddenly found that the 4 huge crystal bells on the top floor had all disappeared. 403,404, I have seen a phoenix. 403,404, I have seen a phoenix. They immediately deduced that someone might have secretly stolen the crystal bell on the top floor, so many bells downstairs would become abnormal and start to ring together. The two immediately summoned their elves and asked them to quickly start looking for the whereabouts of the crystal bell. After all, the 4 crystal bells added together are not light in size or weight, so they believe that the thieves should not have gone far. However, while they were busy looking for the crystal bell, Ye Chen and his friends also arrived at the bell card. They thought that they could enter the tower at will, so they walked into the tower directly in the direction of the bell. Unexpectedly, when they were about to step onto the stairs, they were stopped by a jet of flame. Mina Jun suddenly appeared. He looked at Ye Chen, Xiao Ji and others with vigilance and said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you trespass into our bell tower?" They had never thought that this tower was strictly prohibited for 10,000 people to enter. They quickly apologized to the other party and said, "Sorry, we are outsiders and didn't know that your tower does not allow outsiders to enter. Because we want to know the connection between this tower and the phoenix, we came in out of curiosity." Mina Jun obviously saw from their dress and accent that they were not locals and knew that the abnormality of Linlang Tower, BJBG, would attract people with thoughts. So he immediately said coldly, "What's going on here is none of your business. You should leave as soon as possible and don't bother us here." Faced with such a cold attitude, Ye Chen didn't know what to say for a while. After all, they had entered the bell tower without the consent of others, so they had to leave the bell tower first. However, when Minakun led Ye Chen and others out of the bell tower, they met Xiao Song, the real guardian of the tower. Because Xiao Song knew Zai before, Xiao Song immediately recognized them when they met this time, and greeted Zai warmly at that time. "Why did you suddenly come here?" Zai didn't expect to meet his acquaintances, so he said in surprise, "We just heard the noise here, so we rushed over to check what happened." "Why are you here?" It seems that although Zai knows Xiao Song, he doesn't know his true identity, so Xiao Kong no longer hides it from him and tells him the truth. "I am the guardian of this bell tower and the guardian of the bell tower and the phoenix." I didn't expect Xiao Song to have such an identity. Taking advantage of his acquaintance with Xiao Song, Zai quickly said, "We also heard something unusual, so we ran over to see the situation." "What happened here? Why are the bells in the tower ringing all the time? Is it true that the bells will ring as long as the phoenix is close to them?" Since Zai and the others were so curious about the phoenix, Xiao Song simply took them all to the bell tower and told them the real story of all the origins. He also introduced them to everything about the phoenix. It turns out that all the bells in this tower were left by Phoenix when it left. But up to now, Phoenix has not had any contact with humans for nearly 300 years, and has never appeared in human sight. When Ye Chen heard this, he was confused for a moment. He interrupted Xiao Song apologetically and said, "Are you sure Phoenix has not appeared in these 300 years? But I remember that I saw Phoenix on the first day of the trip." 405, The Impulse of the Trio. 405, The Impulse of the Trio. However, just when Ye Chen and the others were discussing the theft of the crystal bells on the other side were actually stolen by the rocket team. After they got the bells, they did not leave too far, but stayed in the forest around the bell tower. They looked at the 4 crystal bells in their hands and said puzzledly, "Why didn't the bells ring all the way?" Kojiro quickly checked the information pictures in his hand. Musashi and Meowth were praising the crystal bell, "It's very beautiful. The light of the crystal is really extraordinary. At this time, Kojiro found information about Phoenix and Crystal Bells in the previous Pokemon Monthly supplement. He quickly told Musashi, and Meow Meow listened. He said, according to the special Pokemon information in the previous Pokemon Monthly illustrated legend, this bell is called the Crystal Bell. This thing is a must-have item in the Phoenix legend. Although we don't know where the Phoenix is, it is rare and powerful for a Pokemon like him. It completely fits the purpose of our rocket team. I don't know if it's true or not, but it is clearly stated in the legend that as long as the bell rings, the Phoenix will fly over. Anyway, since the Crystal Bell is in our hands now, it's worth a try. After listening to Xiao Salang's words, Meow Meow looked uncertain, and he said, but we just came out of the bell tower and haven't walked far. Are you sure we want to try it here? Because in Meow Meow's opinion, it's really too risky to act like this now. We have to find a safe and reliable place to try it. However, Musashi and Kojiro could not wait any longer. They felt that the 4 crystal bells were so heavy. If they could not summon the Phoenix, then there was no need for them to drag these 4 huge and heavy bells forward. So the 2 of them immediately rejected Meow Meow's suggestion and decided to try on the spot whether the bell would ring. If they could summon the Phoenix directly, it would be even better. They could catch the Phoenix directly on the spot. Please give flowers. If they did this, they could go online and give it to the boss, and there would be a chance for promotion. Originally, Meow Meow did not agree with their risky action, but when she thought about the fact that after presenting this thing to the boss would be happy and would give him a lot of gold coins as a reward, Meow Meow instantly turned to Musashi and Kojiro. In that case, let's try it boldly. 0. The bells of Team Rocket ringing across the galaxy are unexpectedly loud. I'll be waiting for you in the Orb Forest. They were obviously talking to Phoenix. Kojiro said expectantly, it is said that Phoenix has a sacred fire move, which is very powerful. Meowth said indifferently, but no matter how powerful the Pokemon is, what's the use? It's a pity that he has been missing for a long time. Could it be that Musashi next to him suddenly became worried? She said, if Phoenix is really so powerful, will we be unable to catch him after we summon him? Wouldn't that be a big shame? 406, all tried to conquer Phoenix. 406, all tried to conquer Phoenix. Kojiro on the side had no such worries at all. He said, there is only one Phoenix, and there are 3 of us here plus our Pokemon. Do you think we can't beat a Phoenix? In Kojiro's eyes, he was so confident. While talking about how great and powerful Phoenix was, he was also confident that they could defeat Phoenix. Musashi on the side also thought, it's a pity that such a powerful elf has been missing for a long time, so we need to catch him. Anyway, after catching him, we will present him to the boss, and our future will be bright. After that, the Rockets couldn't help laughing crazily, thinking that they had seen the hope of the future and that the Phoenix had fallen into their hands. In that case, let's ring the bell quickly. The blindly confident trio immediately began to shake the crystal bell they had just stolen crazily. They completely forgot that on the way they stole it, no matter how bumpy or how they shook it, the crystal bell never made any sound. And now they shook it desperately, but still couldn't make the crystal bell make any sound. They shook it there for a long time with great expectations, and finally found that something was wrong with the bell. Why is this bell silent? Is it rusted? But it's made of crystal. Have you ever heard of crystal rusting? That's true, but have you noticed that from the time we got this bell until now, it hasn't made any sound? Could it be that there are other mechanisms to activate this bell? After saying that, Xia Xilang began to carefully examine the crystal bell, thinking that there would be another mystery in it. But Musashi took the crystal sickle directly and said, alas, you are really useless. Just give it to me. I can definitely make this crystal bell ring. After saying that, Musashi danced on the ground with the bell in his arms, and began to swing the bell with a particularly large amplitude, trying to make it ring. The result was unexpected, because the general's movements were too large, and the crystal bell was also heavy. As Musashi swung the bell, it flew out of his hand. When Kojiro and Meow Meow saw that something was wrong, they quickly chased after the crystal bell and tried to catch it. Unfortunately, Meow Meow and Kojiro were still a step too slow, and watched helplessly as the crystal bell hit the rock next to them and shattered into pieces. In the second when the bell broke, Meow Meow, Musashi, and Kojiro all looked terrified, as they had never expected such an accident to happen. When one of the 4 crystal bells broke, the sound of the bells in the bell tower disappeared. At this time, Ye Chen and the others were still telling the legend of the phoenix in the tower. Everyone was stunned when the bell rang, as they had never expected that the bells here would stop by themselves. Xiao Song immediately began to doubt, could it be that the bell below is ringing to tell us that the most important crystal bell has been stolen? Minakun also nodded, especially agreeing with everything Xiao Song said. He said, yes, it seems to be like this. But now the bell suddenly stopped, why is that? While saying this, Xiao Song had an ominous premonition in his heart, could it be that something unexpected happened to the crystal bell? 407,408, Bell's Warning. 407,408, Bell's Warning. In fact, Minakun had the same idea in his heart, but at this time they couldn't scare themselves, they still had to find a way to get the crystal bell back to confirm before they could rest assured. Xiao Song found the image of the crystal bell, and handed it to Zai and the others, telling them in detail, come and take a look, this is the crystal bell. 300 years ago, the phoenix was angered by humans, and has never appeared in front of humans since then. You should all know this story. When Xiao Song said this, Ye Chen immediately became confused and said, are you sure it's been 300 years? But just when I started my journey not long ago, on the first day of the journey, I saw the phoenix flying past me. When everyone heard that Ye Chen had seen the phoenix, they were surprised. Because this legend is extremely convincing, Xiao Song is not only the guardian of the bell, but even Minakun beside him has been chasing the traces of the phoenix and investigating various legendary Pokémon, especially the phoenix, as well as the legends of Suicune, Entei and Reigong beside him. The two of them have been trying so hard until now, but they have not been able to see the phoenix with their own eyes, or even the appearance of the other 3 legendary Pokémon around him. But Ye Chen said easily that he had seen the phoenix, which made people feel unbelievable and shocked. Xiao Song immediately asked Ye Chen, are you sure you saw it, is it really a phoenix? Minakun on the side also said, in the past 300 years, even rumors have not appeared, and no human trainer or human has seen the phoenix. How could you see the phoenix so easily? Ye Chen knew that the phoenix was a very awe-inspiring existence for them. It was naturally difficult for them to believe that he had seen the phoenix casually. So, Ye Chen summoned his elf, asking for leave King. After all, asking for leave King was the elf that had followed him the longest and accompanied him the longest. Asking for leave King was also present when he saw the phoenix. Ye Chen immediately asked the King of Leave, when we first went out to travel, did we see the phoenix? The King of Leave nodded, not knowing why Ye Chen suddenly mentioned this matter. After asking this question, Ye Chen did not continue. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Song and Minakun and said, there is no need for me and my elves to come out and lie to you because of this matter. Zai never knew that Ye Chen had actually seen a phoenix. He immediately showed a surprised expression to Ye Chen. And the other Xiao Song and Minakun were also full of disbelief. They really didn't expect that the phoenix that disappeared for 300 years would actually appear in their world again, and would appear in front of humans. If their guess was correct, perhaps Ye Chen was a special existence for the phoenix, and it was even possible that Ye Chen had been recognized by the phoenix, so he showed up. After thinking about the possibility, Ye Chen was already of great significance to Xiao Song and Minakun. Although Ye Chen had seen the phoenix, he did not know much about the detailed legend of the phoenix. He said to Xiao Song and Minakun, can you tell me more about the legend of the phoenix? 409, the relationship between the bell and the phoenix. 409, the relationship between the bell and the phoenix. Xiao Song nodded, of course. In fact, the bell tower did not exist 300 years ago. Before humans angered the phoenix and humans maintained a good relationship. In order to communicate with the phoenix and summon the phoenix to sense its existence, these bells were placed on the tower. When the phoenix passed by, the bells here would be sensed and all rang. But later, after the phoenix was angered by humans, he burned the entire tower along the way. Only the 4 crystal bells and the 32 bells that could convey the phoenix's will were preserved in the burning tower, and they were still intact in the fire. They were miraculously saved, which shows that there is still room for recovery between them and the phoenix. After that, in order to ease the relationship with the phoenix, people rebuilt a tower, which is now the bell tower. In order to pray for the phoenix to come back, everyone continued to hang up the bells as before. But since then, the bells have never been heard again. No matter whether it is artificially shaken vigorously or used in any other way, the bells of the bell tower have never been heard, let alone seeing the phoenix. When Ye Chen heard this, he began to wonder, but didn't the elf bell ring today? And it was more than one bell. Xiao Song nodded and said, yes, the bells rang today, but it should not have anything to do with the phoenix. The bells downstairs should be telling us that the 4 most important crystal bells have been stolen. But is there any necessary connection between these 4 crystal bells and the other bells? After hearing Xiaosong's doubts, Mina shook his head and said, I think this should be notifying us that the crystal bells have been stolen, but this does not mean that there is any necessary connection between the crystal bells and the other bells. I personally think that this means that the phoenix is watching us. When everyone heard this, they felt a chill on their backs, as if they felt that the hairs on their bodies were about to stand up. After thinking about it, Mina corrected. No. Perhaps to be more accurate, the phoenix should be watching our world. Xiaozai was completely confused. He said, the phoenix has been watching for 300 years. But Mina said seriously, at least I personally think so. Legend has it that the anger of the phoenix will only disappear when humans and Pokemon truly communicate with each other. Ye Chen did not expect that the anger of the phoenix actually came from humans and Pokemon. And the time length was as long as 300 years. Mina-kun continued, although the phoenix was angry with humans, he still sent 3 messengers to this world. They are the elves in the legend. 300 years ago, people fought for the power of the phoenix, and the impact caused the bell tower to catch fire. 410, Phoenix and the 3 messengers. 410, Phoenix and the 3 messengers. 3 Pokemon were affected and had no time to escape. After that, the phoenix was furious, and in order to allow the Pokemon to escape, he used his unique and incredible power of regeneration to regenerate the 3 Pokemon. These 3 Pokemon are the incarnation of the North Wind, Suicune, the incarnation of the volcano, Entei, and the incarnation of thunder and lightning, Reigong. Phoenix prays that humans and Pokemon can coexist peacefully one day, so it sends these 3 Pokemon as monitors of humans. When they admit that humans and Pokemon can coexist peacefully, Phoenix will return to our world 353. So that means, when humans and Pokemon have an opinion, and even get the supervision of these 3 elves and get their approval, Phoenix will come back. Yes, that's it. After he heard the name Suicune from them again, Ye Chen said again, Suicune? I have seen Suicune before. I thought it was outrageous that Ye Chen had seen the phoenix once, but he had actually seen Suicune, one of the 3 messengers. If it happened to someone else, they might just be a little envious of Ye Chen, after all, they could see so many legendary Pokemon. But in Mina-kun's opinion, seeing Suicune was enough to shock him. Because he had been chasing Suicune's trail all along, trying to win him back, but he had tried for so long and hadn't found even a trace of Suicune. Every time he was chasing the rumors about Suicune and what Suicune had done, he would always be looking for the truth. He chased after the place where Suicune appeared, but when he arrived at the place, there was no trace of him. So Mina-kun had his own stubborn persistence for Suicune. He just wanted to be able to subdue Suicune and make him his Pokemon. As a result, after working so hard for so long, not only did he fail, but he didn't even meet Suo-kun. And now there is a person who looks younger than him and says that he has seen Suo-kun. How can Mina-kun accept this? He immediately retorted, absolutely impossible, Suo-kun is not someone who can be seen by anyone who wants to. Ye Chen said with a relaxed face, yes, I did meet Suo-kun, and I have a good relationship with him. I even rode on Suo-kun's back. When Ye Chen finished this sentence, Mina-kun-jun's face darkened instantly, but he didn't expect that the person in front of him could have such a good relationship with Shuo-hun. Su-jun even agreed to let him ride on his back. Obviously, Ye Chen has been recognized by Shuo-hun. Compared with his own experience and Ye Chen's experience, how could this make Mina-jun feel balanced? He still felt that he couldn't believe this fact, and quickly took out Shuo-hun's photo from the book next to him. He put it in front of Ye Chen and asked him in detail, "Are you sure this is it?" When Ye Chen saw Shuo-hun's photo, he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, it's this." At the same time, he also asked his Leaf King to come over to confirm, and the Leaf King also nodded in affirmation. Xiao Song on the side couldn't help but sigh and said, "You are really amazing. Not only have you seen Phoenix, but you have also seen Suo-kun. It seems that you have at least been recognized by them, so they are willing to show up in front of you. I have to say that I really envy you. You know, I have been doing research on Suo-kun and Phoenix so far. I have always wanted to track them down, but so far I have never seen anyone." Mina-kun on the side suddenly yelled at Ye Chen, "Impossible, I don't believe you have seen both Phoenix and Suo-kun." 411, 412, Challenge to Ye Chen 411, 412, Challenge to Ye Chen. The anxious and irritable mood directly made everyone confused. In fact, Ye Chen had no need to lie in front of them. But Mina-kun just didn't believe it. He said stubbornly, "I know Suo-kun better than anyone else. He will never show up in front of humans easily. Since you dare to say that, Ye Chen, do you have the courage to accept my test? I want to prove whether you are a trainer worthy of being recognized by Suo-kun." Faced with the sudden challenge and doubt, Ye Chen did not hesitate at all. He said generously, "Since you want to prove it, then prove it. But there is one thing I want to make clear to you. If you want to get their recognition, you can't prove yourself by fighting. If you really want to see Suo-kun and Phoenix, you won't get their recognition with your personality." Unexpectedly, Ye Chen turned around and accused Mina-kun of not being good at dealing with people and having a bad personality. Mina-kun took out his pokeball in a rage and said, "No matter what, you must fight me today. I want to see how strong you are as someone who can be recognized by Suo-kun." Although Mina-kun's behavior was very sudden, for Ye Chen, since someone took the initiative to challenge him, how could he refuse? So he immediately accepted Mina-kun's challenge. On the other side, after the rockets stole the crystal bell, they accidentally broke one. However, just after they broke the crystal bell, the surrounding environment and atmosphere began to change subtly. From that moment on, they only felt the cool breeze around them, and something kept coming out of the bushes, as if some Pokemon was approaching them. Not to mention Musashi and the others, even Meowth, as a Pokemon, was scared. It jumped onto Musashi and said tremblingly, "No, as a Pokemon, I have a feeling that things are going to go wrong this time." "What? What happened?" Musashi and Kojiro were still puzzled. Even though they felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere around them, they didn't know what would happen. Meow Meow was so nervous that he couldn't speak, because he felt that his life was seriously threatened. Then a bunch of bug-type and grass-type Pokemon rushed in from all around. These are the two types that usually exist everywhere in the forest. They seemed to have been summoned by something. When the crystal bell broke, all the Pokemon rushed towards Team Rocket. But in the blink of an eye, almost all the Pokemon in the forest appeared in front of Team Rocket. Looking at the densely packed Pokemon in front of them, Team Rocket didn't know what to do for a moment. They were completely crushed in terms of both numbers and strength. Now, Pokémons gathered in front of them and around them. They were everywhere. Frightened, Musashi and Kojiro hugged each other tightly, as if only in this way could they barely feel a little bit safe. Because Meowth is a Pokémon, it has no problem communicating with Pokémons, and it can speak human language, so it completely acts as a translation tool at this time. He hurriedly explained to Musashi and Kojiro, "It seems that they are very angry because we broke the crystal bell, so they want to blame us." Enter. 413, Legend of the Phoenix. 413, Legend of the Phoenix. Hearing this, Musashi felt she was puzzled and said, "What does the crystal bell have to do with them? Isn't the crystal bell something of the phoenix? Then why are they angry when we broke it?" But at this time, the elves didn't care what they were saying. They directly caught Musashi and Kojiro and tied them up tightly with the silk spinning trick. And no matter how they threatened and begged for mercy, the Pokémon in the forest didn't let them go. At the same time, Minakun on the other side had already challenged Ye Chen because he had seen Phoenix and Suicune. Originally, this kind of thing was very common for Ye Chen, but now it was questioned by others. Ye Chen naturally didn't want to be seen as a fraud in the eyes of others, so he happily accepted Minakun's challenge. Since both sides wanted to fight, Xiao Song took them to the gym next to the bell tower, and Xiao Gang once again served as the referee. Because it was just a challenge between the two sides, there was no need to be like a competition. They used only one Pokémon. Minakun sent out his most proud Alakazam, and Ye Chen sent out the King of Leave. But even at this time, Xiao Song still wanted to dissuade Minakun, because it was not the time for the official competition. The whereabouts of the crystal bell is unknown. Lin Dan's ringing has stopped again, so doesn't this mean that there may be something wrong with the crystal bell? The most urgent thing is to find the crystal bell quickly. But Minakun insisted on his own way. For him, Suicune was more important than the transparent list. Although he had been studying the Pokémon in various legends, he was more inclined to Suicune than Phoenix and Suicune. Because Phoenix was simply an unreachable Pokémon. No one had seen the trace of Phoenix in hundreds of years. But Suicune is different. The legend of crystals spread all over the country, and traces of Suicune appeared. He thought that compared with Phoenix, he was more likely to catch Suicune. So when he heard that Ye Chen could get Suicune's approval, he couldn't hold it anymore. He had tried so hard for so long but couldn't get what he wanted. Why could a young man who looked younger and more powerful than him do it so easily? So he ignored Xiaosong's obstruction and asked Xiaosong to be his audience, and didn't care about other things. Xiaosong and Minakun have been friends for so many years, and naturally he knows his temper. Now this matter has completely touched his economic point, so he won't listen to anything others say. Ye Chen also heard all the conversation between Xiaosong and Minakun just now. He was completely jealous that others had seen the elves that he hadn't seen. Their focus returned to the battlefield. When others saw Alakazam sent out by Minakun, Ye Chen was also a little surprised. In response to this, Minakun said proudly that my apprentice had received special training to fight against Suicune during his training, which improved his special attack ability. 414, Minakun's jealousy. 414, Minakun's jealousy. Alakazam is an important partner who follows me in pursuit of legends and travels together. What Minakun said was not worth mentioning to Ye Chen at all. Isn't he just an important partner for traveling together? Who doesn't have it? The things that Ye Chen and his King of Leave have experienced are always more than Minakun imagined. So what Minakun is proud of is completely a common thing in Ye Chen's view. Now that the Pokémon of both sides have been sent to the field, the referee Xiao Gang directly announced that the battle between Alakazam and Pikachu will begin. 19 When the referee gave the order, Ye Chen directly let the King of Leaves attack. He first let the King of Leaves use a heavy punch, hoping to feint and lure the opponent to use a special move to attack. I thought that Minakun's Pokémon had been trained to this point, so they should be very powerful. But I didn't expect that he was easily fooled. The King of Leaves fainted and seemed to use a heavy punch, but in fact he just wanted to get close to Alakazam for a close combat attack. As a result, the opponent Minakun didn't realize Ye Chen's combat plan at all, and stupidly let Ye Chen's King of Leaves get close to Alakazam. After a heavy punch, Alakazam was directly knocked over by the King of Leaves and hit hard on the wall next to the gym. Seeing that the opponent was so powerful, he couldn't help but sigh. You said you wanted to subdue Suicune, is that your strength? You still want to question me, do you have the ability? Minakun didn't seem to expect Ye Chen to be so powerful. With just the first attack, his Alakazam was defeated. But how could Minakun be willing to stop here? Ye Chen was so powerful and was recognized by Suicune, so he must defeat Ye Chen. To prove that he was stronger than Ye Chen and was more worthy of Suicune's favor. He was about to launch several fierce attacks on Ye Chen, and at this moment, Miss Joy outside the gym suddenly rushed in. She said anxiously to Xiaosong and Ye Chen, "It's bad. The town is almost surrounded by Pokémon in the forest. Even the outside of the bell tower and your gym are all those wild elves." Seeing Miss Joy's anxious look, everyone knew that the matter was definitely not simple, so they didn't care about any battles and challenges, and ran directly outside the gym to check the situation. Sure enough, now there are all some wild elves in the forest outside the gym. They seem to have been summoned by something and appear in the town collectively. And not only the whole town, the most serious situation should be the bell tower. With the bell tower as the center, the elves, for unknown reasons, collectively used the trick of spinning silk towards the bell tower, using the spinning silk to isolate the entire bell tower, as if they wanted to forcibly seal it off, not letting the things inside out, and not letting the outsiders in. What is going on? Even Xiaosong, the guardian of the bell tower, didn't know what happened to cause such a big impact. Ye Chen turned his head and said to Minakun, "Now is not the time to fight with you. The situation in the bell tower is serious. Let's solve the current situation first." 415, 416, Abnormal Phenomenon. 415, 416, Abnormal Phenomenon. Even if Minakun was jealous of Ye Chen, he could distinguish the priorities of things, so at this time he nodded and agreed to Ye Chen's words, agreeing to postpone the Pokémon competition temporarily. But he would never give up so easily, because he still wanted to prove his strength. Although we still don't know what happened, since the trend is evolving towards the bell tower, everyone decided to go to the bell tower to see the situation first. As a result, they didn't expect that when they just stepped out of the gym and wanted to rush to the bell tower, a large group of wild Pokémon in the forest appeared in front of them. Ye Chen just took a step and was blocked by them with their elf tricks. They used the flying leaf knife and the vine whip to stop Ye Chen and his team in the gym, as if they were unwilling to let them go out. What's going on? Why are these elves like crazy? Are they going to attack humans? Xiaozai also felt that something was wrong with the situation, and he and Pikachu were on high alert, not daring to relax at all. Xiaosong carefully observed these elves and explained, "These elves are usually wild Pokémon living in this courtyard. They are usually gentle and well-behaved, and never actively attack humans. But now the situation is obviously different. Now not only the Pokémon in this courtyard, but also many Pokémon in the forest have run to the town and started to actively attack humans. The situation is completely different from the previous situation." When Minakun saw this situation, he took the initiative to suggest, "Otherwise, we should force our way through. The situation over at the bell tower is also quite critical. We still have to go over to check it out. But if we force our way through, it means that we have to fight with the elves here." Thinking of this, everyone couldn't do it for a while. After all, they are all wild Pokémon. And as Pokémon trainers, they are also full of love for Pokémon, so under the premise of no necessity, they will never hurt Pokémon like this. However, at this moment, a group of grass-type elves suddenly launched sleeping powder on them. It seemed that they all wanted to forcibly subdue Ye Chen, Xiaozai, and the others who came out to make trouble. Generally, When seeing sleeping powder, Ye Chen and his friend's first reaction was to hide quickly. It was not a good idea to start a battle with Pokemon at this time. First, they planned to find out what happened and why these Pokemon started to behave abnormally. The sleeping powder launched by grass-type elves also has a certain transmission distance. Ye Chen and his friends had no choice but to hide in the gym and close the door tightly. Although they fled back to the gym and there was no danger for the time being, they had no way to rush back to the bell tower. They could only look around in the gym to see which direction of the window could see the situation outside clearly. After seeing the bell tower outside through the window, Ye Chen roughly deduced, the Pokemon here seemed to want to cover the entire area, with the bell tower as the center. Look, the bell tower is now covered with lines. It seems that now it's not just the gym and the bell tower, the whole town is their target. Now the situation is serious, not only our gym and the bell tower, but every household has been affected. Why did it become like this? Zai wailed. But Xiao Gang analyzed very calmly, it seems that these Pokemon, it seems that they want to make the whole town into a nest that belongs only to them. 417, The Effect of the Crystal Bell. 417, The Effect of the Crystal Bell. And the grass-type elves just now separated us, as if they wanted us not to interfere. Now it seems that they should hate us very much. Not only Xiao Gang felt this way, but Ye Chen and the others also felt the hostility of the elves outside. Mina nodded silently and said, maybe everything that is happening now is related to the crystal bell. Because the crystal bell represents the phoenix, and what the phoenix wants to see most is the harmony between humans and Pokemon. Now that the crystal bell has disappeared, it means that the last bit between Feng Huang and us humans is basically gone, so it is impossible to suppress the wildness and anger of these wild Pokemon. Xiao Song also particularly agreed with what Mina said now. He nodded and explained, yes, I think so too. And I've heard before that there's a saying that the crystal bell has the effect of calming Pokemon. Perhaps it's because the bell was stolen, and an accident may have happened, so the wild Pokemon outside became agitated, causing the Pokemon that originally lived here to lose harmony. This also made them become aggressive towards humans. Ye Chen nodded, agreeing very much with what they said now. It seems that the crystal bell still plays an important role in maintaining the relationship between humans and Pokemon. He also went on to say, our top priority now is to quickly find the crystal bell back. Otherwise, if the situation continues to develop like this, it will be dangerous for the people of the entire town. After everyone realized this, their expressions became more serious. If they really wanted to go out to find the crystal bell, then it meant that they had to fight the Pokemon who were defending outside. Otherwise, according to the situation just now, they would never be able to go out. Xiao Song also speculated, maybe if the transparent bell is taken back, everyone will return to their original state, but this is not certain. According to my hunch, I guess the crystal bell may have had an accident. When everyone thought of this possibility, their expectant expressions suddenly dimmed. No one wanted to see such a result, but the cruelty of the facts had to be accepted. At this time, Mina-kun on the side suddenly said, I have an idea. If the Pokemon who have lost harmony and become angry refuse our human participation and help, if they want to create a world with only Pokemon. This matter is very scary. Actually, what Mina-kun said is not without such a possibility. But this matter is really too serious, and they don't have the ability to stop it from developing to that extent. And Zai on the side also said, isn't what you guessed the most what Phoenix doesn't want to see? Isn't Phoenix's hope that humans and Pokemon can coexist peacefully in this world? So now that such a thing has happened, we should stop it, instead of choosing to sit and wait for the Pokemon to die. This is what Phoenix wants us to do. 418, Difficulties everywhere. 418, Difficulties everywhere. That's right. We support you. Ye Chen, Xiao Gang, and Xiao Xia all agreed with what Xiao Ji said. After the four of them finished speaking, they didn't care what the situation was between Mina-kun and Xiao Song. After discussing it, the four of them decided to force their way out to find the crystal bell to save the situation. Then, just when they opened the gym door and wanted to go out, more wild Pokémon than before blocked the door. It seemed that they had known that they would force their way out, so they had already prepared for defense and attack. Although Ye Chen and the others had hoped that humans and wild Pokémon could coexist peacefully so far, there was really no other way. They had to stop the incident from happening and absolutely could not let it go on like this. So even if these elves appeared in front of them, everyone wanted to stop them, and Ye Chen and Zai had to force their way out. However, at this moment, Xiao Song and Minakun also chased after them. Although they had some disagreements before, they actually agreed with the starting point of Ye Chen and Zai. So after thinking about it, they decided to follow Ye Chen and Zai, so they hurriedly chased after them. Facing these wild Pokémon at the door, they didn't actually want to hurt them. But now the situation is critical and there is not much time left. Fortunately, Xiao Song has a ghost-type Pokémon that can use ghost-type tricks. He just Gengar used the strange light, causing all the wild Pokémon outside to fall into a state of confusion. The strange light made these wild Pokémon completely lose themselves, and they didn't remember what they were going to do at all. They lay on the ground in a daze, as if they were drunk. Ye Chen and Zai took advantage of this opportunity to run out of the gym. It can be said that the road was smooth, and there were no wild Pokémon coming out to stop them. In order to stop what was happening now, the main reason was to find the crystal bell, so they didn't go around to the Linglong Tower, but tried to find the crystal bell first. According to all their previous clues, the crystal bell should not have been stolen. They were very far away. Please give flowers. Because the crystal bell is large and heavy, if the robbers and thieves don't prepare a vehicle, there is no way to take 4 crystal bells away so far at once. So Ye Chen and his friends started to disperse from the bell tower and searched everywhere. First, they focused on the forest. Before, Xiao Song had asked his Pokémon Gengar to find the crystal bell. Now that they were finally able to get out of the gym, Xiao Song immediately asked his Pokémon Gengar whether he had found the whereabouts of the crystal bell. Just now in the gym, when Ye Chen and Minakun were preparing to fight, Gengar had already gone out to look for the whereabouts of the crystal bell, so he had already found the clue at this time. After hearing his trainer Xiaosong's question, he immediately led the way. Geng led them all the way to the orb forest. The forest is now full of silkworms, as if the wild Pokémon in the forest have left their marks, proving that this place is their territory. 419, 420, stolen by Team Rocket. 419, 420, stolen by Team Rocket. Geng Gui pointed to the direction deep in the forest, as if to indicate that the crystal bell was there. But now the forest is full of silkworms, and it is difficult to move forward. But it can be seen from this posture that the situation in the forest is not simple. So no one dares to approach easily. But now finding the crystal bell is the most important thing. There is not much more to do. Ye Chen immediately sent out his 360 Fake King, and let the Fake King use the elf trick to forcibly break a path in the forest. However, Xiaosong's Gengar is a ghost-type elf, which can freely shuttle among these things. However, after they walked into the forest, they suddenly realized something. Although they had gone a long way to get here, from their current location, they were still relatively close to the Linglong Tower. He couldn't believe that the two thieves would stay so close to the crystal bell after stealing it. Zai also sent his Pokémon Lizard to use the trick of jetting fire to burn the silkworms in front of them. They followed Gengar's instructions all the way forward. Before they found the crystal bell, they saw the 3 people of Team Rocket being wrapped up and hung upside down on the tree like cocoons. The crystal bell was placed under the 3 people of Team Rocket, and was tightly surrounded by the wild Pokémon in the forest, as if to protect the crystal bell and prevent it from being taken away by anyone else. What is going on? Could it be that the crystal bell was stolen by your Team Rocket again? As soon as Ye Chen saw Team Rocket, he knew that something bad must be going on. They must be the ones who were interfering again. Musashi immediately retorted, "What do you mean by stealing? We just borrowed it to have a look, okay?" Ye Chen was too lazy to care about Team Rocket anymore. He walked directly to the crystal bell and took it back. Unexpectedly, just after he took 2 steps forward, the wild Pokémon immediately looked at Ye Chen vigilantly, and also used their special moves to attack Ye Chen to stop him from approaching. As soon as he found that his trainer might be in danger, the King of Leave immediately ran to Ye Chen to protect him. It can be seen that the wild Pokémon in the whole town are now full of strong hostility towards humans. And at this time, Ye Chen suddenly discovered a problem. Before, Xiaosong and the others said that there were 4 crystal bells, but now there are only 3 crystal bells. So where did the other one go? However, just when Ye Chen and his team wanted to find the 4th crystal bell, the wild elves in the forest surrounded them with hostility, as if they were ready to attack Ye Chen and his group of foreign invaders at any time. Seeing this situation, everyone knew that things were not going well, but they couldn't just leave it alone. "We still have to find a way to get the crystal bell back as soon as possible." Xiao Song next to him said this, and then stepped out directly to try to get the crystal bell back. But Xiao Song's action directly angered the wild elves in the forest. Spirits, they attacked Xiao Song and his group one by one. At this critical moment, fortunately, Minakun and Ye Chen reacted in time and immediately sent out their elves to defend. Minakun asked his fox to use half reflection and successfully blocked the insect silk attacking them. But half reflection can only stop those spell attacks, and there is no way to resist physical attacks. A vine whip forcibly penetrated the energy shield used by Alakazam to use half reflection, and hit Alakazam with one blow, causing his Alakazam to fly out directly. 421, The Anger of Pokémon. 421, The Anger of Pokémon. At this time, the King of Leave sent by Ye Chen immediately took action, firmly grasped the vine whips that were stretched out one by one, and then swung them vigorously, directly causing the elves who used the vine whips to be shocked by the power. But fighting with these wild elves in the forest for no reason was a scene that none of them wanted to see. If they continue to do this, the situation will only get worse, so Ye Chen made up his mind and pushed his elves aside, and stopped attacking these wild elves. However, Ye Chen and his team wanted to stop there, but the wild elves in the forest would not stop there. They were already angry because of the damage of the crystal bell. So at this moment, they wanted to attack humans with the anger in their hearts and refused to coexist peacefully with humans. Even though Ye Chen had taken back his own Pokémon and did not intend to attack again, the wild Pokémon in the forest still attacked them mercilessly. Seeing that this elf trick was about to attack Ye Chen, he was only half a meter away, when suddenly a strange roar resounded throughout the forest. Everyone was attracted by the roar, and at the same time, the elf trick that had already come to Ye Chen was suddenly broken and disintegrated by some special force. Everyone was confused by the roar, not knowing whether he was on the side of the wild elves in the forest or on the side of the humans. But gradually everyone discovered a clue. As the sound seemed to come and became clearer, the places in the forest that were originally covered with worm silk gradually disappeared. It seemed that there was a special evolutionary power in the roar, which could calm the restlessness in people's hearts, calm the anger in the hearts of Pokémon, and even clear all the things that should not appear on this land. They began to look around to find out what could make this roar. Suddenly, Ye Chen was the first to discover that it was Suicune. When everyone saw the legendary Pokémon Suicune appear, they were shocked. Only Ye Chen looked more normal. After all, he had seen Suicune before, so when he saw Suicune again, he did not show too much shock, while Minajin next to him was stunned and at a loss. Suicune has the energy to purify the earth. When he came here, he was on a mission to calm the anger between humans and Pokémon here. So he did not make any other extra moves, and directly used his evolutionary power to calm the anger of Pokémon here. At the same time, it also purified the Pokémon tricks that should not appear on this land. I didn't expect that no matter how hard Ye Chen and his team tried to save the situation, Suakun would solve it in one go. Looking at the forest in front of them gradually returning to its usual calm, Ye Chen and his team all showed happy expressions. Only Minakun held the Pokemon ball in his hand and walked in front of Suakun. Suakun, I want to conquer you. After saying that, Minakun threw his Pokemon ball directly at Suakun, trying to summon Alakazam, which he had cultivated specifically for conquering Suakun. Alas, but I didn't expect that. Minakun kept saying that his Pokemon was specially cultivated for Suakun, but he didn't even make it through a round in front of Suakun and lost to Suakun directly. 422, Theft in the Town. 422, Theft in the Town. However, when he wanted to summon other Pokemon to subdue Suakun, Suakun had disappeared. Obviously, Suakun didn't care about Minakun's challenge at all. After dealing with the disputes here, Suakun disappeared immediately. Finally, Ye Chen and Zai had no reason to stay here. After saying goodbye to Xiao Song, they continued to the next gym. So far, Ye Chen has subdued many Pokemon. But for him, the number of Pokemon is not only fine, but also has to have more types of Pokemon. So in order to be able to subdue more Pokemon that satisfy him and expand his team, Ye Chen kept looking along the way to see if there was a chance to bump into a Pokemon that satisfied him. When they passed through the forest and walked out of the mountains, they came to a small town. Originally, they just wanted to rest in this town for one night and replenish their food supplies. As a result, I didn't expect to hear some strange things from the townspeople during dinner. Because their town is in a relatively remote place, everyone has always been self-sufficient. But recently, everyone has inexplicably found that more than half of the food in their warehouse is missing. And it doesn't seem to be stolen, it's more like someone broke in and ate the food directly on the spot. Because there will be a lot of food residues left on the ground. Such people feel very puzzled one by one, and they also report to Miss Juncha, but so far, Miss Juncha's investigation has not made any progress. It can only be preliminarily determined that it was the elves who broke into the house and stole the food. But if it was the elves who stole, what kind of elves would have such a large appetite to eat up the granaries of every household? In this way, the food that everyone in the town has finally harvested can't support them through the winter. For this reason, Miss Juncha also began to frown. When Ye Chen and his friends heard that there was such a strange phenomenon in the town, they were also curious about how this happened. No one could remember who the elf with such a big appetite could be. Miss Juncha even set up an ambush in the town's granary in the middle of the night in order to catch this elf. But what he didn't expect was that he didn't catch this elf for several consecutive days. When he finally decided to give up, the granary was robbed again that night. Miss Juncha, the good king, didn't know what to do for a while. Was this elf too smart and knew that he had set up an ambush here, so he didn't move, or was it just a coincidence? In order to find out what happened in this town, Ye Chen and Zai decided to come and help. That night, they randomly found a resident's granary and waited in it, and also let their elves be responsible for vigilance around it. 423,424, it turned out to be Snorlax. 423,424, it turned out to be Snorlax. They waited until the second half of the night but didn't find anything unusual. They thought they wouldn't get anything tonight, but suddenly they saw a huge figure, dragging heavy steps, walking towards the granary step by step. Zioxia and Xiao Gang were all nervous and anxious at the time, hiding behind Ye Chen. Everyone had planned well, but when the incident happened, they didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Ye Chen was calm. He took everyone to hide aside first, because the elf looked very large, but part of its body was blocked by the trees outside, so Ye Chen couldn't tell what kind of elf it was for a while. They could only wait until he got closer before judging. What Ye Chen didn't expect was that such an elf would be Snorlax. However, if it was Snorlax, then it would be understandable, because Snorlax itself is an animal with a huge appetite. Every time he wakes up from sleep, he eats twice his own weight in food. This would indeed explain why so many granaries were stolen and all the food was eaten up. But since the instigator was Snorlax, Ye Chen suddenly had a new doubt: why did Snorlax appear here? Because according to Ye Chen's understanding of Snorlax, Snorlax usually lives in the deep mountains and rarely sets foot on human territory. Because the amount of food required by Snorlax is huge, only the plants and vegetation in the forest can meet its needs. If he comes to the environment where humans live, human food is not enough to fill his stomach. So Snorlax usually stays away from the environment where humans live. Seeing Snorlax getting closer and closer to them, Ye Chen was still immersed in his own thoughts, while Zai and the others on the side were trembling with fear, and had no idea what to do. At the last critical moment, Ye Chen immediately pulled Zai and Zioxia aside and let Snorlax go. After Zai, Zioxia, and Xiao Gang recovered, they began to doubt Ye Chen's actions. They asked, "Ye Chen, why don't you go up to stop Snorlax? I believe that you can stop him with your strength." Ye Chen shrugged and said, "Don't you think it's strange? Why does a wild Snorlax appear here? Generally speaking, Snorlax will live far away from the environment where humans live. The appearance of this Snorlax here is a very strange phenomenon." After hearing Ye Chen's words, Zai and the others began to reflect seriously. It was indeed unreasonable for Snorlax to appear here. That night, they finally let Snorlax stay here and eat up all the food in the residence granary. Because Ye Chen knew that if Snorlax didn't eat enough food, he would definitely it is impossible to leave, and according to Snorlax's appetite, the food in this warehouse is not enough to fill his stomach, so the granary in the town is frequently stolen. Early the next morning, Ye Chen took Zai and the others to the police station to find Miss Junxia. Up to now, Miss Junxia still doesn't know why the residence granary was stolen. Until Ye Chen told them the truth, Miss Junxia learned the real situation. His doubts were the same as Ye Chen's. They didn't understand why Snorlax suddenly appeared in the town. But now their top priority is to drive Snorlax out of the town. Otherwise, according to Snorlax's appetite, the food stored by the people in the town is not enough to fill his stomach. But before taking action, Ye Chen also suggested that it would be better to understand why Snorlax came to this town. Otherwise, the problem cannot be solved, and Snorlax will eventually return to the town to destroy everyone's food. 425. Find the source. 425. Find the source. Miss Junxia also felt that Ye Chen's proposal was very reasonable, so she took Ye Chen's suggestion and started from the root of why Snorlax came to the town. Because Ye Chen and his team had already intervened in the management of this matter, it was absolutely impossible to give up halfway. Since Miss Junxia was going to investigate Snorlax, they followed along. After Miss Junxia's inquiry, he found that Snorlax usually lived in a deep mountain far away from their town. But for some reason, this wild Snorlax actually came here. So in order to investigate the reason, Miss Junxia drove directly with Ye Chen and his team to the place where Snorlax lived. Unexpectedly, when they came to the deep mountains where Snorlax lived, they suddenly found that all the rivers here had dried up, all the flowers and trees had withered, and many wild elves had left this place, and there was no way to continue living here. When everyone saw that the environment here had become like this, they suddenly realized the reason why Snorlax left here. This place is no longer suitable for Pokémon to live in. If they don't find a new place, they will starve to death in this place. Ye Chen sighed and said, "It turns out that all the rivers here have dried up, but why would the good rivers dry up?" Miss Junxia didn't know. It seems that they can only find the source and follow it. Fortunately, Miss Junxia drove here, so he continued to drive along the direction of the river all the way to the end. Unexpectedly, at the end of the river, a lot of vines were found blocking here. For some unknown reason, the vines here grew very dense and thick. They directly blocked the source of the entire river, so that the water outside could not flow in, which led to the drying up of the river in the forest. After understanding the cause of the incident, Zai and Ye Chen got out of the car immediately and tried to get rid of the vines here. But because the vines here grew too thick and were distributed very densely, with their human power, there was no way to eradicate the vines that blocked the way here. Miss Juncha was also troubled by this. She thought for a while and said, "If it doesn't work, I will go back to the police station and ask other staff for help, and ask them to come and help to remove the vines here." Because the appearance of this vine not only affects the wild Pokemon from escaping from the forest, but also seriously affects the ecological environment here. So no matter what the reason is, Miss Juncha must solve this problem. Ye Chen looked at these vines and suddenly had an idea. He said, "Miss Juncha, if I remember correctly, Snorlax actually likes to eat these vines the most. Is there a possibility that we call Snorlax over and let him deal with these vines himself? And according to Snorlax's strength, I believe these vines are a piece of cake for him. But if we use our own human power, I'm afraid it will take a long time to clean up these vines." After Ye Chen said this, everyone felt that Ye Chen's words actually made sense. 426, Conquered Snorlax. 426, Conquered Snorlax. But if they really want to do this, the next problem they will face is how to bring Snorlax to this place. Because everyone knows that Snorlax is naturally sleepy. Except when he is hungry, he can be motivated to find something to eat. He basically spends all his time sleeping. So it is still very difficult to get him here. Ye Chen thought about it carefully and said, "What if 363 means that one of us has captured Snorlax and brought him here?" Ye Chen immediately came up with a solution. Xiao Misty and Xiao Gang actually refused to capture Snorlax. Both of them have their own attributes of Pokemon, and they are more inclined to capture Pokemon of that attribute, so it is difficult for them to capture Snorlax. But Xiaozai and Ye Chen are different. Both of them want to become Pokemon masters, so when they capture Pokemon, they will not be so limited in attributes. This means that only Xiaozai and Ye Chen can persuade Snorlax. Since everyone has figured out how to solve this problem, let's act quickly. After thinking of a solution, everyone returned to the town to look for the wild Snorlax they saw last night. Originally, Ye Chen and his friends thought that this Snorlax should be difficult to find, but they didn't expect that he ate half full in the town last night and fell asleep directly in the nearby bushes. Because Snorlax itself is a Pokemon that is difficult to wake up, but because he is not completely full now, it only took Ye Chen and his friends a little time to wake Snorlax. However, the next thing to face is this Snorlax. Will Ye Chen capture it? Or will Xiaozai capture it? At this time, Ye Chen used his power of detecting Pokemon to detect the qualifications of the wild Snorlax in front of him. What he didn't expect was that the qualifications of this Snorlax were actually at the king level. This means that if Snorlax is trained a little, maybe when its level reaches the peak, its strength will be comparable to that of a semi-quasi-god or even a quasi-god. So Ye Chen took the initiative to say to Xiaozai, "Xiaozai, let me have this Snorlax. If there is a chance next time, I will help you find another Snorlax." Now that Ye Chen has spoken, Xiaozai has no reason to refuse, so he generously gave Ye Chen the opportunity to capture Snorlax this time. Although Snorlax's qualifications are already quite good, for Ye Chen, his King of Leave can easily defeat Snorlax. So Ye Chen immediately subdued this Snorlax. Then, under the leadership of Miss Juncha, Ye Chen and his team returned to the deep mountains with the Snorlax they had just subdued. Ye Chen summoned Snorlax directly and asked him to find a way to remove the vines that blocked the source of the river. Snorlax's appetite immediately came up when he saw these vines. He grabbed the vines without saying a word and started to eat them seriously. With Snorlax's help, it was no problem to deal with these vines. 1.6 In addition, Snorlax's own appetite was huge. The granary in the resident's home last night could only barely keep him from being so hungry. These vines at the moment were enough for Snorlax to eat with an open belly. After all these vines were dealt with, the problem of the river was solved naturally. Miss Juncha sincerely thanked Ye Chen and Xiaozai for their help this time, but it was just a piece of cake for Ye Chen and his team. 427, 428, Pokemon Speed Race. 427, 428, Pokemon Speed Race. After capturing Snorlax in the town, Ye Chen and his team continued to rush to the city where the next gym was located. When they arrived at Thunder Town, they thought it was just a short stop and lodging, and after sorting out the supplies, they would continue to move forward. Unexpectedly, they met old acquaintances who had not seen each other for a long time in this place. When they just arrived at the intersection of the town, Ye Chen and his team were sighing that the geographical environment of this town was quite good and suitable for living. But they didn't expect to hear a burst of hurried running behind them the next second. And it was accompanied by the hurried avoidance of his trainer, asking the people in front to make way quickly. When they heard the voice, everyone turned around in confusion. Unexpectedly, the well-trained Argyle appeared in front of them, sweeping towards them with a wave of wind. Behind Argyle was his trainer, the one who had just spoken. "Xiao Mao, why are you here?" For Ye Chen and Zai Zai, Xiao Mao was really an old acquaintance. He was not only a trainer from Pallet Town, but also met Ye Chen several times during the journey. They also had several cooperations and exchanges. So when they saw Xiao Mao again, everyone was very surprised. Xiao Mao was also very confused about the appearance of these people. He asked, "What's wrong? Did you hear about the Pokemon Speed competition here and come here to participate?" Pokemon Speed competition, Ye Chen was puzzled. What kind of competition is this? I have never heard of it. Xiao Mao was even more shocked by Ye Chen's words. He said, "You don't even know about the Pokemon skill competition, so what are you doing here?" Ye Chen answered very naturally. He said, "We are just passing by here and are going to the next gym to challenge. Why is there a competition here?" Xiao Mao didn't expect that they were just passing by here, so he smiled nonchalantly and said, "Since if you are just passing by, forget it. You can just keep passing by. The Pokemon Speed contest here has nothing to do with you. It doesn't matter if you don't participate. I don't have much time to chat with you now. I have to practice with my windy dog. The cooperation and tacit understanding between the two of us will be improved. When I get the champion, if you are still in the town, we will talk about it again." After that, at Xiao Mao's command, Windy Dog immediately pulled him to continue speeding down the slope of the mountain. Looking at the interaction between Xiao Mao and his windy dog, Zai Zai and Ye Chen also vaguely became curious about this so-called Pokemon Speed contest. After looking back, the two said, "Why don't we go and participate in this Pokemon Speed contest?" Zioxia on the side said directly, "But you two don't even know what this Pokemon Speed contest is about. Are you going to participate like this?" "It is true. They are new here and 363 have no idea what the purpose of the competition is." And looking at Xiao Mao just now, in addition to letting the wind speed dog lead the way, he also has something like a sled. It seems that these equipment are also indispensable for participating in the Pokemon racing competition. If you want to participate in the Pokemon racing competition, you can only go to the town to ask someone. After arriving in the town, Ye Chen and Zai Zai put all their minds on the Pokemon racing competition, and they all wanted to find someone who knew about it to ask for advice. And Xiao Gang and Zioxia's full attention fell on the two things of finding food and where to stay tonight. 429, decided to participate in the competition. 429, decided to participate in the competition. Pokemon Speed competition. This is very new to Ye Chen and Zai Zai, both of them have never participated in this type of promotion competition. In fact, after seeing Xiao Mao actually come here to participate in this competition, Ye Chen and Zai Zai's desire to participate in this competition has become stronger. So when they came to the town, the two of them were trying to find out how to participate in this competition, and they also wanted to understand what the rules of this competition are. Zioxia and Xiao Gang focused all their attention on where they should stay tonight, and when they saw that Ye Chen and Zai Zai were completely indifferent, Zioxia got angry. She went straight up, grabbed the ears of the two and said, "I know you two want to participate in the Pokemon racing competition, but the more important thing for us now is to find out if there is a Pokemon Center in this place. Then settle down first. Then you two can solve your competition." After hearing what Zioxia said, Ye Chen and Zai realized that the problem of where they would stay tonight had not been solved yet, so the two of them had to put aside their thoughts on participating in the competition and turn to ask passers-by around whether there was a Pokemon Center in this town. After finding out the location of the Pokemon from the passers-by, Ye Chen and his group rushed to the Pokemon Center. Because in their world, all Pokemon trainers who travel can stay in the Pokemon Center, and it is free. So the trainers never worry about accommodation during their travels. As long as there is a Pokemon Center, they will have a place to sleep. Even if this Pokemon Center is full of people, the lobby, sofas, and the like can all be provided for trainers to stay. This is why there are so many trainers coming in and out of the Pokemon Center. In addition to receiving treatment for their Pokemon here, this is also a place for trainers to stay and gather. After arriving at the Pokemon Center, Ye Chen and his friends immediately asked Miss Joy to arrange accommodation for them tonight, and also handed over all their Pokemon to Miss Joy, asking her to help their Pokemon recover their strength. After everything was settled, Ye Chen and his friends collapsed on the bed, then stared at each other and said, "How about it? Do we want to solve the problem of dinner now, or do we want to learn about the Pokemon speed race?" As long as the accommodation problem for tonight was solved, Zioxia and Xiao Gang had no objection. Zai said directly, "Why don't we have dinner at a nearby restaurant? Maybe we can ask people around for information while eating." This suggestion was immediately adopted by everyone, and they got up and walked out of the Pokemon Center. As for the issue of eating, Xiao Gang has always been more particular, so he had already selected a restaurant with a good rating and reputation near Pokemon, and took them there. While waiting for the waiter to serve the food, everyone started talking about the Pokemon speed race again. 430. Inquire about the competition information. 430. Inquire about the competition information. An uncle poked his head over and looked at them and said, "Little friends, do you guys also want to participate in the Pokemon racing contest?" Ye Chen and his friends were suddenly interrupted by an uncle, so everyone stopped and looked back at the uncle. The uncle knew that his sudden response to them was a bit abrupt, but he hurried to say, "If you want to participate in the Pokemon racing contest, you have to hurry up. The Pokemon racing contest will start tomorrow. Although you can register on the spot, you also need to make some preparations before the competition starts." The uncle just happened to hear their conversation and mentioned the Pokemon racing contest, so he turned around and reminded them. After he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and continued to eat his meal. However, after Ye Chen and his friends heard what the uncle said, they were sure that the uncle should know about the competition. So they immediately took the initiative to approach the uncle and asked, "Uncle, do you know where to register for this competition?" The uncle nodded and said directly, "Just go there and register on the spot, but before the game starts, you have to find a way to rent the reins, skateboards and other props for the Pokemon entry, BJBG, competition, otherwise there is no way to cooperate with Pokemon to participate in the competition." Ye Chen was immediately distressed after hearing this. He asked back, "Where can I borrow these things? Because we only came here by chance to know about this competition, and we don't want to play for a long time, so is it possible to rent these things?" The uncle said, "If you want to participate in the competition, I can lend you the ones I used before, and you don't need to spend money." When Ye Chen and Zai heard the uncle's words, they immediately showed a happy smile on their faces, and asked directly, "Why do you have these props in your hands, uncle? Are you going to participate in tomorrow's competition too?" The uncle smiled helplessly and said, "I am already this old, how can I participate in the competition of young people like you? I have these things because I also liked to participate in this kind of competition when I was young, so I have kept those props until now. It just so happens that you need them, and I just happen to have these equipment, so I will lend them to you. Just consider it as my friendly sponsorship, and you don't need to spend any money. Ye Chen and Xiao Zhi really didn't expect that they could get the uncle's friendly sponsorship just by a casual chat, which is also a good thing for them. So the two of them nodded frantically and agreed to borrow the uncle's props to participate in tomorrow's competition. After dinner, everyone took them to their homes. All the things he would use for the competition were placed in the warehouse at home, and Ye Chen and his friends had to move them there by themselves. When they arrived at the uncle's house, they saw that the uncle's house was decorated very beautifully, and there were many containers at home, and various types of Pokemon eggs were placed on the wooden cabinets, which made Ye Chen curious. 431, Pokemon Breeder. 431, Pokemon Breeder. He asked, "Uncle, what does your family do? Why are there so many Pokemon eggs here?" "Oh, my family is a breeder. Many customers will come to me and hand over their Pokemon eggs to me, asking me to help them hatch them, cultivate them for a period of time, and then hand them over to them after they have passed the most vulnerable newborn stage, and then continue to cultivate them." The uncle downplayed his profession, but in the eyes of Ye Chen and others, this job is also quite sacred and great. Because it is quite difficult to hatch each Pokemon egg, and the newborn stage is also very fragile. If you are not careful, this Pokemon may die. So the requirements for breeders are extremely high, but now it seems that the uncle's home has so many Pokemon eggs handed over to him by guests, which is enough to prove that this uncle must be a very powerful breeder. Ye Chen visited the place where the Pokemon eggs were placed, and he found that this uncle was really amazing. Almost every kind of Pokemon was here. It can be said that basically all the eggs of the number of Pokemon found so far are covered. He couldn't help asking the uncle and said, "Are all these eggs handed to you by customers? Uncle, have you raised one yourself?" Hearing Ye Chen's question, the uncle smiled and said, "How could I not have my own? All the eggs in this room you see now are given to me by customers, but the eggs raised in the other room are all mine." After the uncle finished speaking, he took Ye Chen directly to that room. As soon as the light was turned on, Ye Chen immediately saw a dazzling array of eggs of various types and patterns. Compared with the previous room, the number of eggs in this room is about the same. It can be seen that this uncle is really an extremely professional breeder. Just when everyone was sighing that the uncle's profession was quite amazing, the uncle took the initiative to shift the topic back to the Pokemon racing competition they had previously focused on. He took out all the props and equipment needed from the warehouse, and then assigned it to Zai and Ye Chen. The uncle also said, "I will lend you these things. You can return them to me after the game is over." Looking at the things in front of him, Ye Chen had no idea how to use them, so he asked the uncle, "How to use these things?" "He asked you to teach us how to use them." Originally, the uncle wanted to tell them how to use them directly, but after thinking about it, the uncle said, "Before teaching you how to use them, I think you should first decide which Pokemon you will use during the game. Because the game stipulates one Pokemon, this Pokemon must at least have sufficient physical strength, otherwise it will not be able to complete the entire game." After hearing this, Ye Chen immediately recalled that all the Pokemon he currently had, if they really had to be used to participate in the game, perhaps they were not very sufficient in size or physical strength. 432, which one to choose to participate? 432, which one to choose to participate in the competition? All the Mews in his hand are not suitable for participating in the competition. One is that his physical strength does not match his body size, and the second is that Mew is flying in the air. If he is not careful, he may fall over. Ye Chen thought about it carefully and found that all his Pokemon seemed not suitable to participate in the competition with 3, 6, 7, because from various comprehensive conditions, they are not very practical. So he can only let Zai make the choice first. Zai thought about it and realized that the only one who could meet the standard in terms of physical strength might be the bay leaf in his hand. When Zai decided to send out the bay leaf, Pikachu on the side excitedly said that he could also participate in the competition. But seeing that the skateboard behind was so huge, and he had to pull the skateboard and fly to the finish line with his trainer, Pikachu was so small that even if he had such physical strength, he could not support the entire competition process. So Zai could only calm Pikachu down and let him watch the game from the side. Pikachu was reluctant, and always felt that Zai didn't want him to play. Seeing Pikachu like this, Zai was helpless. He thought it was better to summon Bayleaf first, and then calm Pikachu down. There was no other way. Pikachu was always very positive in front of such a game. Even though he knew that he might not be very competent in terms of strength, he was always the most serious and positive in terms of attitude. After seeing the Bayleaf sent by Zai, even the uncle nodded, indicating that Zai's choice was still good. Because at least Bayleaf's physical strength is enough to run the whole course, but it may need to be improved in speed. However, the Pokémon racing competition is not a short-distance sprint, but a long-distance running task similar to a marathon, so in addition to speed, endurance is also very important. The uncle did not forget to remind Zai, in addition to Bayleaf's physical strength, you also have to pay attention to the cooperation and tacit understanding between you and Bayleaf. Only in this way can you win the Pokémon racing competition. Now Zai's Pokémon has been basically confirmed, and only Ye Chen is left. After thinking about it, Ye Chen finally decided to go back and contact Professor Oak, asking Professor Oak to send over the Kentaro he had captured before. In this way, he will have a particularly useful Pokémon during the competition. Just when Ye Chen was about to rush back to the Pokémon Center and ask Professor Oak to start teleporting Kentaro, the uncle turned his head and looked at Ye Chen and asked, "How is it? Have you decided what kind of Pokémon to use?" Ye Chen nodded and said, "I have decided to use Kentaro, but he is not here now. He is in Professor Oak's research institute, so I have to go back to the Pokémon Center and ask Professor Oak to teleport my 1.6 Kentaro." After hearing that Ye Chen decided to use Kentaro, the uncle also nodded and said, "In terms of physical strength, endurance, and speed, using Kentaro is undoubtedly the best choice. But you must pay attention that you and Kentaro must have an absolute tacit understanding, otherwise you will not be able to control Kentaro well, and you will not be able to cooperate with him perfectly." 433, Kentaro, receive. 433, Kentaro, receive. After hearing the uncle's reminder, Ye Chen also thought carefully about the advantages and disadvantages of using Kentaro. Indeed, Kentaro is the best choice in terms of physical strength, speed, and endurance, but because Kentaro is quite manic, it is very difficult to make him listen to the trainer. And you also need to be flexible during the game. If you can't cooperate well with Kentaro or Kentaro can't completely follow the trainer's command, it will be very difficult to win. So for Ye Chen, using Kentaro 19 will face great challenges, but at the same time the chance of winning will also be greatly increased. But anyway, since Ye Chen has decided to use Kentaro, he should first teleport him from Professor Big Curtain. The specific situation still needs to be coordinated between him and Kentaro. Only by trying can we know. So Ye Chen, who has made up his mind, asked Zai to take him and Bayleaf to practice here first, and he returned to the Pokémon Center and asked Professor Oak to teleport Kentaro here, and then he would come back to train with them. Zai also nodded in agreement, and asked Ye Chen to return to the Pokémon Center first, and he would practice here with Bayleaf first, and the uncle would stay to instruct Zai's training. Ye Chen returned to the Pokémon Center alone, and immediately contacted Professor Oak, asking him to teleport Kentaro as soon as possible. This was the first time that Professor Oak heard that Ye Chen wanted to get his Kentaro back, so he curiously asked Ye Chen what it was for. It turned out that Ye Chen was going to participate in the Pokémon racing competition, so Professor Oak immediately sent the Pokémon to Ye Chen without saying anything. After getting the Kentaro, Ye Chen summoned it. This was the first time he personally brought the Kentaro. Originally, I thought that Kentaro was irritable and easily angry, and he might not have so much patience with Ye Chen, but he didn't expect that he actually had a good impression of Ye Chen and couldn't wait to get close to Ye Chen. It seems that it may be because he hasn't seen his trainer for a long time, so when Kentaro saw Ye Chen, he immediately expressed his longing for Ye Chen. Basically, Ye Chen also felt that he should be stable in this competition. After all, in his current state, Kentaro should be completely obedient to his command. So Ye Chen turned over without hesitation and rode on Kentaro's back. From the Pokemon Center to the uncle's house, he planned to develop a tacit understanding between him and Kentaro from now on. When Ye Chen returned to the uncle's house, the uncle's wife told Ye Chen that they all went to the back mountain to practice. And Ye Chen went to the back mountain without saying anything. Here, he saw Zai was already practicing. He and Bayleaf were developing a pulling training between the two of them. When Zai rushed down the mountain, he encountered a steep slope, and Bayleaf didn't control the speed for a while, and immediately fell down with Zai. At this time, Xiao Mao, who was also undergoing his own special training, appeared. He directly let his windy dog rush up and stopped Zai and Bayleaf, which indirectly saved their lives. 434, see Xiao Mao again. 434, see Xiao Mao again. Xiao Mao immediately understood that the two of them also wanted to participate in the Pokemon competition tomorrow, so Xiao Mao directly said, Zai, I didn't expect you to stay and participate in the competition. Don't you know that I will also participate in this game tomorrow? After Zai got up from the ground, he immediately said, it is because you are also participating that we have to participate in this competition. We haven't fought for a long time since these people left. I will never lose to you in this Pokemon speed race. Faced with Zai's arrogant words in front of him, Xiao Mao didn't take it to heart at all. He said expressionlessly, you can never beat me. Don't you see how good my windy dog is? His speed is not something that ordinary Pokemon can catch up with. After saying that, Xiao Mao waved to Zai. At his signal, Windy Dog immediately pulled Xiao Mao away at the speed of the wind. After Xiao Mao left, Ye Chen rode on his Kentaro and appeared in front of Zai. He asked Zai, what did Xiao Mao tell you just now? Zai said expressionlessly, isn't it that I can't beat him? Anyway, I will participate in the Pokemon racing competition tomorrow. Whether I can win or not is not up to him. After Zai finished speaking, he started practicing with his Bayleaf again. He practiced completely according to the key points that the uncle had mentioned to him before. Ye Chen no longer wasted time and began to step into the right track of the whole practice. He had his Kentaro now in hand, and the next step was to start tacit cooperation training with Kentaro. Under the guidance of the uncle, Ye Chen and Kentaro also slowly showed their amazing tacit understanding by relying on the bond between them. Even the uncle couldn't help but sigh at Ye Chen's talent after watching it. He even took the initiative to ask Ye Chen to participate in the more professional Pokemon racing competition. Ye Chen did not respond to him too enthusiastically, but just said that his direction and dream were not in the Pokemon racing competition, but he wanted to become a more powerful Pokemon master, or even a superstar. So competitions like this are just a hobby and should not be taken seriously. Seeing that Ye Chen was so ambitious and motivated, the uncle stopped talking. He just carefully guided Ye Chen to practice so that he could have a better performance in tomorrow's competition. It was getting darker and darker, so the uncle asked Zai and Ye Chen to stop training and save some strength for tomorrow's competition. But Zai and his Bayleaf had not yet reached that kind of tacit cooperation, so Zai was determined to stay and train for a while longer. As for physical strength, it could be handed over to Miss Joey to help recover, so Zai didn't care too much about him at all, and wanted to focus more on practice. Seeing Zai so anxious, the uncle also reminded him, saying, although Miss Joy can help restore the physical strength of the Pokemon, the main state of Bayleaf cannot be restored through the Pokemon Center. 435, Obedient Kentaro. 435, Obedient Kentaro. If you really want to achieve good results tomorrow, rest tonight is also very important, so I suggest you don't train anymore, otherwise you and Bayleaf may not be in a good state tomorrow. However, on the other side, Ye Chen has cooperated with Kentaro quite well through these few hours of training. The irritable Kentaro became unusually obedient after being in Ye Chen's hands. No matter what choice he faced, when Ye Chen gave instructions, Kentaro responded in the first time. The cooperation between the two was really enviable. Zai saw that Ye Chen and Kentaro cooperated so well, so he felt a little unbalanced in his heart, hoping that at least he could catch up with Ye Chen's progress. Otherwise, it would be impossible to beat Xiao Mao tomorrow. Seeing Zai concentrate on training, Ye Chen could only say to the uncle, "Since Zai wants to practice for a while, let him go. I will stay here to accompany him. Otherwise, it would be boring for him to train alone. With me accompanying him, maybe there will be a sparring partner, which can give him some motivation." Seeing that both of them were working so hard, the uncle could only sigh and said, "Well, okay, since both of you have decided to stay, I might as well stay with you. If you encounter something you don't understand during training, you can always ask me." The seriousness of these two people really defeated the uncle. If it weren't for the fact that they both got good rankings in tomorrow's competition, the uncle would definitely be at home cultivating those Pokemon eggs at this time. Just when they all decided to stay and train, suddenly a father and son came over from the back mountain. When they saw the uncle, they greeted him directly. At the same time, they also saw Zai and Ye Chen who were training. So the older man asked, "Are these two your new apprentices, BJBG? Why, are you giving them special training so that they can participate in tomorrow's competition?" The uncle didn't expect to meet them in the back mountain. "So," he said evasively, "nothing, just two kids I just met. They want to participate in tomorrow's Pokemon racing competition, so I will give them some guidance." When they learned that Ye Chen and Zai were also going to participate in tomorrow's Pokemon racing competition, the expressions of the father and son immediately became excited. The two of them stared at Ye Chen directly, and at the same time, the man took the initiative to walk in front of Ye Chen and Zai, greeted them, and introduced himself, saying, "Hello, my name is Xiao Zheng, I will also participate in tomorrow's Pokemon racing competition. I wonder if it is convenient for me to have a friendly match with you before tomorrow's competition starts, so that everyone can learn from each other." When Xiao Zheng heard that Ye Chen and Zai were also going to participate, his expression and tone immediately changed during the competition tomorrow. At this moment, he completely regarded Ye Chen and Zai as his competitors. Before the competition started, he was anxious to find out the strength of Ye Chen and Zai. When hearing Xiao Zheng's challenge invitation, Ye Chen and Zai looked at each other, and both of them were obviously unwilling to have a so-called friendly match with this person. 436, Zai can't stand provocation. 436, Zai can't stand provocation. Because from his expression and tone, he felt a very obvious hostility and targeting. So Ye Chen immediately shook his head and said, "No, there is no need for a friendly match. After all, our Pokemon has been training for a day and is now tired. Let's keep our strength and condition and wait until tomorrow's official competition to see who is better." Ye Chen thought that he should be fine if he rejected him politely, but he didn't expect that the other party would continue to pester him. Xiao Zheng said directly, "It doesn't matter. It's just a competition. When the competition is over, you can send the Pokemon to Miss Joy to help her recover her strength. Tomorrow's competition will not be affected in any way." Originally, Ye Chen wanted to continue to reject his result, but he didn't expect that the man would directly summon his Pokemon. He pointed to his Flame Horse and said, "This is the Pokemon Flame Horse that I will participate in the competition tomorrow. During this period, I have done a lot of special training with him for the competition. If you also want to participate in tomorrow's competition, follow me. If we play a game like this, we can know the strength of the opponent in the competition in advance, right?" I didn't expect that Xiao Zheng was actually good at psychological warfare. He kept talking about tomorrow's game, and it seemed that he wanted to create some psychological tension and make Ye Chen and Xiao Ji agree to play with him. Originally, Ye Chen wanted to continue to refuse, but he didn't expect Xiao Ji to actually take the bait. He was already a little nervous after being talked about by Xiao Zheng. He immediately agreed and said, "Okay, let's have a competition. It's also a good opportunity for me to see if my Yu Guis and I have improved a little after training for such a long time." And since Zai has already agreed, how could Ye Chen continue to refuse? Ye Chen had no choice but to accept the invitation to compete with Xiao Zheng. For tomorrow's competition, Ye Chen has already been confident. He and his Kentaro have a good match, and Kentaro's physical endurance and speed make Ye Chengsheng and the uncle feel quite shocked. So if Ye Chen wants to win tomorrow's championship, as long as there is no accident, there will be no problem for him, but now Xiao Zheng has appeared, which makes Ye Chen feel that tomorrow's competition may not be so simple. For the Pokemon racing competition, Xiao Zheng is full of confidence and has a plan in mind. 0. When Ye Chen and Xiao Ji agreed to compete with him, both of them looked confident of winning. Xiao Zheng's father pointed directly at the steep slope at the back of the mountain and said, "Since we are just competing, there is no need to run such a long distance according to the rules of the competition. Let's run the whole distance from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. I think everyone will have no objection, right? If it is from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, the whole distance should not exceed 1 kilometer. For tomorrow's Pokemon speed race, the distance has been shortened by 1/3. So Ye Chen and Xiao Ji did not hesitate and directly agreed to this competition format. 437, the friendly match was also lost. 437, the friendly match was also lost. Finally, they decided that the uncle would be the referee at the starting point, and Xiao Zheng's father would go to the foot of the mountain first, wait for them, and be the referee at the end to decide the final victory or defeat. For this friendly match, the contestant that Ye Chen wanted to send was naturally the one he had trained for a day-to-day. Partner Kentaro. Zai of course sent out his bayleaf, and the 373 Pokemon that Xiao Zheng was going to send out was his flame horse. When Xiao Zheng saw the Pokemon sent out by Ye Chen and Zai, he was also secretly sizing up their specific strengths. Before the game officially started, he had already secretly calculated the two of them in his heart. From the beginning, Xiao Zheng had bad intentions in the friendly match with Ye Chen and Zai. Not to mention whether he would make calculations behind the scenes and make small moves to frame Ye Chen and Zai, but at least he proposed this game completely for the purpose of finding out the enemy's situation. When the uncle announced the start of the race, Zai and the other three rushed out at the speed of the wind. Zai was a little behind, while Ye Chen and Xiao Zheng were ahead, but Ye Chen was the one who led the most. Ye Chen's Kentaro's speed was really amazing. He was ready to sprint at full speed from the start. Even if the whole course was about 1 kilometer, Kentaro's speed still did not hesitate at all. It seemed that he was going to run the whole course at an amazing speed. Xiao Zheng was chasing Ye Chen from behind. Originally, there was only a 1 or 2 step distance between the two, but with Kentaro's amazing burst with his strength, he gradually distanced himself from Ye Chen, and the distance was getting farther and farther. Even though they both started from the same starting point, and Xiao Zheng was constantly chasing Ye Chen, he suddenly felt scared when he saw the distance between them slowly widening. If he met Ye Chen in the competition tomorrow, then the champion of the Pokemon tomorrow would definitely not be his. When Xiao Zheng thought about this, he became more and more anxious, and he kept urging Flame Horse to catch up with Ye Chen. But Flame Horse was already running as hard as he could, but he couldn't outrun Ye Chen's Kentaro. When they finally reached the finish line, Xiao Zheng's father saw that the first place was Ye Chen. He left his son far behind, and his face darkened immediately. Although he didn't say anything about Ye Chen's victory, he felt a different pressure after Ye Chen won the first place. Although Ye Chen won the first place in the friendly match, Xiao Ji and Yu Gui's situation was not particularly good. At the beginning, Yu Gui could indeed catch up with them and not be left behind. However, as the mountain road became curved and uneven, Yu Gui's speed gradually slowed down. When they reached the finish line, Xiao Ji found that Ye Chen and the others had been waiting for him, so it was obvious that the gap between him and them was still very large. The friendly match was said to be a competition, but when the final result came out, the expressions of Xiao Zheng and his son were very different. Something was wrong immediately. They suppressed their dissatisfaction, congratulated Ye Chen twice, and left quickly. 438, The Origin of the Two. 438, The Origin of the Two. Since Xiao Zheng and his son appeared, Ye Chen felt that something was wrong with them, so he turned his head and looked at the uncle and asked, "What's going on with these two? They suddenly appeared and proposed to compete with us. Now that they lost the game, their expressions immediately became wrong. What do they want to do?" The uncle sighed helplessly and explained to Ye Chen, "Actually, they are my neighbors, but for this Pokemon racing competition, they are confident. Xiao Zheng's father and I have always been competitors. Now because my son wants to become a Pokemon trainer, he is traveling. Pokemon Trainer Master." Xiao Zheng inherited his father's position and would return to the town every year to participate in the Pokemon racing competition. They were the champions every year in the past. But this time, maybe because I was training with you, they thought that you two were invited by me to participate in the competition, so they were particularly hostile to you and wanted to spar with you in advance to find out your strength. After hearing what the uncle said, Ye Chen probably understood that the two of them mistakenly thought that he and Zai were helpers invited by the uncle to win the championship for him, so they were so hostile from the beginning and kept pestering to have a sparring. And after losing the sparring, the two people's faces immediately darkened. It seems that they have regarded themselves as competitors and are determined to win tomorrow's game. In the end, the uncle also reminded Ye Chen and Xiao Ji, "You two should pay more attention to him during tomorrow's game. The two responsible for the game are always not clean and will do small tricks behind the scenes, so tomorrow's game will be a little dangerous for you two, be careful to beware of him." After hearing what the uncle said, Xiao Ji immediately said with a sad face, "With my current speed, let alone beware of him, I'm afraid others don't take me seriously at all. Ye Chen should be the most dangerous." Indeed, after all, in the previous competition, Xiao Ji lost to the opponent and was left far behind by the opponent, so it is possible that Xiao Zheng didn't take Xiao Ji seriously at all, and his biggest competitor was obviously Ye Chen. Because Ye Chen and Xiao Ji trained too hard, the rest area of the Pokemon Center could no longer be entered, so Ye Chen and Xiao Ji had to spend the night in this house temporarily that night. The uncle also hoped that the two of them would stay, because he could help 373 and the others recover the physical strength and condition of the Pokemon before the game. After training for such a long time, not only the Pokemon were hungry, but even Ye Chen and Zai, the trainers, could not help it. When they returned to the uncle's house, the uncle's wife had already prepared all the food for them, even the Pokemon's portion. When Ye Chen saw the food that the uncle and the others prepared for the Pokemon, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "Uncle, it seems that you are really very professional and careful in cultivating Pokemon. You see, the Pokemon food is so fine, which is really beyond the reach of ordinary trainers like us." 439, Secret Actions. 439, Secret Actions. After hearing Ye Chen's praise, the uncle also became embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Everyone has their own specialty. After all, you are Pokemon trainers. In terms of fighting, others must be better than you. I am just a Pokemon breeder. Of course, I have to work harder in breeding Pokemon. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of the trainers who gave their Pokemon to me to breed?" The uncle and Ye Chen were talking about Pokemon breeding, and they forgot to eat. Fortunately, Zai and the uncle's wife did not forget to remind them, "You two should eat quickly. It's almost midnight and you are still chatting here. Don't you plan to participate in the competition tomorrow?" After hearing this, Ye Chen and the uncle reacted, so after feeding the Pokemon, they also hurried to fill their stomachs. Because there are many vacant rooms in the uncle's house, after feeding the Pokemon and eating, the uncle began to arrange the room for Ye Chen and Zai Zai to stay tonight. After a simple tidying up and arranging clean sheets and quilts, Zai Zai and Ye Chen lay down. After all, there was a competition tomorrow, and they could not stay up until midnight like usual. As for Zai Zai's bayleaf and Ye Chen's kentaro, they were fully handed over to the uncle and his wife to take care of. They put the two Pokemon in the breeding farm in the courtyard so that they could move freely after waking up at night, and also prepared sufficient food and water. If they were hungry and wanted to eat, these things would usually everything was prepared, which made them feel comfortable and relaxed. And they also prepared wild fruits that could fully restore their physical strength in advance. In this way, the environment here is indeed much better than the mechanical care in the Pokemon Center. Just when Ye Chen and Zai Zai all went to bed to conserve their energy for tomorrow's game, a team of people on the other side couldn't sleep. They were Xiao Zheng and his son who had just competed with Ye Chen and Zai Zai in the afternoon. Xiao Zheng's father looked at him angrily and said, "You are a loser. We have created such good conditions for you. Why did you lose?" Those two people are novices at first glance. They have just started to get involved in the Pokemon racing competition. How could you lose to them? When Xiao Zheng thought about losing to Ye Chen in the friendly match in the afternoon, he was actually very unhappy. He said indignantly, "What can I do? That guy and his Kentaro are so well matched. Even if the terrain is a little uneven or a little steep, they can handle it well. I don't think they are no rookies, but they have been training for a long time. These are all excuses. No matter how long they have trained, can they be as long as you? If you don't think of a way to get rid of Ye Chen, don't even think about winning the championship tomorrow. If you lose, you won't be able to enter my house again without the championship prize. 440, pay the price for the championship. 440, pay the price for the championship." Xiao Zheng's father said it very fiercely, as if nothing was more important to him than a trophy. Xiao Zheng grew up in this environment, and he knew that his father valued fame and fortune more than him, so in order to make his father proud of him, he was constantly satisfying his father's vanity. He firmly told his father that he would definitely win the championship in tomorrow's Pokemon racing competition. However, his father obviously no longer believed Xiao Zheng's promise. After the afternoon competition, he was more inclined to believe that Ye Chen would win the championship. From the cooperation between him and his Kentaro 377 and the tacit understanding between the two of them, Xiao Zheng's father could also clearly feel the gap between Xiao Zheng and them. So for Xiao Zheng's promise, his father could only sigh helplessly, looking at his son who was disappointed with him and said, "It seems that I, your father, have to help you in tomorrow's competition, so that you can win the championship." When Xiao Zheng heard this, he knew that his father was going to do it himself. He immediately became nervous and asked, "Dad, what are you going to do? If you want them, BJBG, not to win the championship, the most fundamental solution is to not let them participate in the competition. If the two of them have no Pokemon to participate in the competition, how can they still participate in the competition?" After being reminded by his father, Xiao Zheng immediately knew what his father was going to do. So he smiled with ecstasy and said, "I understand. I'll go prepare things now." In fact, if Xiao Zheng's father did it, he would first take away Ye Chen and Xiao Zhi's Pokemon, temporarily kidnap them, and then find a way to return them after the game is over. This would prevent them from participating in the game without harming their Pokemon. But if this method cannot be implemented, they will take the second action, which is to directly drug their Pokemon so that they can't participate in tomorrow's game at all. As for the effect and harm after drugging, it depends on the tolerance of their Pokemon's own body. So in order to ensure that Xiao Zheng can successfully win the championship of the Pokemon Speed Race tomorrow, they can really be said to be targeting their opponents at all costs. After Xiao Zheng prepared everything, the father and son set off secretly in the night. It happened that the uncle was their neighbor, not far away, so it was easy to take action. Xiao Zheng followed his father to the uncle's home. After a careful search, he confirmed the location of Kentaro and Bayleaf. He found that they were left in the uncle's breeding farm and were not brought back home, giving them a great opportunity to attack. Originally, Xiao Zheng wanted to attack both Kentaro and Bayleaf, but before he was about to act, his father suddenly reminded him, "This Bayleaf can't pose any threat to you at all. Your main competitor now is Ye Chen, so if you want to win the championship, you just need to get rid of it. We don't need to work hard for other minor characters." 441, The Pokémon that kidnapped Ye Chen. 441, The Pokémon that kidnapped Ye Chen. After that, Xiao Zheng's father wanted to do it himself, wanting to put the Kentaro in a sack and take it away, but he didn't expect that Kentaro had a strong sense of crisis. When he sensed that danger was approaching, he immediately woke up from his sleep and saw when Kentaro saw two completely unfamiliar strangers, he immediately became alert and barked at Xiao Zheng and Xiao Zheng's father. When Kentaro made a sound, Xiao Zheng and his son immediately became nervous, because it was midnight and the surroundings were quiet. Kentaro's sound would easily wake up all the people in the uncle's family. If they really alarmed all those people, their plan would fail, and they might even find evidence to complain to the competition tomorrow. They might be expelled from the town from now on. So when Kentaro roared, Xiao Zheng's father immediately took action. He quickly put a sack on Kentaro's head and strangled Kentaro's neck. But with that being the case, how could Kentaro not launch a counterattack? He rushed out directly, and with the sack and Xiao Zheng's father, he crashed into the fence of the farm. When Xiao Zheng saw this scene, he was so scared that he just stood there, not knowing what to do. It was his father's cry of pain that awakened Xiao Zheng's reason. He rushed to his father's side and helped him up. Just when he was about to retreat, Kentaro rushed towards them again. After seeing how powerful Ye Chen's Kentaro was, Xiao Zheng and his father didn't dare to provoke Kentaro at all, and at this juncture, they didn't dare to summon the Pokémon at all. Once a battle was launched, it would inevitably attract everyone. The consequences of that were something that neither of them dared to bear, so they could only give up the original first plan and implement the second plan instead. "Please give me flowers." And the second plan they wanted to implement was to poison Ye Chen's Kentaro. Because their purpose from the beginning was not to let Ye Chen and his Kentaro participate in tomorrow's competition smoothly, so the poison they prepared would definitely not be a simple laxative. Because that kind of medicine can be completely cured as long as it is sent to the Pokémon Center for treatment for a period of time. In terms of time, they can still be fully prepared to treat Kentaro and then participate in the competition the next day. So the medicine they prepared must be something that is relatively strong but not fatal. Because only in this way can it be completely ensured that Kentaro cannot participate in tomorrow's competition, and it will not be fatal. Otherwise, the responsibility will eventually fall on them. Regarding this scale issue, Xiao Zheng's father has long been familiar with it and has a good grasp of it. And all this is ultimately due to the tricks that Xiao Zheng's father did behind the scenes when he participated in the competition. And the person who knows Xiao Zheng's father's methods best is the uncle. 442, Kentaro is in trouble. 442, Kentaro is in trouble. So he didn't dare to sleep soundly tonight, especially Ye Chen and Xiao Zhi's Pokémon, which were still stored in his home and placed in the breeding farm outside. So he also knew that if Xiao Zheng's father really valued this competition, he would definitely bring his son to attack these Pokémon. When he heard the sound coming from the direction of Kentaro, he woke up immediately and rushed to the guest room to wake up Ye Chen and Xiao Zhi. Because he knew Xiao Zheng and his son well, there must be something wrong outside, otherwise such a strange sound might be made. At that time, he rushed over with Ye Chen and Xiao Zhi, and just saw Xiao Zheng and his son hugging Kentaro tightly, trying to stuff something into Kentaro's mouth. At that time, Ye Chen yelled sternly, and Xiao Zheng's father and son didn't expect that they would come so quickly. In a panic, the two of them had to run away with their heads in their arms. Originally Ye Chen and Xiao Zhi wanted to chase them, but the uncle stopped them. The uncle pointed at Kentaro and said, "Now is not the time to chase them. Let's check if Kentaro is okay first." Sure enough, the uncle was more experienced. He asked Ye Chen and Xiao Zhi to check on Kentaro's condition. Fortunately, they came in time and Kentaro was strong. After fighting with them, Kentaro was not injured, but was just a little frightened. I didn't expect it to be so thrilling in the middle of the night. It was also very hard for them. After Xiao Zhi finished all the things, he sat down on the ground. He said helplessly, "What's wrong with this father and son? They came to our place in the middle of the night to make trouble." The uncle looked at Zai, who was slow to react, and said helplessly, "Don't you know? The two of them must have known that Ye Chen was their strongest competitor because of the daytime competition, so in order to successfully win the championship tomorrow, they must eliminate the enemy who poses the greatest threat to them in advance." Originally, Zai hadn't reacted to this kind of thing, because he has always been the kind of person who is straightforward and straightforward. Whatever, so he didn't bother to do those little tricks behind the scenes. When he learned that these two people were actually here to frame Ye Chen, he was completely shocked. Xiao Zhi said in shock, "Isn't it that in this kind of competition, you can win the championship by your own strength? Why are there people like them?" Seeing Xiao Zhi so innocent and cute, Ye Chen really laughed and said, "Not all people win the championship in a fair and just way. But don't worry, the more they want to get me down so that they can win the championship, the more impossible it is for me to let them succeed. Tomorrow I will definitely win them in a fair and just way and take the championship they have been thinking about into my own pocket." Hearing that Ye Chen was so courageous, Xiao Zhi was not willing to fall behind. He said, "Don't forget about me. I am the one who wants to defeat Xiao Mao. By then, maybe none of you can beat me and the championship will be taken away by me." 443, The Last Resort. 443, The Last Resort. Seeing that the two young men were so enthusiastic and motivated, the uncle also felt the passion in their hearts, so he said, "It's getting late now. Since Kentaro and Bayleaf are fine, why don't we go back and rest early? It seems that we can't stay in this breeding farm any longer, so let both of their Pokémon come into the house. And I have to remind you again, since they didn't succeed tonight, they will definitely do something dirty during tomorrow's game, so you must not relax during tomorrow's game. In addition to striving to catch up with the championship, you must always be careful of them." Ye Chen and Zai both remembered the uncle's instructions, and then took their Kentaro and Bayleaf to the room. Nothing happened in the second half of the night, and they lived peacefully. So, the father and son will definitely save their last resort during the game. Early in the morning, Zioxia and Xiao Gang also came to the uncle's house, ready to go to the competition with them. Last night, because they decided to stay here for training, Zioxia and Xiao Gang returned to the Pokémon Center first, otherwise the uncle's house would probably not be able to accommodate the four of them. Because the uncle is here now, Ye Chen and the others don't need to worry about many things anymore. The uncle took them directly to the entrance of the village, which is where the registration on the day of the competition is. Because this competition is held every year in their town, many people dare to participate inexplicably. The purpose is to show their angry baby style, and also want to win this honor. After registration, all contestants must come to the track and field for safety inspection to see if the artifact treasures and trainers use some illegal drugs. Because in previous competitions, some contestants and Pokémon would illegally use some illegal drugs to increase their speed in order to win the championship. So after that experience, all contestants must undergo a series of comprehensive safety tests before the start of the competition. Safety checks must be accepted by contestants and Pokémon together, so Ye Chen and Zai, as participants in this competition, can only temporarily bid farewell to Uncle Zioxia and Xiao Gang and go to the organizer's test alone. At the safety check site, they ran into Xiao Zhang again, and this time because they had experienced what happened last night, they were also particularly wary of Xiao Zhang, and they have been keeping a certain safe distance from Xiao Zheng since the start of the test. Anti-380, they also met Xiao Mao here. The struggle between Xiao Mao and Zai has just begun. The two set out on a journey from Pallet Town and have been chasing each other and keeping a distance from each other. This time, they didn't expect to meet in such a Pokemon racing competition, so the two naturally had to make an appointment to see who can get the best ranking in the competition. Maybe because there is a character like Xiao Zheng in the competition this time, Ye Chen and Xiao Ji no longer regard Xiao Mao as a competitor, and they all aim at Xiao Zheng. 444, Confrontation with Xiao Mao. 444, Confrontation with Xiao Mao. But Xiao Mao still wants to compete with Ye Chen. Although he and Xiao Ji are new trainers who came out of Pallet Town together, Xiao Mao has always been very interested in Ye Chen. He especially wants to fight with Ye Chen, but he is rejected by Ye Chen every time, so this Pokemon racing competition can be regarded as an indirect confrontation. After all of them completed the safety check, they came to the starting point and waited for the competition to start. At this time, the referee of the organizer has begun to explain the rules of this competition to all the audience friends on the scene. It turns out that the starting point of their competition this time is also the end point. After all the members run around the track and field, they will go to the outdoor promotion venue outside. They have to circle around the entire town. At the same time they also have to collect the Pokemon eggs escorted to them at a certain location. Only the person who escorts this Pokemon egg safely and accurately back to the finish line and wins first place can be the champion. But if you only win first place, but your Pokemon is damaged, you will not be able to get the final honor. So this is not just a simple speed competition, but also the coordination and tacit cooperation between Pokemon and trainers. Before, when I just met Xiao Mao, I saw him taking out the wind speed dog to practice, so everyone was no longer curious about Xiao Mao's participating Pokemon. On the contrary, when Zai and Ye Chen took out their own Pokemon, Xiao Mao kept looking at them. Xiao Mao looked at Ye Chen in shock and said, "You dare to take out Kentaro for this competition? Aren't you afraid that Kentaro will be stimulated and lose control halfway through and get rid of your orders and commands?" What Xiao Mao said was impossible to happen to Ye Chen, so he said confidently, "Don't worry, this is the Kentaro I trained, I know him well. He can't completely disobey my orders because of losing control." Seeing Ye Chen so confident, although Xiao Mao didn't quite believe him, he was also quite shocked in his heart, because there are very few trainers who can control Pokemon like Kentaro 100%. If Ye Chen is so confident in this regard, it seems that his strength is really terrifying. Even Pokemon like Kentaro can listen to him so much. It seems that he really has his own way in training Pokemon. When the referee explained the rules to all the audience and contestants present, he officially went on stage. Everyone was also ready at this moment. Just now, when the gunshot sounded, all the contestants led their Pokemon to rush out at the first time, but because many of them were participating in this competition for the first time, they were not able to adapt to such a scene for a while. Many Pokemon were affected by the Pokemon next to them when they started, and they immediately began to panic. Many Pokemon directly collided into a ball. Before everyone could start smoothly, chaos occurred at the starting point. 445, something happened at the starting point. 445, something happened at the starting point. Many Pokemon and trainers were directly in a mess, rolling together, and everyone was directly mixed up, and it was impossible to tell you from me. But fortunately, Ye Chen, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Zheng, the four of them, did not encounter such a situation, and some other experienced contestants did not encounter such a thing. They were leading all the way, because the route of the entire competition was designed to go around the track and field at the starting point before reaching the outdoor route. In this lap alone, Ye Chen, with his 383 cm Kentaro, was already ahead of all the players. When they saw Ye Chen rush out of the track and field first and come to the outdoors, the uncles in the audience, Xioxia and Xiao Gang, they immediately cheered for Ye Chen. They didn't expect that Ye Chen could have such an outstanding performance in the real competition. If he can keep up this situation, it seems that he will be the champion today. What they didn't expect was that they originally thought that Xiao Zhang might be just a show-off, but he was just a person who liked to do tricks behind the scenes, and maybe his strength was not enough for others. As a result, they didn't expect that in the open competition, he could still lead his flame horse to closely follow Ye Chen and maintain the second place. And the distance between the two was not very large. On various sections behind, he might also have the possibility of overtaking. In the beginning, Xiao Zhang did not use any means, and it can be seen that he still has a chance to win the championship with his own strength. After Ye Chen and Xiao Zhang, it was Xiao Mao and Xiao Zhi's turn to closely pursue the third place. Although Xiao Mao sent out his windy dog, Xiao Zhi's bay leaf was not bad, so when they started from the starting point, the two maintained a close competition. Perhaps everyone's attention was focused on this game, but only the uncle began to look for Xiao Zhang's father silently in the audience. Because only he knew that even if Xiao Zhang could win the game fair and square, but in order to let him finish the whole game cleanly, his father would never allow any accident to occur. Even if Xiao Zhang could win the championship with his own strength, in order to make Xiao Zhang win 100%, his father would definitely prepare some shameful tricks behind the scenes. So in order to take precautions in time, the uncle had been looking for Xiao Zhang's father from the beginning, but after searching for a while, he didn't find Xiao Zhang's father in the audience. The uncle knew that this time it was definitely bad. But now the game has already started. Ye Chen, Xiao Zhi and others have all set off, but it is impossible to notify them, so the uncle can only worry about them in the audience, praying that they can survive this crisis. During the game, Ye Chen and Xiao Zhang led the way, and the person who ran in the front was naturally Ye Chen. But he did not have any pride or complacency, but led him to Kentaro wholeheartedly to complete the game, and calmly dealt with all the rugged terrain in front of him. 446. The game starts. 446. The game starts. On the contrary, Xiao Zhang behind him gritted his teeth all the way, thinking about surpassing Ye Chen all the time, but in the end he did not find the opportunity to break out of Ye Chen's oppression. At the same time, while the competition was fierce on the field, Xiao Zhang's father on the other side didn't know what happened, and he actually got in touch with several people from the rocket team. They were discussing fiercely how to attack Ye Chen. The three members of the rocket team have been chasing Ye Chen and Zai Zai all the time. They want to snatch the Pokemon in Ye Chen's hands and present it to their boss Ban Mu, so as to get Shangguan Fasai purpose. However, they did not expect Ye Chen and his team to be so powerful. The Rockets trio had never gotten any benefit from Ye Chen. But they never gave up and had been chasing after him. This time, they finally had a chance to start during the game. At the same time, someone also cooperated with them, so the Rockets trio felt that this plan would definitely succeed. And from this partner, they also learned about the flaws in their plans. They always wanted to snatch all the Pokemon from Ye Chen in one go. But after being reminded by this partner this time, they suddenly realized that they did not necessarily have to catch all the Pokemon in one go every time. They could break them one by one. For example, if they snatched the Yi value this time, they would find another target next time. This would definitely be twice the result with half the effort, and it would not be as tragic as their previous experiences. Maybe it was because Xiao Zhang's father was good at making such action plans, so when he proposed the plan, he did not encounter any resistance or questioning from the Rockets, but directly chose to cooperate with him. The reason why the two sides were able to come together was entirely because of the same goal. Ye Chen was their primary target, and the Rockets wanted to get Ye Chen's Pokemon. Xiao Zhang's father did not want Ye Chen and his Pokemon to win the Pokemon speed race, so the two pairs of people coincided directly. Their plan was to attack Ye Chen and his team after they rushed out of the track and field, and then come to the outdoor competition route. Unexpectedly, the first person to walk out of the track and field was actually Ye Chen, and when Xiao Zhang's father saw his son being thrown a long distance behind, his face turned black. Sure enough, he knew that his son was unreliable. If he hadn't helped him from behind, the Pokémon Speed Race Championship would definitely be handed over to others. Seeing that they were getting farther and farther away from the track and field, as long as they came to the outdoor route, they would basically not be under any control of the organizer, so Xiao Zheng's father directly ordered the rockets to act quickly. If they delayed it any longer, they would have completed the route around Xiao Zheng, and they would have no chance to act after returning to the track and field. After receiving the action instructions, the rockets immediately controlled their hot air balloon and began to approach Ye Chen. Ye Chen was completely focused on the game in front of him, and did not notice that the rocket's hot air balloon was gradually approaching. When he noticed a huge black shadow pouring down on his head, it was too late to enter. 447, always coming out to make trouble. 447, always coming out to make trouble. The rockets also used their mechanical arms to firmly grasp Kentaro, and then immediately released a mechanical cage, directly trapping Kentaro in the cage. This time, the rockets acted very quickly. From capturing to putting the Pokémon in the cage, it was done in one go without any unnecessary movements. Therefore, Ye Chen had no chance to react at all, and Kentaro had already fallen into their hands. After Ye Chen found that something was wrong, he immediately looked up and found that it was the rockets who came out to make trouble again. Ye Chen immediately scolded them and said, "What are you doing here again, rockets? Why do you always come out to make trouble every time I have something to do?" The rockets did not expect that the action plan would go so smoothly. As soon as they made a move, Ye Chen's Pokémon had already fallen into their hands. So the rockets' momentum instantly became arrogant. They looked down at Ye Chen and said, "If we don't do this, how can we take away your Pokémon? This time we have learned to be smart. We will no longer be so greedy to catch them all at once, but catch them one by one. At that time, all the Pokémon in your hands will become our property." Ye Chen never thought that the rockets would suddenly have such an awareness. He immediately began to suspect, so he asked Team Rocket, trying to find out what they were thinking, "Is there someone behind the scenes directing you? Otherwise, with your IQ, how could you come up with such a battle plan?" Such insulting words made the rockets angry and said, "Are we stupid? How could we not come up with such a battle plan? Now your Pokémon is in our hands, don't even think about taking it back from us." After that, the rockets immediately accelerated the operation of their hot air balloons, trying to evacuate the crime scene as quickly as possible. Because Ye Chen has always been in the leading position in the game, and has left all his competitors far behind, even Xiao Zheng is barely catching up at this time, and Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji behind are even more. Needless to say, Ye Chen did not see them at all. So under such circumstances, he had no way to snatch his Kentaro back from Team Rocket. In addition, during the previous safety inspection, the conference had a separate requirement that they should hand over all their magic treasures to the organizer of the conference, or have their friends keep them. It is not allowed to bring any other Pokémon to participate in the competition. The Pokémon they can use is only the one they use to participate in the competition, and they must register with the organizer of the 1.6 conference before they can allow the Pokémon to participate in the competition. Other unregistered Pokémon are not even allowed to be brought into the venue. So at this time, it is basically impossible for Ye Chen to snatch Kentaro back by his own strength. What he can do is either wait for Xiaozai and others to come to help, or start intercepting now. 448, don't take it seriously at all. 448, don't take it seriously at all. How could Xiao Zheng's father let Ye Chen find a solution so easily? So when the rockets were in action, he had already found a way to transfer some staff from the organizer of the competition away from the scene, and also destroyed the surveillance cameras and live broadcast cameras of that section of the road. Therefore, it was almost impossible to ask the organizer of the conference to help solve the problem. When Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji's Pokémon led them to rush to this section of the road, the rockets had already fled a certain distance. At this time, it was already difficult for 19 to catch up with the rockets, but Ye Chen would not give up so easily. He directly said to Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao, who were still unaware of the situation, "Lend me your Pokemon." After saying that, he immediately untied the ropes on Xiao Mao and Xiaoxi's Pokemon, and then rushed out with the 2 Pokemon. After all, this wind speed dog was bred very well by Xiao Mao. With his tall and strong body, it was easy for him to carry Ye Chen. Although he was not sure about the specific route of the rocket team, he had already remembered the general direction firmly in his mind. With the help of Wind Speed Dog and Bay Leaf, they chased in the direction of the rocket team's escape. Soon, they locked the direction of the rocket team's hot air balloon in mid-air. At this time, Ye Chen directly ordered Xiaoxi's Yugi to use the leaf blade on the hot air balloon, which easily cut through the hot air balloon, causing the rocket team's balloon to lose control and land directly on the turning point in the middle of the game. The purpose of this turning point is to allow all the contestants to report here, and the staff on site will hand them a Pokemon egg. They will hold the egg and start again, sprinting towards the finish line again. Only those who return to the finish line with the egg intact will have their scores valid. Ye Chen did not expect that by such a coincidence, the rocket team landed directly on this turning point in the middle. In terms of the turning point, it can be regarded as saving Ye Chen a lot of time and energy. And the staff on the scene did not expect that someone would interfere with their normal game order during the game. The staff stood up to protect Ye Chen at the time, and at the same time sternly asked the rockets to call back the Pokemon. The rockets could not take these so-called staff members seriously. They even dared to snatch Ye Chen's Pokemon, so how could they take such an insignificant god's words seriously? So instead of actively handing over the artifact treasure, they wanted to take the artifact guarded by the 387 staff members. All the Pokemon eggs were stolen. Faced with the threat from the staff, Team Rocket was completely indifferent, and Ye Chen had no choice but to go out in person. After all, he now had 2 Pokemon, Xiao Mao and Xiaoxi, in his hands, so how could he be afraid of going to Team Rocket? He did not hesitate at all and directly let Windy Dog attack the people of Team Rocket. A move of jetting fire directly attacked the cage where they captured Kentaro. Ye Chen did not expect that the people of Team Rocket were still fully prepared. This cage can resist most Pokemon's special moves and prevent the cage from being destroyed from the outside. 449, Robbery back to Kentaro. 449, Take Kentaro back. So, the move of the Wind Speed Dog spraying fire on the cage had no effect at all, and even no trace could be left. Seeing that Kentaro was still trapped in the cage, Ye Chen had to change another way of fighting. Since they had a mechanism to catch Kentaro, they must have a mechanism on their bodies to open the cage again. So Ye Chen completely changed the target of attack to the 3 members of the rocket team. He directly ordered the Wind Speed Dog to use the fire charge to aim at the 3 members of the rocket team, and also asked Bay Leaf to be ready and pay attention to whether there were some strange switches on them at any time. Sure enough, when the 3 members of the rocket team were attacked by the Wind Speed Dog, they directly threw out the switch in their hands. And when the switch was thrown out, Bay Leaf directly used the Vine Whip to grab the switch. After Ye Chen took the switch, he pressed it hard, and Kentaro's cage was immediately opened. Next, it was time for Ye Chen to counterattack. He immediately asked Kentaro to use a ramming attack. At this moment, the rockets were sitting on the hot air balloon that was about to be scrapped, and they were already in danger. Now Kentaro kicked them again, causing their hot air balloon device to explode. The impact of the explosion instantly blew the rockets away. Because he did not commit any fouls from beginning to end, and all this was done by the rockets, after he explained the situation to the staff also expressed their understanding and let him return to the game directly. However, the requirement was that they had to wait until Xiaoxi, Xiao Mao and Xiao Zheng, the 3 players, came to this turning point together, and then the 4 of them could start together. This requirement put forward by the staff was not a big deal to Ye Chen. It was just equivalent to letting the 4 of them return to the starting line to compete together. Originally, Ye Chen thought he would have to wait for a long time before he could see Zai and the others. Unexpectedly, they arrived at the turning point quite quickly without the help of Pokémon, and Xiao Zheng came with them. After Xiao Zheng received the Pokémon egg from the staff, he immediately wanted to attack the finish line again with his flame horse. But the staff stopped him immediately, explained the situation to him, and asked him to start with Ye Chen and the other 4 at the same time. Xiao Zheng didn't expect that he would have to follow these people and return to the starting point. This was no longer an advantage for him. He hammered the ground with great resentment, but there was no way. In front of the staff, he could only act according to the arrangement. The offline advantage that he had finally created no longer existed, but when he saw that Xiao Zheng was also forced to stay and had no way to leave the turning point first, he couldn't help laughing. In the end, Xiao Zheng and his son ended up hurting themselves. They could not only fail to gain a leading advantage, but also failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice. Instead, they forced Xiao Zheng to start at the same time as them, and he had no lead at all. 450, well-deserved champion. 450, well-deserved champion. Each of the 4 of them received a Pokémon egg. After holding it in their arms, they rechecked their equipment and the Pokémon to ensure that everything was safe. Then the 4 of them stepped onto the starting line together. At the staff's command, the 4 of them started to race towards the finish line at the same time. When they started at the same time at the turning point in the middle, Ye Chen and his Kentaro were obviously ahead of the others. After the previous storm, Kentaro was obviously more dependent on Ye Chen, and the bond between him and Ye Chen was obviously deepened. The two seemed to be in harmony with each other. Kentaro could understand what Ye Chen meant without many instructions from him. Not long after the start, Kentaro had already left Xiao Mao and 387 Xiao Zheng far behind. The road back to the track and field was not as rugged and steep as before. With Kentaro's full strength running and Ye Chen's control, the 2 of them easily arrived in front of the track and field. At this time, the staff had already begun to broadcast the real-time competition process to the audience. When they announced that Ye Chen was still in the lead and in the first place, the uncle, Zioxia, and Xiao Gang at the scene cheered warmly, while Zai Zheng's father on the side had a gloomy face. He didn't expect that this Pokémon racing competition would attract such a strong opponent, making Xiao Zheng miss the championship again. Finally, when they arrived at the track and field, Ye Chen was very close to the finish line, and Zai and Xiao Mao followed closely behind, and Xiao Zheng was also running side by side with them. Originally, Xiao Zheng's father thought that even if Xiao Zheng's performance was bad, at least he was only behind Ye Chen, and he should be able to get the second place at least. Unexpectedly, in the end, he actually had to compete with Xiao Zhi and Xiao Mao for the second place. Seeing such a gap, Xiao Zhen's father was so angry that he couldn't speak. In theory, the speed and physical strength of the flame horse should be far better than the wind speed dog and bay leaf, but because of the improper breeding methods of Xiao Zheng and his team, they were not even as good as windy dog and bay leaf in the end. Ye Chen, who rushed to the first place, was undoubtedly the champion of this Pokémon racing competition. Following him, Xiao Mao, Xiao Zhi, and Xiao Zheng, the 3 of them had to compete for the second, third, and fourth place. What everyone did not expect was that Xiao Zhi could get ahead of Xiao Mao and won the second place. Xiao Mao also won the third place, while Xiao Zheng, who was the most talked about champion in their town, could only get the fourth place. This season's Pokémon racing competition was also quite humiliating for their town. They did not expect that the first to third places were all taken by outsiders. And Xiao Zheng, who was the most promising in their town, could only get the honor of the fourth place. They got the honor they deserved in the competition, but for Xiao Zheng and his son, this was a great shame, so they didn't even attend the final award ceremony and left the venue angrily. However, this would not have any impact on Ye Chen and his friends. Ye Chen happily stood on the podium and accepted the gifts and bonuses awarded to him by the organizers of the conference. He didn't expect that the first place in this competition would have a bonus. 451, Pokemon Egg. 451, Pokemon Egg. At the same time, he was also rewarded with an egg that he didn't know what kind of Pokemon it could hatch. When Xiao Ji first saw Ye Chen holding this Pokemon egg in his hand, he was extremely envious. He kept asking Ye Chen what kind of Pokemon it was. But how could Ye Chen know? When the organizer handed it to him, he had already clearly explained this artifact treasure, but he didn't know the attributes or the type. What kind of Pokemon could be hatched? Everything depended on luck. After leaving the town, Ye Chen has been carrying the Pokemon egg that the organizer of the conference gave him as a reward. Although he put an incubator on the egg given by the organizer, Ye Chen was always worried that the egg would be damaged if it was placed in his backpack, so he kept it tightly in his arms. However, every time Zai and the others saw the egg, they would gossip with Ye Chen about what kind of Pokemon would hatch from it. Ye Chen really didn't know. And judging from the appearance of the egg, it is estimated that the species hatched would not be a particularly powerful Pokemon. Zai even started to bet that the Pokemon hatched from it might be some uncommon Pokemon types. And what Ye Chen hoped was that as long as the Pokemon in the egg could hatch healthily, it would be fine. After leaving the town, they continued to the next town, because their journey along the way still had to be their goal and they had to continue their journey to get badges, so their next destination was where the gym was. When they arrived at another Pokemon Center, they still chose to stay here. They thought that this place was close to the mountains and there should be many Pokemon trainers passing by here and coming to the Pokemon Center. Unexpectedly, there were not many people staying here that night. Miss Joy directly arranged the four of them in the same room. Because it was late when they arrived at the Pokemon Center, they simply ate something and went back to their rooms to sleep. Before going to bed, Ye Chen specially put the Pokemon egg on the table. He originally wanted to sleep with it, but when he thought about his unconscious movements when he slept at night, he was afraid that he would break the egg. So he chose to put it on the table, which was safer. Zioxia once got a Tijipai from Zai. When all of them went to bed at night, she didn't expect that Tijipai was still awake. He looked at the egg and suddenly became dazed, because Poke was still young and had just hatched not long ago, so he had not been able to control his own power well. So when he entered the state of meditation, his own power was suddenly mobilized. He looked at the egg, shook his fingers, and suddenly activated his life-defining trick, Finger Skill. This trick itself belongs to the superpower system. What kind of effect it can trigger is beyond everyone's imagination. Even Poke himself can't guess what will happen next. 452, Ye Chen and the others were all hit. 452, Ye Chen and the others were all hit. So when he used the finger skill, he himself did not notice anything unusual, but just kept waving his fingers out of some instinct. At this time, everyone had fallen asleep, and no one noticed what Poke was doing. The rhythm of shaking his fingers became faster and faster, and Pokpi's mood became more and more excited. Just when he wanted to stop, the egg that was originally placed on the table disappeared strangely. Kobe still waved his fingers before realizing the seriousness of the situation. After the egg disappeared, his elf trick began to affect Zioxia, Zai, Xiao Gang, and Ye Chen in the room. They suddenly had all kinds of strange dreams in their sleep, and they were still troubled by this dream until the morning, and there was no way to get rid of it. Miss Joy thought that Zai and the others had packed up and left, so she opened the door and wanted to clean up the room, only to find that they were still sleeping in the room. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After Miss Joy found that they had slept for so long, she also noticed something wrong. So they woke them up quickly. After they woke up, Miss Joy asked immediately, "How could you four sleep so long? Did you all stay up all night last night?" Ye Chen shook his head, still feeling dizzy, and said, "No, we washed and went to bed soon after arriving at the center, and we didn't stay up all night." After listening to Ye Chen's answer, Miss Joy frowned and said, "That's very strange, how could you sleep for more than 10 hours, could it be that your journey has been tiring recently? At this time, they were also confused and had no reaction at all. When they heard Miss Joy's shock, they thought the matter was not that serious, but it was not a big problem to sleep a little longer. Then at this time, Ye Chen suddenly discovered that the Pokemon egg he had originally placed on the table had disappeared strangely. Ye Chen quickly turned around and asked his other 3 friends, saying, "Have you seen my Pokemon egg?" Zai pointed to the table and said, "I know, didn't you put it on the table before you went to bed? Is the egg gone?" After saying that, Zai's eyes also fell on the table, and he was surprised to find that the Pokemon egg was really gone. "Didn't you touch the egg?" The 4 people looked at each other, but everyone had a puzzled expression on their faces, and they had no idea what happened to the egg and where it went. Miss Joy didn't understand what they said, but seeing their appearance, she thought something must have happened, so she asked quickly, "What's wrong? Did you lose something?" Ye Chen quickly said, "When I came to the Pokemon Center yesterday, wasn't I holding 1.6 Pokemon eggs? Now the eggs are gone. I don't know what happened." Miss Joy comforted them and said, "No outsiders have come to the Pokemon Center since last night, so your eggs should not have been stolen by others. Why don't you check the room carefully first to see if you put them in the wrong place?" 453, Report to Junsha. 453, Report to Junsha. After hearing what Miss Joy said, everyone immediately began to carefully check every corner of the room, but to their disappointment, they really didn't find the positive Pokemon eggs in the room. As a result, Miss Joy also realized the seriousness of the matter, and she quickly said, "Don't worry, I will check the surveillance in the center right now. If someone really sneaked into your room in the middle of the night, it can be seen on the surveillance." 19 After that, Miss Joy immediately left Ye Chen's room, and Ye Chen and his friends followed closely, and followed Miss Joy to the monitoring room of the Pokemon Center. In order to help Ye Chen and his friends investigate whether the eggs in the room were stolen by others, Miss Joy called up all the surveillance of people who had left the room since last night. They watched it at a high speed from midnight last night, and Miss Joy woke them up the next morning. As a result, no one else found anyone entering their room in the whole picture. Since Ye Chen and his friends closed the door and went to sleep, until Miss Joy opened the door the next day, no one entered or left in the middle. After watching all the content of the surveillance, the doubts on Ye Chen and his friends' faces became even stronger. They looked at each other, completely confused. If no one really entered their room, how did the Pokemon belt disappear? Miss Joy didn't know what to do now, so she had to say to Ye Chen and the others, "If there is really no way, why don't we call the police and find Miss Junsha, maybe she can help you solve the case." Even if Miss Junsha was found, there might not be any new progress, so Ye Chen didn't want to alert Miss Joy about this matter for the time being. He suggested, "Why don't we look for it ourselves? If we can't find it, we'll go to Miss Junsha and call the police in the evening." After all, Ye Chen was the owner of this Pokemon egg. He didn't want to make a big fuss about it, so how could Miss Joy take the initiative? So he agreed to Ye Chen's proposal and let them find it in the Pokemon Center and the room by themselves. Find it yourself. He also agreed, and let Ye Chen and his team walk around the Pokemon Center to investigate where the Pokemon egg went, and allowed them to enter and exit the area behind the Pokemon Center. After returning to the room, Ye Chen and his team recalled everything that happened last night and looked for where the egg was placed. Everyone's memory was completely consistent. Everyone remembered that Ye Chen put the Pokemon egg on the table in front of the bed before going to bed, and the egg was wrapped in an incubator. If it really disappeared, the entire volume is relatively large, and it can be easily found if you want to find it. Where did it go? Why is there no egg? It suddenly disappeared. Zioxia was confused. After searching for a long time without any results, he simply collapsed on his bed. Ye Chen Han didn't plan to give up looking for his Pokemon, but he couldn't find the egg in the room, so he expanded his search range. 454, Missing Egg. 454, Missing Egg. He tried to reason, is there a possibility that a Pokemon entered our room and took it away in the middle of the night last night? Xiao Gang had actually thought of what Ye Chen said before, but he shook his head and refused, it's unlikely. We have seen the video footage in the monitoring room just now. From last night to now, no one, not even Pokemon, has entered our room. If he really wants to take the egg away, he must have entered our room. Otherwise, let's call the police now. If Miss Junsha helps us find it, the possibility may be greater. This is Zai's suggestion. Regarding the suggestions made by everyone, Ye Chen still resolutely did not accept them. He felt that this matter could actually be solved by his own strength, and there was no need to alarm Miss Junsha, so when he refused, he walked out of the Pokemon Center directly. He tried to expand the search range and began to search around the Pokemon Center. Everyone saw that Ye Chen was in a bad state, so they didn't say anything more. Since Ye Chen insisted on searching by himself, they would help Ye Chen together, so everyone followed Ye Chen and walked out of the Pokemon Center. Although the Pokemon Center was built on the town, the geographical location of this Pokemon Center was not particularly good. It was relatively far behind the town. After leaving the center, it was close to a mountain, and the forest was already behind. So Ye Chen directly expanded his search range to the mountain behind the center. He believed that if it was really taken away by the Pokemon, it would be impossible to escape into the city. They would definitely lock their route of action on the back mountain. So Ye Chen walked directly to the back mountain. Zioxia wanted to persuade Ye Chen not to waste his time here, but before he could finish his words, Ye Chen suddenly heard a cry of surprise. Ye Chen said, I found the egg. Where is it? They were also overjoyed and quickly moved towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen was standing far away, pointing in the direction in front of him, so everyone looked in the direction of Ye Chen's finger. Ye Chen's Pokemon egg appeared in the mother's pocket. The Pokemon is a Pokemon full of maternal love. There is a gestational bag on its front abdomen that can nurture newborns. Usually, they will keep the eggs they lay in this gestational bag until they give birth to a newborn and ensure that he has the ability to protect himself, before they completely let go and let him grow up in the outside world. However, now Ye Chen's Pokemon egg appeared directly in the gestation zone of the possum, and next to the egg there was a little possum that seemed to have just been born. If this Pokemon egg appeared next to other Pokemon today, Ye Chen might still wonder why they did this and what their intentions were. 455, the egg is about to hatch. 455, the egg is about to hatch. But when Ye Chen saw the egg appear in the possum's pocket, he was instantly relieved and immediately knew why such a scene appeared. Because the possum is really a Pokemon full of maternal love, it must have thought that the egg was abandoned when it was found, or it saw that it was about to hatch, so it took it away and put it in its own gestation bag. Moreover, it is far better for the possum to hatch this Pokemon egg by itself than for it to be born in an incubator. So after Ye Chen found the whereabouts of his Pokemon egg, he did not continue to disturb the possum. Instead, Zai and Xiao Gang could not help but approach Ye Chen and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to bring your eggs back?" Ye Chen shook his head and said, "It's definitely better to let the mother of the marsupial dragon come in person than for me to hatch it. Let him stay in the gestation bag of the marsupial dragon." But Ye Chen's idea is good, but there is usually another definition for Pokemon, that is, they are used to identifying the first person they see after they are born as their mother. If Ye Chen allows the possum to help him hatch the Pokemon, it is very likely that when the Pokemon hatches, it will recognize the possum as its mother, causing Ye Chen to be neglected. In this case, wouldn't Ye Chen be at a loss? Bibai has been carrying an egg with him all the time, and it is finally about to hatch, but he recognizes other Pokemon as his relatives. Ye Chen thought about it, and it is indeed the case. He can't just give up his Pokemon in vain. So he approached the mother of the possum dragon and tried to communicate with her. Because Pokemon, BJBG, can also understand human language, when Ye Chen tried to communicate with him, the mother of the possum dragon soon realized that he had picked up this Pokemon egg on the road, which turned out to be Ye Chen's Pokemon egg. So he immediately wanted to return the Pokemon egg to Ye Chen, but then Ye Chen expressed the hope that the mother of the possum dragon could help him hatch the egg. For Ye Chen's request, the mother of the possum dragon naturally could not refuse, so he immediately agreed, and he has been very dedicated to putting the egg in his gestation bag. Because this egg is actually it was about to hatch, so when the mother of the bag dragon put it in her gestation bag, it didn't take long for the egg to show signs of hatching. The mother of the bag dragon quickly notified Ye Chen and the others. Then Ye Chen and the others witnessed this Pokemon hatching in front of them. Everyone was looking forward to what kind of Pokemon would hatch from it, but in the end, what they didn't expect was that a small elephant with ground attributes would hatch. Because the mother of the bag dragon had promised Ye Chen before, when the Pokemon hatched, the first person it saw was Ye Chen. According to the habits of Pokemon, the little elephant instantly recognized Ye Chen as its mother. 456, Messenger Bird Rebellion. 456, Messenger Bird Rebellion. Then Ye Chen naturally subdued the little elephant, but because the little elephant is still relatively young and is in the stage of a newborn, he cannot be completely left in the space of the Pokemon ball. So during this period, Ye Chen has to carry it with him and take good care of it. Now there are newborns in their team who need to be taken care of, and in addition to Tijipai, there is also this little elephant. Drawing on Xioxia's previous experience in taking care of Tijipai, it is now relatively easy for Ye Chen to take care of this little elephant. And like this newborn Pokemon, usually there is no need to take care of it, just let them gradually adapt to the environment and adapt to its owner. Although it is not necessary to illuminate every detail carefully, it cannot be put into the Pokemon ball casually, because the environment of the Pokemon ball is relatively closed, which will make the newly born Pokemon scared and fearful. Therefore, it is not recommended to put many new Pokemon directly into the Poke Ball. It is best to carry them with the trainer and let them spend the first 15 days of their birth. During the time when he brought the little elephant with him, Ye Chen was also constantly training the little elephant. Because he felt that the newborn stage was the period to consolidate the most fundamental foundation, he was constantly improving the attributes of the little elephant during the trip. However, while Ye Chen and his team were training the little elephant and heading towards the next gym, they suddenly met an old lady who looked very kind on the way. The old lady was sitting in the middle of the road with a messenger bird, and it seemed that she had fallen. When Ye Chen and his team saw it, they hurried over to help. As a result, when they were about to approach the old lady, the messenger bird directly attacked Ye Chen and his team. Although the messenger bird is a transporting type of Pokemon among Pokemon, it is not very aggressive, but when it really gets angry and wants to attack, it will still cause considerable damage to people. Ye Chen and the others didn't understand why, so they said to the old lady, "Grandma, please take your Pokemon back. We just want to help you out of kindness. We don't intend to hurt you. We don't need him to attack us." However, the old lady also looked helpless. She said, "This messenger bird is not my Pokemon at all. I was also attacked by him and sat on the ground and couldn't get up. I don't know what's wrong with him. He will attack anyone who approaches me. He doesn't let others get close at all. He just keeps guarding me like this." After hearing what the old lady said, Ye Chen and the others looked puzzled. If this is the case, then it seems it was this messenger bird that wanted to take revenge on the old lady for some purpose, so when the old lady fell to the ground, he was watching the show here, with a revengeful mentality, so that if someone wanted to help, he would attack that person and prevent others from helping. Zai asked doubtfully, "But why did he suddenly become like this? I remember that the character of the messenger bird should be relatively gentle." Enter. 457, Zai vs the messenger bird. 457, Zai vs the messenger bird. The old lady also looked helpless, and said, "I don't know what happened to this letter bird. Can you help me drive it away? Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to go home today." While talking, the old lady looked at Ye Chen and Zai and found that they looked like they were going out to travel and practice, and at the same time, Sanji Yiling was also carrying Pokemon. So the old lady continued, I see that you are Pokemon trainers. It shouldn't be a problem for you to drive away this messenger bird. The old lady knew how to speak well. She directly positioned Ye Chen and the others as Pokemon trainers who were willing to help. In this case, how could Zai and the others refuse? So Zai agreed directly and said, Don't worry, Grandma, it's just a messenger bird. I can easily help you with it. After that, Zai directly sent his Pikachu to fight the messenger bird. When Pikachu took the initiative to stand in front of the messenger bird, looking like he was going to duel with him, the messenger bird was not to be outdone and directly launched an attack. Zai directly asked Pikachu to use 100,000 volts, and the messenger bird flew directly into the air to avoid it. When he first saw the duel between Pikachu and the messenger bird, Ye Chen couldn't help but remind Zai, saying, Zai, don't worry. The most powerful trick of the messenger bird is the gift. But the attributes of the gifts he sends are uncertain, so you just need to be careful not to receive anything from the messenger bird, otherwise it will depend on your luck. While listening to what Ye Chen said, Zai turned around and looked at Ye Chen, while holding up the thing in his hand and said, Are you talking about the thing sent by the messenger bird? Looking up, Zai unexpectedly received the gift from the messenger bird, and at this moment, both of them stared at Ye Chen with a confused look. This made Ye Chen completely at a loss for words. At this moment, all Ye Chen could do was to quickly take Zioxia and the others away from Pikachu and Zai. However, just as Ye Chen and the others were retreating, the gift sent by the messenger bird to Pikachu and Zai finally exploded. Zai then realized that the strongest move of the courier bird would be like this. However, after being teased by the courier bird, Zai's fighting spirit immediately burned up. He stared at the courier bird and said, Don't worry, I won't take anything from you again. I won't be fooled by you again. But will Zai really not be fooled again? The courier bird flew to Zai like an elder brother and landed on his shoulder. He patted Zai's head and took out another thing from his backpack. Zai took it naturally. The next second, the courier bird left, and Zai felt the impact of the explosion again. Although Pikachu did not accept the gift from the messenger bird this time, he stood beside Zai and was also implicated by the explosion. 458, The Unconquerable Messenger Bird. 458, The Unconquerable Messenger Bird. At this moment, Zai accepted 2 gifts from the messenger bird and was also hit by 2 consecutive explosions. His whole body has become so embarrassed that it is almost impossible to see his original appearance. It seems that this messenger bird is quite cunning. He knows that he has little chance of winning if he fights Pikachu and Zai head-on, so he turns to attack from the side. If fighting doesn't work, then he will use his wits. Ye Chen, who watched this battle from the side, couldn't help but sigh 19. The IQ of this messenger bird is quite good. In fact, Zai's usual fighting habit is to be straightforward or even give directly, so when facing a Pokemon like the messenger bird that knows how to beat around the bush and use skills, Zai is not his opponent at all. So when he saw this situation, Ye Chen directly said, Zai, come down, let me take over. But Zai was already inspired by the messenger bird, and he would never give up halfway. He stood in front of the messenger bird and said to Ye Chen stubbornly, No, I want to defeat him this time to see how powerful he is and how many tricks he has behind him. Since Zai was so persistent, Ye Chen had to give him guidance from the side. He said to Zai, Next, no matter what the messenger bird gives you, don't take it. As long as you don't accept the gift from the messenger bird, it will basically be useless. Zai firmly remembered Ye Chen's words. In his heart, Pikachu also remembered this feature of the messenger bird deeply. So the following battle went very smoothly. Pikachu's lightning flash successfully approached the front of the swearing bird, and then he used thunder on the messenger bird. Although the opponent's attributes are general attributes plus flying attributes, the electric attribute attack trick has no damage to him, but at least the power is enough to hurt the messenger's strength. Pikachu's continuous attacks made the messenger bird have no chance to react. A series of attacks made him unable to breathe, and he told others that he was playing those fancy tricks. Finally, the messenger bird was directly knocked to the ground by Pikachu's move of rails, and completely lost its combat ability. When seeing that the messenger bird had completely lost its ability to fight, Ye Chen looked at Xiaozai, Xiaoxia, and Xiaogang and said, "Now that the messenger bird has been defeated, who among you wants to capture it?" After all, this Pokémon was defeated by Xiaozai, so even if it is to be captured, Xiaozai should be the first choice. He immediately said, "Let me capture it." After all, this time the messenger bird is 390. I think it may be able to participate in the competition after a little training during the battle. Xiaozai wanted to persuade the messenger bird, and no one had any objection. So Xiaozai threw a Pokémon ball directly at the name of this time, but he didn't expect that the Pokémon ball would bounce back after hitting the messenger bird. When everyone saw this phenomenon, they all showed puzzled expressions. He knew that the Pokémon that could not be captured by the Pokeball usually meant that this Pokémon actually already had its own owner, so it could not be captured for the second time. 459, recruited by Team Rocket. 459, recruited by Team Rocket. If this Pokémon refused to be captured by the trainer, it would first enter the Pokeball and then struggle out, so the difference between the two was quite obvious. A discerning person could tell at a glance that this Pokémon actually already had an owner. So at that moment, Ye Chen and the others had a subtle expression, looking at each other, not knowing how to speak. Since this Pokémon had an owner, where would its owner be? However, just when no one expected it, the old lady who was sitting on the ground and looked particularly weak and pitiful suddenly said, "You didn't expect it, actually this time the messenger bird is my Pokémon." When hearing the old lady's words, not to mention Ye Chen, even Xiaozai and the others were surprised and opened their mouths wide in disbelief and looked at the old lady. If this Pokémon is his, then could it be that everything that happened just now was directed and acted by the old lady herself? They naively thought that the old lady was really bullied by the messenger bird, so they tried so hard to help the old lady get out of the current predicament. They really thought that the old lady was harassed by the messenger bird. The result? After learning about this from the old lady, everyone found it difficult to accept for a while, and they didn't understand why the old lady did this. It's a pity that they thought the old lady was pitiful before, so everyone wanted to help her. As a result, after they defeated the messenger bird, the old lady said this, so everyone didn't know what position they were in for a while. The old lady looked at these children and didn't speak for a long time, so she knew that they might not understand what she meant, so she took the initiative to tell them the purpose and reason for doing so. He looked at Ye Chen and Xiaozai and said, "Actually, I am a recruit from the Rocket's HR department. I saw that you guys are likely to be Pokémon trainers, so I wanted to test your abilities. Now I declare that you have passed the Rocket's recruiting challenge and can officially enter the subsequent entry test." When Ye Chen and the others heard the 3 words Rockets from the old lady, they really couldn't hold back and looked at the old lady in shock. I never thought that he could be related to the Rockets at such an old age, and he even claimed to be a recruit from the Rocket's HR department. What kind of position is this? Ye Chen looked at the old lady with an expression that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and asked, "What is your relationship with Team Rocket? Why do you want to help them?" "Good." Hearing Ye Chen's question, the old lady looked calm. She said, "I am a regular employee of Team Rocket. I am in the Human Resources Department and I am responsible for discovering and finding new talents with potential for Team Rocket, bringing them into our Team Rocket, and then recultivating them. I just found that you guys are all quite capable, so I want to give you a chance to develop you into members of our Team Rocket." 460, help them. 460, help them. Hearing the old lady talk about his relationship with Team Rocket so calmly, Zai felt bad. He couldn't believe that the old lady was so old and still worked hard for people like Team Rocket. So at that time, she said, "Grandma, Team Rocket is not a good thing. Why are you helping them?" When the grandma heard what Zai said, her face changed immediately. She frowned and corrected Zai seriously, saying, "Who said that our Team Rocket is not a good thing? Do you know how big our Team Rocket is now? What is the purpose of our Team Rocket? Only when you really join our Team Rocket and understand our internal philosophy, you will be completely impressed by the great cause of our Team Rocket." The grandma said a lot of good things about Team Rocket to Zai like brainwashing. But Zai and Ye Chen didn't want to understand these, because based on their daily dealings with the three members of Team Rocket was not a good organization at all. It was completely an evil force that liked to rob other people's Pokemon to expand its scale. So when the old lady said that they had passed the Rocket's recruiting test and could enter the entry test, Ye Chen and the other four directly expressed their disdain. Ye Chen even said, "Grandma, I think you have found the wrong person. Although we are quite capable, we still look down on an organization like your Rockets." It is possible that the old lady misunderstood Ye Chen's words. She thought that what Ye Chen meant was that he thought the Rockets were a small organization, so he looked down on them. The old lady grabbed Ye Chen and explained to him, "Maybe our Rocket team seems to be smaller now, but that's because our Rocket team has been acting more frequently in recent days, and some members accidentally fell into the hands of the police, so it seems that our Rocket team has shrunk recently. But you must know that there are really many people who want to join our Rocket team, but they are not strong enough and don't have the channels and ways, so even if they want to join, it's useless. Now this good opportunity to join is in front of you, I hope you don't waste it in vain." The old lady thought that what she said was so serious and sincere, Ye Chen and Zai and the other four people should be tempted, but after observing for a long time, she found that they not only had no idea, but also quite rejected their Rocket team. Just when the old lady wanted to persuade further, Ye Chen suddenly waved his hand and called Zai, Zioxia and Xiao Gang over. Ye Chen said directly to the old lady, "Grandma, this matter is a bit too important, so let the four of us discuss it among ourselves first, and then we will reply to you later, okay?" When the old lady heard this, it was obvious that there was a chance, so she quickly nodded and agreed, and asked Ye Chen and the other four friends to discuss it among themselves first. Xiao Gang and Xiao Ji didn't understand what Ye Chen meant, so when they heard that Ye Chen actually wanted to discuss it, they directly said, "Ye Chen, what is there to discuss about this matter, are you really going to join the Rocket team?" 461, Ye Chen wants to join the Rocket team? 461, Ye Chen wants to join the Rocket team? Ye Chen shook his head and rejected their idea, saying, "How can I join Team Rocket? I just suddenly had an idea. What do you think? If we can really get into Team Rocket, we can disintegrate them from the inside. Isn't this more direct and effective? This is much faster than going out one by one to eliminate and report those Team Rocket members." When Zai heard what Ye Chen said, he immediately showed a surprised expression. He asked, "Why, do you want to take this opportunity to wipe out Team Rocket?" Ye Chen nodded and said, "Why not? If we can really take advantage of this opportunity to get into Team Rocket, then we can also find an opportunity to wipe out their nests. In this way, wouldn't it completely solve the worries?" Ye Chen's plan seemed to make Zai and the others a little excited. Although everyone was a little hesitant, seeing that Ye Chen was so motivated, everyone was also infected by him, so everyone nodded and agreed with Ye Chen's approach. After confirming everyone's opinions and ideas, Ye Chen agreed to the old lady on behalf of everyone and said, "Okay, since you are a member of the Rocket Team's Human Resources Department and you want to poach us, then I will now accept your invitation from the Rocket Team on behalf of me and my companions." After hearing Ye Chen's affirmative response, the old lady smiled and said, "Okay, since you all agreed to join our Rocket Team, then next we will conduct our entry test. Only after passing the final entry test can you become a formal member of the rocket team. The old lady also told Ye Chen the general process. Now you can fill in your entry information here, and I will send it back to the headquarters. After the headquarters confirms it, your entry test will be launched. And the entry test is actually very simple, that is, to randomly challenge some Pokemon trainers, snatch their Pokemon from their hands and hand them over to our boss, and the entire entry test is completed. When Ye Chen and his friends learned from the old lady that the entry test was to snatch other people's Pokemon, they were very surprised. They were not surprised at all. After all, Team Rocket had always been doing these things, so they would not think it was wrong to do this for their entry test. As for the entry information mentioned by the old lady, they filled it out randomly. The information on it was not real at all. They just wanted to deal with Team Rocket. After sending the information back to Team Rocket headquarters, the old lady immediately arranged the so-called entry test for them, which was to randomly assign several Pokemon trainers and let Ye Chen and his team snatch and take away other people's Pokemon. Perhaps they were still worried about how to snatch other people's Pokemon to deal with this test, but they did not expect that the next group of Pokemon trainers they chose as their target would be the 3 members of Team Rocket who had always been against them. Since they had already chosen the target, the old lady naturally couldn't make another move. She hid in the dark and watched how Ye Chen and his team would proceed to the next test. 462, Targeting Team Rocket. 462, Targeting Team Rocket. The 3 members of Team Rocket targeted Ye Chen and his team as usual, and followed him closely behind, waiting for an opportunity to act, ready to attack at any time. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen and his team caught them suddenly. Looking at the large group of people gathered in front of them, the 3 members of Team Rocket panicked. The 3 members of Team Rocket said tremblingly, 393, what do you want to do? We haven't attacked you yet. We haven't done anything bad today. Ye Chen looked at the 3 members of Team Rocket and said deliberately, we are Team Rocket. Now hand over the Pokemon in your hands honestly, otherwise. After that, Ye Chen summoned his Kentaro directly. When the Rockets trio heard the word Rockets from Ye Chen, they laughed, you guys. Team Rockets? Don't be ridiculous. We are the real Team Rockets. Who are you? You dare to call yourself a member of Team Rockets? Musashi Kojiro and the others obviously didn't believe what Ye Chen and the others said. At this moment, the old lady suddenly came out. She looked at the Rockets trio carefully, and then slowly said, the uniforms you are wearing are indeed very similar to our Team Rockets uniforms, but I have never seen you guys in the information of our Team Rockets members. Could it be that you are crazy fans of our Team Rockets? I didn't expect that this old lady was quite trendy and even knew about crazy fans. Musashi laughed when he heard it, old lady, we may not be some crazy fans of Team Rocket, we are real Team Rocket members. Also, you said our uniforms are very similar to Team Rocket's uniforms, this is Team Rocket's uniforms, okay. What's the similarity? Musashi rarely has such patience with an old lady. She just wants to destroy her for Team Rocket's reputation. But the old lady obviously doesn't believe what Musashi said, she keeps shaking her head, then takes out the picture of their Team Rocket's real uniforms and puts them in front of the Team Rocket trio. Look for yourself, this is our Team Rocket's official uniform, it's completely different from what you're wearing. If you also want to be Team Rocket, you can give it a try, after all, our Team Rocket is short of staff now, as long as they are not too bad, we can keep them. The old lady's words directly pissed off the Team Rocket trio. They pointed at the old lady and said rudely, we are members of Team Rocket. Official members, how many times do you need us to say it before we understand? Impossible. Your names are not on the list. The old lady didn't know when she checked the list of members. When they heard this, Musashi and the others realized that something was wrong. How did this old lady get the list of Team Rocket members? And 1.6, they are obviously internal members of Team Rocket, how could they not have names? Immediately, Musashi, Kojiro and the others got anxious. They started to pester the old lady to prove their identities. But Ye Chen on the other side didn't want to give them this opportunity. "Hey, you three, don't waste time, hand over the Pokemon obediently, otherwise, we will take action." 463, The Fate of Team Rocket. 463, The Fate of Team Rocket. "Don't interrupt us." "That's right, don't come to interfere with us." Musashi and the others turned around and threatened Ye Chen viciously. They had been thinking of taking this opportunity to sneak into the rockets to gather intelligence, and even better, to wipe out their base in one fell swoop. However, they did not expect that the target chosen by this random test would be the Rockets trio. This made the Rockets trio and the Rockets, the old lady in the HR department of the team, led to a series of problems. 19 From the perspective of Ye Chen and other bystanders, it seems that there is no place for their trio in the Rocket team, and the three people of the Rocket team have been doing evil in the name of the Rocket team. Originally, Ye Chen wanted to interrupt them, but after waiting for a long time, he still couldn't get a word in. In the end, Ye Chen was too lazy to care about the people of the Rocket team anymore, and just let them handle the matter themselves. He took Xiaozai and the others to the next gym. On the contrary, the three people of the Rocket team found out that they had never been formal members of the Rocket team during this unconscious contact today. Even their names were not on the list of internal members. So in order to officially become members of the Rocket team, they began to beg and plead. Originally, the old lady didn't intend to accept them. After all, judging from their strength, they were not enough to meet the recruitment standards of their Rocket team. But when he turned around, he suddenly found that Ye Chen and the others he had just recruited were gone, so he had to reluctantly lower the standard and let the Rocket team trio take their place. When the Rocket team trio heard that the old lady was going to recruit them, they burst into tears of joy, but after meeting some of the old lady's standards, Musashi suddenly reacted and said, "Aren't we always in the Rocket team? Why do we have to recruit ourselves?" Meow Meow also felt very strange. She said, "We have never been expelled, but why are there no our names on the list? Could it be that the Rocket team we have always admired is fake?" On the contrary, Kojiro said with a relaxed face, "Anyway, now we have become Team Rocket again, so don't worry about such trivial matters." After becoming the official staff of Team Rocket, the old lady gave them instructions. The old lady thought that Ye Chen and the others she had just met were quite strong, and the Pokemon in their hands looked quite powerful. After Kojiro and others became new members of Team Rocket, Grandma 393 hoped that their first mission was to snatch the Pokemon from Ye Chen and others. After hearing this request, Musashi and his team's faces changed instantly, and they said helplessly, "No, it is absolutely impossible to complete this task. You don't know how powerful they are. Anyway, we have been fighting with these people from the beginning, and we have never defeated them." After listening to Musashi and his team's words, the old lady nodded thoughtfully and said, "It seems that they are still very powerful. We should not let them go, and we should recruit them into our Team Rocket team." 464, Camping in the Mountains Again. 464, Camping in the Mountains Again. After hearing what the old lady said, the three members of Team Rocket immediately realized that something was wrong. So they quickly changed their words and said, "Actually, they are not that strong. They are just a little bit stronger than the three of us. That's why we can't beat them every time. But if someone else comes, they might be able to beat them in minutes." After listening to their words, the old lady made a serious comparison. After all, the strength of the Rocket trio was there. If Ye Chen and his team were just a little bit stronger than them as they said, then they were not that strong. Anyway, now that three new members have been recruited, the old lady's recruitment task for today has been completed, so she didn't continue to worry about Ye Chen and his team. Instead, she earnestly told the Rocket trio to perform well in the future and try to find those rare and powerful Pokemon for their headquarters. At the same time, on the other side, after Ye Chen and his team left, they immediately set off in the direction of the next gym. They came to a mountain. According to the route on the map, as long as they crossed this mountain, they could reach the next town for supplies. As a result, they didn't expect that when they climbed halfway up the mountain, fog began to gradually rise, and the fog became thicker and thicker, making their visibility around no more than 2 meters. Such an environment is quite dangerous for mountaineering. Xioxia looked at the surrounding environment with a worried face, and said with a little cry in her voice, "No, the environment is too dangerous now, and it's late now. It's definitely not safe for us to walk on the mountain so late." As soon as Xioxia finished speaking, Xiaozai, who was walking in the front, slipped directly. He didn't see the road ahead and fell directly into a deep pit. In the end, it was Ye Chen, Xiao Gang, and others who worked together to pull Xiaozai out. At the same time, Ye Chen also looked at the current environment. He said, "Even if we don't move forward now, we must at least find a safer place to set up a tent and sleep outdoors. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous to rest directly on the spot." Xiao Gang nodded in agreement with Ye Chen's proposal. He said, "That's right. We must find an open and flat place to camp tonight. We can't camp on a slope like this." Xiao Ji finally got out of the deep pit. After climbing out, he rubbed his buttocks that had been hurt by the fall and said, "Since we have to find a place to camp, let's hurry up, otherwise when it gets dark, even if the weapons are so big, we won't be able to find a suitable place." As the only girl in the team, Xioxia was quite afraid of such an environment. He couldn't help but suggest, "Otherwise, we should take advantage of the sky before it gets dark and hurry up to move forward. The environment on this mountain is too scary. I don't want to spend the night here tonight." In order to take care of Xioxia's feelings, Ye Chen immediately checked the map in their hands. He carefully calculated the distance and said to Xioxia, "I'm afraid there is no place tonight. There is no way out of this mountain. From where I am now, it will take at least 4 or 5 hours to cross this mountain and reach the next town. By the time we get there, it will be 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night." 465, Nine-tailed Fox in the Mountain. 465, Nine-tailed Fox in the Mountain. It is also very dangerous to continue walking in the mountains at this time. Not to mention whether we can see the surrounding environment clearly, there is also the road under our feet. Even the wild Pokémon in the mountains will have a certain impact and threat on us. So it is better to try to stay and camp in the original place. "Yes, I agree with Ye Chen." Xiao Gang also chose to join Ye Chen after careful consideration, and Xioxia was helpless in the end. Since everyone decided to spend the night in the mountains tonight, they all have companions around them, and Pokémon are also around them, so Xioxia is not so scared. When they found a flat platform and were about to set up camp, a snow-white figure suddenly flashed past them, as if some Pokémon ran past them. So everyone stopped what they were doing and looked around nervously. Xioxia trembled as she approached Ye Chen, and said in a trembling voice, "Did you see it just now? Did a figure run past us?" Ye Chen nodded, and it should be quite big, maybe a relatively large Pokémon. When Xioxia heard Ye Chen's words, she was terrified. You know, generally speaking, the size of a Pokémon will indicate its strength, and relatively large Pokémon are usually more powerful. However, just when all of them were nervous, a nice and gentle female voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "Excuse me, what difficulties have you encountered? Do you need our help?" After hearing this voice, Ye Chen and his team immediately turned around and looked over. Unexpectedly, they saw a nine-tailed fox standing next to him and a well-behaved girl wearing relatively ancient clothes. The voice should be made by the girl. He stood behind everyone with his nine-tailed fox, looking at everyone sincerely, obviously wanting to help sincerely. The white figure that Ye Chen saw just now might be the nine-tailed fox running past them. It was mainly because there was an uncertain factor Xiao Gang in their team. Ye Chen originally wanted to deal with the other party more, but he didn't expect that Xiao Gang's temper, which could not walk when he saw a beautiful woman, would directly explode. After seeing the girl, he rushed to her directly, and said with a red face, "Yes, after we went up the mountain, we were affected by the fog here. We accidentally got lost and couldn't get down the mountain in time, so we planned to spend a night in this deep mountain." After hearing what they said, the girl nodded to show her understanding, and then said, "Yes, this mountain is like this. It will fog up immediately after nightfall. Only when the sun comes out the next day, the fog on the mountain will disappear, and you can see the way down the mountain clearly. If you don't mind, you can come to our house to rest tonight. It's better than you camping in this wilderness." After all, the girl has no relatives with them, yet Chen felt a little embarrassed to be invited to stay at his home for no reason. 466, Zhuwei's house. 466, Zhuwei's house. He politely declined, saying, "This is not a good idea. After all, there are 4 of us and 3 boys. It would be a little inconvenient to go to your house." The girl smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's okay. Our house is very big. If you want to come, there are many rooms. Don't worry about accommodation." Although the girl meant well, you still have to be alert to people you meet in such a wilderness. Even if the other party is well-intentioned and has no improper actions, you still have to be careful. That's why Ye Chen didn't agree to the girl immediately. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Gang heard what the girl said, he agreed to it for the other 3 of them. He said directly to the girl with loving eyes, "Okay, okay, then we will go to your house tonight to bother you. I don't know what your last name is, miss. Is it convenient for you to tell me your name?" Seeing Xiao Gang like this, they were really speechless, but no one I was too embarrassed to do anything to Xiao Gang in front of the girl, so I could only try my best to stop him and pull him behind me to prevent him from embarrassing himself again. Although Xiao Gang was too eager, the girl still said gently, "My name is Ak. I live on this mountain and have a house. But that house is not mine, it belongs to my master. He went out to travel, so he left it for me to take care of this 9-tailed fox. This 9-tailed fox usually lives on the mountain. I was worried that he would have an accident, so I followed him closely. I didn't expect to meet you tonight, so I thought of helping you because you seemed to be in trouble. If you don't mind, you can come back to our house with me. Although the master is not at home, I can still take charge of these small matters." So that's it. The girl has tried her best to explain the whole process clearly, and Ye Chen and the others also roughly understand the girl's background. In this case, they will not be polite. Anyway, having a place to live is better than sleeping in the wild tonight. So they quickly packed up their things and followed the girl and the 9-tailed fox to the mansion they mentioned. Originally, they thought that the mansion AK mentioned should be just an ordinary family, but they didn't expect that there was a very luxurious villa in this holy mountain. After entering the door and seeing the decoration of the whole villa, Ye Chen and the others were all shocked. They really didn't expect that there would be such a rich family in such a deep mountain. And along the way, Ye Chen could clearly feel that this 9-tailed fox seemed to like Xiao Gang more. From the beginning, he kept circling around Xiao Gang, and even after entering the door, he lay directly at Xiao Gang's feet. Every time Xiao Gang teased him, he would act very happy. Because she knew that Ye Chen and his friends had traveled a whole day to get here, after welcoming them to her home, Miss Ake immediately prepared food for them. At the same time, while they were eating, she also cleaned up the room that the 4 people needed to use. 467, Xiao Gang is completely hopeless. 467, Xiao Gang is completely hopeless. Looking at Miss Ake busying around, Ye Chen felt a little embarrassed. He called Miss Ake and said, "Miss Ake, actually you don't have to do so many things for us. We are very casual and just need to make do here for one night." Originally, Miss Ake was quite happy to be busy for them, but when she heard that Ye Chen was only going to stay here for one night, her expression immediately became gloomy. Obviously, she seemed to want Ye Chen and his friends to stay longer and didn't want them to leave so soon. Xioxia didn't notice these details. She was completely immersed in the food prepared by Ake and Zyja for them and enjoyed the meal. However, just when he looked up and wanted to praise Miss Ake for her amazing cooking skills, he suddenly found that the mirror was empty and did not reflect any reflection of Miss Ake, but only the nine-tailed fox was walking around in it. Zyoxia's chopsticks fell to the ground in surprise, and Miss Ake heard it and hurried over to replace Zyoxia with a new pair of chopsticks. At the same time, in order to further confirm whether she was dazzled, Zyoxia kept staring at Miss Ake, and also looked at the mirror and kept comparing both sides. As a result, he found that there was indeed no figure of Miss Ake in the mirror. Zyoxia was a man who always spoke without restraint. When he made this surprising discovery, he immediately pointed at Miss Ake and said, "Miss Ake, why can't you see your shadow in the mirror? Only the nine-tailed fox is walking around there alone." Originally, Zyoxia just said that casually, but when Miss Ake heard it, her face immediately changed, and at the same time, a red light flashed in the eyes of the nine-tailed fox next to her. Then a curtain immediately floated in front of the mirror, firmly covering the mirror. Miss Ake did not respond directly to Zyoxia's words, but directly changed the topic and said, "You continue to eat here. I will go to prepare the room for you. Nine-tailed fox, you stay here with Xiao Gang and the others." He helped the nine-tailed fox to look at Ye Chen and asked, "Did you find that there is really no shadow of Miss Ake in the mirror just now?" As a result, when Zyoxia finished this sentence, the nine-tailed fox, who was still laughing and playing with Xiao Gang, immediately changed his eyes. After a flash of red light in his eyes, Zyoxia's voice immediately disappeared. No matter how hard Zyoxia tried to speak, she couldn't make a sound. When Zyoxia showed abnormality, Ye Chen and Zyazai immediately became alert. This place might really be weird, so they quickly reminded Xiao Gang not to indulge in women. Unexpectedly, Xiao Gang was completely bewitched by the beauty of others. He always felt that Ye Chen, Zyazai and Zyoxia were just making a fuss. The reason why Zyoxia couldn't speak was probably because he had been chattering all day, so his throat was overworked, which caused him to be speechless now. He also asked Zyoxia not to speak anymore and to eat something and rest. Seeing Xiao Gang like this, Ye Chen knew that he was completely hopeless.